Internacional Lucas Guerrero. You join us here just outside of Valencia, and today is the day that we've all been waiting for. The nerves are building just like the engine notes. Soon enough, you join us here for the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup Finals Day for 2024. Today, we'll be crowning the champions in each individual class, along with, of course, the overall Nations Cup victors as well. What a day of racing we had yesterday for the heats, and it's sure to be even more exciting today. We've got lots of super heats and lots of finals coming right at you, so don't go anywhere all day. My name is John Ratcliffe. I'll be helping to guide you through the action. Alongside me in the commentary box, a little bit later will be Jake Sanson, but joining me right now is Mr. Simon Byford. Good morning, Simon.
Well, good morning, John. What a pleasure it is to be back here again today. We had some awesome racing yesterday morning and indeed through the afternoon, but today there's a hint of spice in the air, a little bit of rain overnight. You can see on the live stream that inside of the track still slightly damp. That is going to throw up a real challenge for our competitors. And looking out of the commentary box window, there are more clouds on the horizon. Could that bring more rain? Could that shake up the order? We saw some very close racing yesterday, but potentially slick tyres on a damp track. That is going to throw up some real action, John.
We're feeling like we're back at home, aren't we? Back in the UK and Ireland. A bit of rain joining us here in Spain. We had a little pitter-patter only a few moments ago. And as you say, potential for a little bit more. But we'll keep our eyes out on the skyline to see if any does decide to join us here at the Cartodromo Internacional Lucas Guerrero. As you mentioned, the racing yesterday was fantastic in the beating sunshine. The drivers waiting as long as they can to get their race suits and helmets on to keep as cool as possible. This morning, slightly different going into these super heats. A little bit difficult conditions to contend with, very different from yesterday, but still is going to be super exciting for us to watch, everyone here at the circuit, but also all of you at home on the live stream as well.
Yes, yesterday all of the drivers were using their umbrellas to shelter from the sun, but this morning I saw a few of them using it to shelter from the drizzle that we had, as we say, just a few moments ago. Air temperature very cool this morning by comparison, only 19 degrees currently. The track drying out slowly but surely. No direct sunshine on it though just yet. And when the sun does come out, we predict at around 12 noon, that track will surely start to dry rapidly. The only question, though, about the weather is whether those clouds will pose a threat. That will be seen later on, so do stay tuned with us on the live stream or here at the track, and make sure to follow us on Instagram, YouTube, Facebook and TikTok at Tillotson Racing to follow along with all of the Nations Cup action from this year's Tillotson T4 Nations Cup, sponsored by Maxis Racing. What a pleasure it is to have their support for this event once again, and pledging their commitment to the T4s for the future. Now, John, new Maxis tyres for this weekend in the, I believe, the junior and senior classes. It'll be very interesting to see how they perform on this track, because the track is still, as we say, damp and therefore very cool. So the drivers' setups yesterday, setting up the tyres, pressurising them for a very, very warm track. It's going to be a question of, can they get them fired up early enough through the formation lap around this 1.5 kilometre circuit?
As you say, yeah, new tyres for them. This is going to be a total unknown going out in conditions like these. We had a little bit of rain earlier on in the weekend, but not really when there was any track action. So this is going to be the first time taking to a slightly damp track. We've seen it catch out a few drivers in practice, particularly through turns 3 and 4 that we can see out our commentary box window. A lot of spins as drivers hit those damp patches offline, and a couple of drivers coming together down there. Hopefully we won't see too much of that in the racing later. But as you can see on your screen at home on the cameras, that damp patches offline is the main thing, really. We might start to see a dry line forming relatively soon, but it's going to be really difficult to actually make any overtakes work, because as soon as you come off of that drying line, you're onto the wet patches, suddenly you lose that tyre temperature, and potentially off the circuit you go.
And indeed, you can see there on the live stream, the second place starting line, the second place tram line there is a lot drier than the tram line on the left. So that could be a real blessing for those starting on the outside. Normally, very, very difficult to make overtakes around the outside, unless, of course, you're Jan Zastra. We saw
yes.
2 overtakes around the outside at turn 1, lap 1 yesterday. Fantastic performance by one of the 2 lead Germans in the T4 168. But this could really make it challenging if you're starting on the inside, putting the power down, and indeed turning in to turn number 1.
Exactly. Entirely different to what we saw yesterday. All the drivers on the anti-pole side of the grid just basically trying to make the best of a bad situation, really trying to slot in as best they can as they came through turn number 1. Totally different today. We might see some great starts from the anti-pole side and potentially shaking up the order a little bit, because of course, then we go from the superheats into the finals. Could shake up those grids to the finals and could produce even more fantastic racing. Little did I know it could get any better, but maybe it will, Simon. It was fantastic yesterday, and great to see as well so many supporters still out there at the side of the circuit cheering on their fellow countrymen, their fellow drivers out there on circuit, and generally just cheering on some great racing.
Indeed, and it's wonderful to see so much support on the balcony, with drivers cheering on other drivers from their nation, everyone looking at the live timing, some people watching along on the live stream. We have to say thank you to everyone who did tune in for the live stream yesterday. I did take a look at it. It was something like 7.3 thousand views last night at around 11 o'clock Spanish time. So a big thank you to everyone who tuned in yesterday. Please do make sure to leave the live stream on in the background so you can stay up to date with all of the action in the minis, juniors, seniors, and indeed the 168s. And then we will once again have the joy of seeing, look at that, there's Josh. Hello, Josh.
Hi, Josh East. Hello.
A few moments ago, he was sitting down looking slightly sorry for himself, but he's doing a great job. He's going to be hoping that there's not going to be any rain later on, although, as a British photographer, he is more than capable of dealing with the rain.
He's definitely used to it, that's for sure. I've seen him at some very damp tracks over in the UK, so he's used to it. He'll be fine. I'll have his camera bags at the ready to protect them from the rain. But it looks as though we've heard the whistle outside the window. We might just about be getting ready to go for the first superheat of the day, which of course is going to be the Tillotson T4 Minis.
And what a show it was yesterday. Very, very difficult to predict who is going to take victory in this. We saw Ryan White taking pole position on Friday afternoon and indeed winning in Heat 1 before Moknach Zakar won both of the heats yesterday. Ryan White does currently sit in first on the points tally after Moknach Zahar finished in 14th in that first heat. A disappointing Friday for one of our Ukrainian competitors, one of 3 Ukrainians taking part. But as all of the minis rattle out onto the circuit, we are about to go racing here on Sunday morning, and it will be Ryan White that leads us down towards the lights in front of the aforementioned Moknach Zakar. Then comes reigning champion Ben McLaughlin in front of Adam Majek from Poland and Lewis Kokoldi from Great Britain. Ewan Gavin Bagayon had a decent showing yesterday. He starts in front of Jack Harney and Senan McLaughlin. Then comes Bobby Connolly and Aidan Vallejo in front of Pablo Segura and Alex Riley. Bernie Gamarith returns for his 3rd Nations Cup. He starts in front of Cavan Hayes and Hudson Hidalgo. Then comes Keenan Duplessis and Antonio Rosellis in front of Albert Larsen and Lorenko Diniz. Then comes Quentin Albach in front of Delano Winkel. Diego Baradone and Yari Berens in front of Evan McLaughlin, Mohamed Oskalski, Jaden Javier, Nikita Shevchenko, Jack Fingleton, who made up a lot of places in yesterday's heats. He starts in front of Jason Boganovic, Riley Cohen, Valentina Helena, Pella De Vries, and Billy Green, Then comes Luca Rodrigo, Caden Caldera, and rounding out the grid after an unfortunate disqualification earlier on in the weekend, lines up Justin Winkel in the final position on the grid, John.
Indeed, it's going to be exciting one, this one. I can feel it in my fingers. I can feel it in my toes, Simon. I'm super excited to get racing action here on Sunday underway. Now, of course, in the 2 heats yesterday in the minis, we sort of had 2 quite different races. One that was relatively scrappy at the front, drivers chopping and changing throughout. Others where they were working together quite well, pushing on and trying to form those gaps. Now, we've got drivers closing up to try and get ready for the start. Did see a little bit of contact there at the back of the pack. We've got 2 drivers actually stuck together on the back straight. So we'll see whether we do end up going to the race start here. First time of asking. But we'll get ready to. The drivers are coming through in 2x2 formation. Let's see how they deal with these slippery conditions. So we are going to go round again. You can see the drivers waggling their fingers in the air. That's the universal sign for we're going to do one more warm-up lap.
Now, I did notice there on the live stream, the leaders going extremely slowly heading up to the cut-through, and around position 4 to sort of 8, there was an awful lot of bumping. Drivers being bumped from behind, pushed into the carts in front of them. That does make me wonder, could we potentially have a number of bumper penalties before the race has even begun? What a tragedy that would be for some of our mini racers if they pick up a 5-second penalty before the race has even started.
That would be far less than ideal, and someone where it's gone incredibly wrong already. There's a driver who's parked it up on the back straight. I think that was one of the drivers who came together and got stuck together. One of them's rejoined the back of the pack, the other already pulling off to the side. Now, I won't speculate as to who that is, but we'll double check when they come across the line and see who doesn't take to this race start. But gutting, one driver, before they've even attempted a race start, already out of the running.
Very disappointing there for one of our competitors, not having a good Sunday morning so far, and hopefully they will be back out in the final, but it will be very, very tricky indeed at this stage of the weekend. Sunday is where everything gets won, and these drivers are going to be critically aware of that, particularly the likes of Ryan White and Moknach Zahar, who are both really in the running for the T4 Nations Cup. Both very, very fast drivers. Moknach Zahar currently sitting on 14 points. Ryan White with a commanding lead, though, with 5 points to his name after winning 1 heat and then finishing 2nd and 3rd in his next 2. So maybe the pace waning off yesterday for Ryan White, but he'll be looking to right those wrongs. More bumping there from the minis as they come up towards the line, John.
Yes, indeed. Right, let's see how they do deal with these slippery conditions. We're underway and racing for Sunday here at the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup in 2024. Ryan White potentially leaving the door open there, but closes it up. Amelia's up to the entrance, but 2 drivers, 3 drivers, 4 drivers off on the exit of turn number 1. It's not started well for them in the middle of the pack as they try and get through this first lap of racing. It's all starting to work itself out. We're side by side down into the technical section for 3rd place, and they've just about settled into an order, but I do believe it's Ryan White who still leads the field and sets the pace out there.
It is indeed. That looks like Ben McLaughlin, who has managed to swoon his way up into second position and is now chasing after the young Scotsman, who, as we say, still leads the race, running a little bit wide there. Did he get onto the wet patch through turn number 9? That is going to be a very challenging corner if it does rain. A very, very heavy braking zone at the end of the 100-metre straight. No end of overtakes there yesterday, as we see Moknach Zahar currently sitting in third place, trying to size up a move on McLaughlin, but at this stage of the race, that might not be the greatest idea. Look at that, a dry line already forming through the final chicane as a result of the shakedowns that we had earlier this morning. But the minis, oh, here comes a move by Ben McLaughlin up the inside of Ryan White. Can Moknach Zahar get through as well? Yes, he can, but he can't take McLaughlin, so it is Ireland who seizes the lead, with Ben McLaughlin taking to the front.
Jack Harney as well, trying to stick the nose in there and try and squeeze his way through on Ryan White. Unable to do so though. Ryan White closes the door. He's immediately trying to find a way back through into second place, bumping and barging on the rear bumper of the driver who's now in second place of Moknach Zahar. Ben McLaughlin though, the Irish driver as you mentioned, finally leading the field. Of course, he took the win in the finals last year. He's not quite been there. He's been there and thereabouts so far yesterday, but finally he takes to the front of the field. They're battling over second place once again, and it looks as though Ryan White has retaken second position.
He has indeed, and this is a very good start by Moknach Zahar, getting back up into first position. This is where he wants to be. Look at Ryan White trying to attack that outside curb, looking for any gap he can find, or perhaps just losing traction slightly on the exit of the corner. Still following the Ukrainian through as there's a kart skipping across the apex of the chicane there. We'll bring you news as to who that is, John. I'm not entirely sure, but we can confirm to you that it was Billy Green who failed to make it past the start, and it was Lewis Cacoldi, we believe, who cut across the chicane there. But it is still, a little bit of a move there, potentially. No, still just holding station. Ryan White has actually made it past Ben McLaughlin there, and is now, excuse me, he was already past McLaughlin, and now he is past Moknach Zahar, and the Scotsman retakes the lead.
Great little move there. We've seen quite a few overtakes down at turn number 5 earlier on yesterday, and that's Ryan White learning from his older competitors and using that to his advantage there, retaking the lead of the race immediately. But you can see Moknach Zahar trying to set something up here, taking the wider line on the entry to slingshot it back on the exit and hoping to use the slipstream down the back straight. But as you can see from the flags on the side of the circuit, nowhere near as windy as it was yesterday. Pretty much zero wind out there, so zero help down that back straight, but equally no hindrance down into the first corner, so potentially more overtakes down into the first sector. But onto a new lap. Once again it's Ryan White in the lead, but is he about to get steam trained down into the first corner? He goes to the outside line, 3 drivers up his inside.
What a terrible decision there by Ryan White to stay to the outside. That dry line really hasn't paid off, as we see up the inside goes Ben McLaughlin, that looks like, up the inside and making the move stick. So decent move there from our reigning champion to make his way back up into second as he goes chasing after the Ukrainian, as this battle for the lead could really be summed up as a 7-kart battle now if they keep battling. The top 7 drivers covered by less than, let me take a look, less than a second. So a fantastic battle emerging as we are a third of the way through this race. 3 laps completed out of 9, the longest mini race that we have seen so far this weekend. Normally the heats would be 7 laps, but this superheat coming in at 9, which measures, let me take a look at my notes, 12.852 kilometres. So luckily for the minis, not having to contend with the heat that they did yesterday.
Switching back and back again, there was Ryan White. He did well to force Senna McLaughlin off on the exit of turn number 1 and then fought his way immediately back through on Ben McLaughlin. Down into the first couple of corners though, they're still trying to switch around. I think potentially that might have been a switch between the 2 Irish drivers there, and Ben McLaughlin potentially falling to the back of this little train. But of course, as we saw so much yesterday, the more they start to battle, the more drivers join the train and make it even more exciting for us to watch. There's a move to the inside. Is that Moknach Zahar getting back into second place?
I believe that's actually Senan McLaughlin who has managed to seize second place off his fellow Irishman, and he is now going to go chasing after the Ukrainian, and indeed he goes for the lead. What a move by Senan McLaughlin. That was so brave, and Moknach Zahar has lost out hugely. He's down to 4th place, and that means that it is now an Irish 1-2 with That is Ryan White now sitting in third place in front of the Ukrainian driver, and that is exactly where he wants to be. He is going to be hoping and praying that these Irish drivers start battling, but he looks for a move up the inside, but he can't pull it off into the chicane.
Indeed, indeed. Sorry, the two white helmets catching me out there. Great moves from the Irish drivers. And now they're trying to chase down on the leaders, aren't they? We've got an Irish sandwich with Ryan White in the middle here as we go down to the first couple of corners. And that's a place lost there, I think, for fourth place. Sakar dropping back once again, leading the race so comfortably only moments ago. And now he's right down into the middle of the second pack. He's trying to fight back through. I think he has managed to steal fourth place as they go into sector number 2. The top 3 trying to make that bit of a gap, but I don't think it's going to stay there for much longer.
And the track improving rapidly. It is fastest lap being set one after the other. Currently, Ewan Gavin Bugayon with a 107.2. He stole the fastest lap there off Aidan Vallejo, the Spaniard, who set, I believe, a 107.3 on the previous lap. So the track improving rapidly as we see Mognach Zahar getting back up the inside of Ben McLaughlin, and this really is turning into quite the tussle between Ireland, the UK and indeed Ukraine, but Ireland with 2 or 3 drivers in the top 5. They really do have the advantage of numbers in this category.
This is exactly what I was saying to the lovely people behind the scenes at Tillotson yesterday. I was enjoying the racing so much yesterday in the heats because you got to the second last lap, and you still had no idea who was going to win the race. And it's continuing today here in the superheats. We've had, what, 3, 4, 5 maybe different leaders already in this race, and we're only about 7 laps through it. On to lap number 7 now, and we are being guided through by none other than Senan McLaughlin. Great moves to get to the front of the field, and the driver with that orange race suit, that striking race suit, definitely got to be worth a few tenths of a second, that orange race suit. But they press on down to sector number 3. No one making moves this time around, all trying to work itself out so they can set themselves up for those last couple of laps.
Indeed, Senan McLaughlin also taking the fastest lap, a 107 flat. That is fantastic for the man whose best finish so far this weekend was position 4 in the first heat. He didn't even qualify in the top 5, but he is leading this race and leading comfortably, it looks like. He seems to have it under control, even though he's being pressured by Ryan White behind. Will we see a move into the first corner by White? I don't think so. I think he's going to try and break away as much as he can from Mognach Zahar behind.
Impressive, yeah. I thought the move was coming there for Ryan White, but no. Thinking smartly out there on circuit, pressing on through the penultimate lap. He wants to make sure it's just a two-way battle here when they go onto the last lap of the race, and he's going to be hoping that those drivers in behind start to scrap it out. But the contender he's been battling with all day yesterday, Mognach Zahar, is joining the battle once again, and we go to 3 drivers following line astern, heading down to sector number 3 once again. It was a good late move there from Ryan White as he got a great exit from the previous corner, but unable to make the move stick. Sits back in behind once again, but they have managed to make that breakaway, and that is so key as we head down into the fast section of the circuit now. They'll be seeing the last lap board next time, and they've done exactly what they wanted to. They made it a 2-way, potentially a 3-way battle for the lead here as we go onto the last lap of this race.
And a couple of drivers going slowly towards the rear of the field, but this track improving by 4/10 a lap. That is absolutely incredible. Going from a 107 flat as we see a move for the lead there. That is absolutely sensational by the 147 machine of Ryan White, getting past the Irishman, Senan McLaughlin, who is having a fantastic Sunday morning thus far. Here comes Senan McLaughlin back up the inside once again. Kokoli has taken the fastest lap. Zahar tries to follow McLaughlin through, can't make the move stick. Ryan White, good defense there, holding the inside, but maybe not for much longer. What a forceful move by the Ukrainian.
There was a tiniest gap on the inside there, and he grabbed it with both hands, but that's caused a difficult exit there for Mognach Zahar. Unable to make the move to the inside as they head down into turn number 9, and now it's the long back straight. I think they might have just lost a little bit too much time here battling together. That's allowed for McLaughlin to create a little bit of a gap, but if he starts to defend now, they could catch up down this back straight. We're going to have to focus on these top 3, but that battle of 4 in behind for 4th place is unbelievable as well. Into the last couple of corners, it's wide for Ryan White. He's going to rejoin, makes contact with Mognach Zahar. They're going to go side by side to the line, but it is Senan McLaughlin who takes the win in the first superheat of the day.
What a fantastic drive by the young Irishman. Takes his first win of the weekend and indeed his first top 3. He's only finished in the top 5 in one of his qualifying heats yesterday, but when it counted, he pulled through, and on a damp track, there are few drivers better than those from Team Ireland.
Oh, you just saw there a little bit of interesting chatter, I shall say, between second and third, Ryan White and Motnak Sahar. Motnak Sahar tapping his head saying, think about it, Ryan, think about it. We were on there for the race win, and we've given it back to Senna McLaughlin, but taking nothing away from Senna. What a race from him, as you said, aggressive, battling to get back to the front of the field, and he deserves that race win. Impressively so from what we've seen for the rest of the weekend, for him to come out here in the superheat and take the win. Take a bow, Senna McLaughlin.
Well, a fantastic race by the young Irishman, taking the flag in front of Ryan White and Motnak Sahar in third position. Then came Ben McLaughlin finishing in fourth, with Ewan Gavin Bugayon in fifth in front of Adam Mayek, who fell down 2 positions from where he started. Then came Bobby Connolly and Aidan Vallejo, who showed good pace, as did Pablo Segura in position number 9. Lorenzo Diniz climbed up 9 positions to finish in 10th. Then came Jack Harney and Cavan Hayes in front of Alex Riley and Lewis Cicaldi. Hudson Hidalgo finished in 15th, exactly where he started, in front of Albert Larson and Keenan Duplessis. Then came Quentin Albach and Diego Badadone in front of Jaden Javier and Bernie Gamarith. Mohamed Oskarski came next in front of Evan McLaughlin, and then came Dustin Winkel, who climbed up 12 positions to finish in 24th. Fantastic effort by the young Dutch driver. Then came Riley Cohen and Jason Beganovic in front of Yari Berens and Valentina Helena. Antonio Rossellis, disappointing day for him, falling down 12 positions in front of Nikita Shevchenko and Jack Fingleton. Delano Winkel fell down 11 positions, a disappointing day for the Netherlands, so pluses and minuses from that race. He finished in front of Luca Rodrigo and Caden Caldera. Then came Bella de Vries and Billy Green, not able to make the start.
Well, what a way to kick off Sunday's action. That was a great race in the Tillotson T4 Minis. And to be fair, I thought that sort of the wet patches offline would make more of an impact on that race, but the Minis just didn't seem to care, did they really? They were still sending moves left, right and centre. They were making it work, and they were finding the grip out there on circuit. And what action we were shown there in the T4 Minis. I hope you're all very excited for their final later on this afternoon. But before we get to that, we've got plenty more superheats coming your way. We've got 2 of the junior superheats coming up next, and they're sure to be just as exciting.
They certainly are. That means to say that Ryan White, despite finishing in second, will be starting on pole for the final as we prepare for the first junior superheat. Superheat Group 1 there, starting at 10 o'clock. So 2 3/4 minutes time, we will see the juniors take to the track for the first time today. Juniors, very, very interesting group. There's very, very difficult to predict, in fact, who is going to take the victory, because, well, it could be almost anyone. You've got Scott Riley in there. Phil Becker has also won. You've got Keith Burke, who had a very tough time yesterday morning, but yesterday afternoon managed to pull it back with a heat win. Pre Trevino in there as well. He's looking strong for the Philippines. But Scott Riley and Keith Burke really flying the flag for Ireland. So Ireland will be hoping to take home a good number of Nations Cup points as we award the Nations Cup later on this afternoon. After the main podium ceremony, we will be crowning our 2024 Nations Cup champions.
Can't wait to see that all go down. I cannot predict how that's all going to happen, but we've not got long to find out. But like we saw there in the minis, and this is sort of a sentiment to take for all of the categories out there, consistency is key throughout the races here. We had a good 4-5 drivers in and amongst it there in the minis, doing really, really well at the sharp end of the order. But Ryan White just getting it done in every single race, up there in the top 3 in everything, plus the qualifying as well. And that's why he ends up 10 points in front of the next following driver of Motnak Sahar. Every single other driver had some sort of little issue, dropping down the order in either the qualifying or one of the heats or something, but Ryan White, consistent there, popping it to the top of the standings.
Consistency is the name of the game at the T4 Nations Cup, and Ryan White really has understood that and managed to keep himself out of trouble, gaining plenty of, well, actually, no, he didn't gain plenty of points. In fact, that is the point that I am trying to make. He's gained as few points as he possibly can, only 7. And that is fantastic performance by the young Scotsman, finishing his heats in first, second, and then third, and now taking second in the superheats. Could he be a favourite for the victory later on this afternoon? Well, you'll have to wait and see. You will have to stay tuned along on the live stream and keep listening along here at the track, as it is set to be an absolutely exceptional affair all the way through. The minis have set us up well. Let's hope that the juniors don't disappoint us, because our expectations are high for the junior category and all of the 58 drivers that it hosts.
I can't imagine they will, mate. With the racing we saw yesterday, I cannot imagine that there'll be any disappointment out here in Valencia. And just to say as well, of course, if you're just tuning in for the first time this weekend, you've maybe not watched the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup before. Firstly, welcome. But to explain that point situation, unlike a lot of championships that you see where you're trying to get as many points as possible, if you win a race here, you get 0 points. You want to finish with as few points as possible. So that's why we're saying Ryan White with only 7, he's done a fantastic job. But the T4 juniors about to head out for their first superheat of the day.
So, Superheat Group 1 for the T4 juniors will be led down towards the lights by Scott Riley in front of Daniel Hartley, both of them having very good days yesterday. Then we'll line up Mariano Axel Nocom from the Philippines in front of Thomas Harper and Keith Burke. So 2 Brits, 2 Irish drivers and a Filipino in the top 5. Then comes Jaromir Arkhipov from Spain in P6 in front of Phil Becker, Timo Hermus and Cole Gaddis from the USA. Then comes Jaden Trump and William Omar in front of Warren Russell and Daniel Brunetsky. Josh Allen then lines up in front of Edward Clark and Ashton Binghay in front of Harry Ward, Joaquin Deda and Zuer de Vries. Jose Medina from Colombia lines up next in front of Aaron Murphy, Victor Hampel, Francois Stemet and Ronnie Legg, whose kart managed to drive away from him yesterday as he was trying to restart it on the apex of turn 1. He starts in front of Trupago and Aston Sanchez. Then comes Imin J and Aidan Cohen, and Scott Garvey will round out the grid for this first of 2 T4 Junior Superheats.
Yeah, having a runaway car is never the ideal situation, but we got it all sorted and under control. Well done to the track staff here at Valencia getting everything sorted, but even so, the drivers are walking away all smiles after that race, which is great to see. Even the positivity in the face of adversity here in Valencia. But as you mentioned, 2x2 formation coming round the back of the circuit. I'm excited to see how this one kicks off. This is the highest up the grid that we've seen Daniel Hartley start, of course, on the outside of Scott Riley. Scott Riley very used to being up in these positions. What can Daniel Hartley do from the outside of the corner, though?
Well, that is going to be seen up into turn 1. All of the drivers creeping their way through. Into the tram lines they go. They head towards the lights. They look to the lights, as do we. And we have a green light and we're away. It's not a great start by Hartley. Can he hold something around the outside? No. He's fallen down the order tremendously. He's going to be down in about P6 after the start. Scott Riley leads us away. Then will come Axel Nocom and Keith Burke up into 3rd. What a terrible start for the young Briton. It's all gone wrong, and there's another spinner there at the chicane. We'll bring you news who that is. That's Cole Gaddis from the USA. Disappointing start for the American, and he's out of the kart.
Less than ideal start for a couple of drivers then. Cole's trying to wrestle his car back onto the black stuff. Hopefully he can get back involved in this race, but he's going to be quite the way off the back of the pack. But that was surprising for Daniel Hartley, particularly for the fact we know that side of the grid has a little bit more grip early on in the morning, but a poor start off the line. He's managed to feed back in, I think, in 5th place as we come round around this first lap. But luckily for him, he's on the back of the front train still. Hopefully he can use that slipstream, try and close back up and make up for the wrongs of this first lap of the race.
Well, that will certainly be his aim. He won a heat yesterday. He finished 2nd and 5th in his other 2 as we finish the first lap, and then he said the final lap there. That would be an exceptionally quick race, but it is Scott Riley who leads us down towards turn number 1 for the 2nd time. Keith Burke there losing out to Phil Becker, who is up the inside. Daniel Hartley is going to be thinking, what can I make of this? Potentially I can get past Keith as well. The man whose Instagram handle is actually on the side of the Truck and Trailer Works lorry that's parked in the paddock, and a tremendous amount of support given to the Irish drivers by Truck and Trailer Works. As there I said it, Daniel Hartley past Keith Burke into turn number 6.
It was aggressive from Hartley down to the first corner. He tried to stick the nose in and go for it. It didn't quite work. Door was closed by Keith Burke in front. This time, Keith was unable to do so, though. Really aggressive, late on the brakes from Daniel Hartley, and he's back up into fourth. He's now going to be hoping that Keith calls a bit of a truce here and pushes him towards the three leaders as the top two working together well. Scott Riley and Mariano Axel Nocom working together well. The Irish driver and the Filipino driver pushing together well at the front of the order. Something has just fallen off of the cart, though, of Mariano Axel Nocom. He hit that curb hard at the final corner, and something flew off the back of it. We'll hope that that's not going to be an issue and going to cause a mechanical flag for himself, but we'll wait and see as we watch Daniel Hartley up the inside of the first corner, takes third place away from Phil Becker.
Daniel Hartley really pushing hard. Phil Becker sets the fastest lap, but he has lost a position, and that is going to be what he is thinking about more than the 1:05.5 time that he's just set. This track really starting to improve now. The minis help to form out a dry line, and that inside of the track outside the commentary box really is starting to dry quite nicely now. But it is still Scott Riley that leads the way in front of Axel Nocom, who has shed a little bit of weight, but hopefully nothing too much. Potentially just a fuel cap or something like that, but we will wait to see, John.
Indeed, we will. We'll wait and see what happens in terms of that one. I saw a mechanical flag getting ready and got a little bit worried. Hold on a second. It's the 277 of Phil Becker who is getting a mechanical flag. Maybe I just spotted the wrong cart there of who it was flying off. But either way, the 277 of Phil Becker, currently in fourth place, is going to be out of the superheat early on.
What a disaster for the man who won in heat number 3 yesterday. Such a disappointing time for Phil Becker. He's shown so much pace. Qualified P5 in his group as Daniel Hartley betters indeed Phil Becker's best lap by, oh crikey, that is 0.8 of a second. That really tells you, John, how quickly this track is improving. The weather not causing any issues thus far, and the drivers are going to be hoping that that trend continues, but it is still Axel Nocom who is really pressing on, trying to get onto the back of Scott Riley, who is still remaining in first, and Daniel Hartley, despite not having as much of a slipstream, really is starting to gain quite a bit on this leading two.
Yeah, closest fast lap to Daniel Hartley, only 0.3 of a second off him. That's a huge gap when it comes to Tillotson T4s here at Valencia. Clearly the experience of living in the UK and finding grip where there is no grip is coming into play here in Spain. But here is the move for the lead. Mariano Axel Nocom goes for it down the inside of the first corner. Can he close it off at the exit? Yes, he can. Finally, someone relegates Scott Riley to second place, and it's the Filipino driver who takes to the front of the field.
Axel Nocom having finished in second and fourth in two of his heats yesterday. Didn't make it into... Oh, look at that. There's Daniel Hartley making a move there. What a fantastic performance he is having after that pretty poor start, making his way past Scott Riley, and Scott Riley, who has led up until now, is trying to fight back. He retakes the position, retakes second place, and this is golden for Mariano Axel Nocom. Hartley comes back at Riley onto the back straight. It is going to be a drag race. Hartley wins it for now. Riley will have the slipstream coming down into the final corner. Axel is nodding his head thinking, yes, this is what I want.
Exactly, he was telling them to work together, but he doesn't need that anymore. If they keep battling like this is perfect for the Filipino driver. Absolutely nip and tuck between the 275 and the 263, but Daniel Hartley's already started to break away from the Irish driver behind. He's already going for the lead of the race down into the first corner. Has Daniel Hartley got the lead? Yes, he has. After a difficult start to this race, he manages to fight his way back into the lead.
And Phil Becker seeing the black flag there after presumably not seeing the technical flag, so he is out of the race now, unfortunately, having been running in P4 and even P3 for a while. Disappointing for Team Germany to lose such a talent from this T4 Junior Superheat, but still we look at the lead. It is Daniel Hartley who has now seized the lead 2/3 of the way through this race. What a performance, what a recovery by the young Briton in only his 4th year of racing. That is absolutely fantastic for the young man who finished in, I believe, second in the final in 2022. I'll confirm that for you when I can find it in my notes.
We'll keep an eye on the action while you look for that, sir. Top three line astern following into the final corner, and the bit of battling between them has brought more drivers into the fray. However, one of them is still Phil Becker. He finally sees the black flag, puts his arm up in dismay. He doesn't understand what's gone on. He must have missed those mechanical flags over the last 2 laps. Now, hopefully, he just moves over to the side, doesn't get involved with this lead battle anymore, because that could really upset some drivers. But the top three now pressing on, and it'll be now Keith Burke and Thomas Harper who try and join this leading battle. We're on lap number 7 of 9, closing in to the last part of this race. But Daniel Hartley finally in that commanding position. We saw him take the win on Friday as we got a car driving the wrong way down here outside our pit box. The 253 it is, with a missing rear bumper. That's Ronnie Legg having more bad luck here at the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup. He's out of yet another race.
And the man who races and rides scooters and BMXs in his spare time, in his first year of junior racing. We saw him involved in an unfortunate incident yesterday, and in qualifying his chain came off. But look at this. Scott Riley makes his way back past the Filipino racer of Axel Nocom, retakes second position as they complete lap 7 of 9 onto the penultimate lap. And it is Daniel Hartley that still leads the way. He's going to be thinking, well, he's not going to be thinking about the battle behind him, because his eyes are forward, as are Scott Riley's. He is so close to the back of Hartley. Hartley, despite that early pace, just not able to break away. Scott Riley sets the fastest lap of 104.3. That is rapid, John.
Yes, indeed. He's been so rapid all weekend, of course, taking the pole position in Group 1 of qualifying, that then was the overall pole as well. Unable to convert that into a win yet, but he's trying to do it now. Down the inside at turn number 9, retakes the lead from Daniel Hartley. We'll be watching for the up and under, though, here from Daniel Hartley. He loves that move on the exit, but closing the door is Scott Riley. And as they come on towards the last lap of the race, it goes back the way of the Irishman. But look at this. What a fantastic exit for Daniel Hartley, just unable to get alongside of Scott Riley as they come into the final few turns.
Hartley sees sense, sees that inside line isn't going to work for him, as he was pushed onto the wet part of the track by the Irishman, who is an extremely good defender. We saw him at the World Cup in 2021. We have seen Daniel Hartley in the Nations Cup as well. He finished 3rd in 2022. He finished 5th last year, and he'll be looking to retake a place on the podium in the final later on today. But for now, he has 2 more sectors, in fact 1.5 more sectors to contend with in this superheat. Still chasing down Scott Riley, the Irishman doing a fantastic job. He started on pole, he fell down the order and now climbed his way back up, as indeed did Hartley, as there's the 247 machine there pushing the cart off the track. That looks like Warren Russell having a terrible time. Is that Hartley? Is that Hartley?
That is Daniel Hartley, I think. We'll double check that as they come through and rejoin the circuit, but it is. It's now a two-horse battle for the lead. Something's happened as we looked away there to Warren Russell, and now it's Scott Riley versus Mariano Axel Nocon for the lead of the race. They come into the last couple of corners. What drama at the end of this superheat. Slightly wide onto the curve for Scott Riley, but it's not going to matter. He gets a good enough exit. He takes the win in the superheat, but the big question there, what happened to the British driver?
All of his hard work undone with less than a sector to go, I believe, finishing in 6th place there. That is terribly, terribly disappointing for Daniel Hartley. He's shown so much pace this weekend, so much potential, having a difficult start and then clawing his way back. A very, very disappointing time for the young man from Great Britain.
Absolute heart of a lion shown there by Daniel Hartley, fighting back after that difficult start, as you mentioned, getting back to the front, commanding that race for a number of laps. But just as we watched there, I do want to say as well, Warren Russell, he was the driver we saw in both heats yesterday, gained like 11 or 12 places in both of them. Sadly, in this one, not quite going to plan for Warren Russell. And then we look back and suddenly Daniel Hartley is off of the circuit. Clearly, that was a bit of battling going on with Scott Riley as well. Something happening, and the British driver of Daniel Hartley finding the kitty litter on the outside. He did well to get it back on the circuit, keep it going, and still secure a P6, to be fair. That's still not a poor result here in the superheat, but not quite what he would have hoped for going on to that last lap.
Well, it was Scott Riley that managed to take the flag regardless of what happened to Daniel Hartley on that final lap. Then came Mariano Axel Nocom and Keith Burke, making it an Irish 1-3. Then came a trio of UK drivers, Thomas Harper, William Omar, and at the tail end of that, Daniel Hartley. Then came Daniel Brunetsky and Suard de Vries in front of Jose Medina, both of those drivers gaining 11 positions in that superheat. Then come Jaden Tromp and Timo Hermus in front of Imin J and Aaron Murphy. Then came Edward Clark and Aidan Cohen in front of Ashton Binghay and Francois Stemet. Jaromir Archibald finished in 18th in front of Joaquin Dieda and Harry Ward. Then came Trooper Go and Aston Sanchez in front of Victor Hampel, Cole Gaddis, Scott Garvey, and then Warren Russell not able to take the flag, nor was Phil Becker, who saw the black flag. Ronnie Legg pulling off the circuit on the start-finish straight, and Josh Allen also failing to finish.
Well, I didn't think that the juniors were going to disappoint, and they certainly didn't. Wow, what a race there. The first superheat in Tillotson T4 Juniors. But we've got another one coming right up for you folks. It's sure to be just as exciting. And I will say, like we mentioned in the minis, consistency is key. Scott Riley, so consistent over the weekend. And I think before we've even done this second superheat, he's going to be there at the top of the standings with such few points. 3 points collected over the entire weekend is just amazing from the Irish driver.
That is absolutely sensational. Scott Riley, he won 2 of his heats yesterday, finished 3rd in the other, so only amassing points in 1 of his heats. That is absolutely sensational for the young Irishman. Pre Trevino will be coming up in the next heat. We'll see how he does. He's currently sitting in 2nd on 6 points. Will he be bumped down the order by his fellow junior drivers? We will wait and see. Do stay tuned to follow along with that question and get an answer in about 15 minutes time, as we are almost ready to send out our second batch of juniors. Just under 5 minutes from now, they will all be getting ready. I'm sure some of them will have been watching on the live stream, seeing what has been going on, checking out the track, checking out the conditions, seeing if anyone's adapting their lines or anything like that, because these drivers are very, very analytical.
Exactly, lots to study, and I mean we saw there throughout that race the dropping in times was incredible, particularly by Daniel Hartley, continuously lap on lap on lap, gaining huge amounts of time, just finding the grip somehow out there on circuit. And I'm sure the drivers, as you mentioned, coming up in this next junior superheat will have been watching and studying exactly what they were doing, what kind of lines they were taking, where they were finding that grip, and where they were able to go for moves and make them stick, and where they would end up washing out wide and losing positions on the exit. Lots to watch out there. I'm very interested to see the 2 Filipinos in the next race, particularly Pre Trevino, only 6 points going into this race. I had a good chat with him in the paddock yesterday. Proper happy chappy is Pre, always smiling, always joking, and someone where you'd have a chat with him and be like, surely you can't be aggressive out there on circuit, and then you see him racing, it's like a different bloke. He's unbelievable. I can't wait to see him start this one.
They say that all of the racing drivers who are the best in the world just have that ability when the visor comes down to become absolute monstrosities, whereas in the pit lane, when the visor is off, it's all happy and smiles, but combat happens on the track, and there are no holds barred at this T4 Nations Cup sponsored by Maxis Racing. And it is set to be a fantastic junior heat if the last one is anything to go by. Those clouds, though, John, they have moved closer to the circuit. It will be interesting to see our resident meteorologist, Jake Sanson, who was down in pit lane yesterday, was saying that he reckons 11 o'clock is the time that those clouds are going to roll in. And if they are going to cause issues, it will happen around then. So that will be, I reckon, around the time of our second senior heat, if Jake's prediction is right.
Jake has the new title of Weather Boy for the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup, does he?
He's done everything. He's waved the flags, he's held the boards, he's now predicting the weather. You know, what can Jake not do? He's a jack of all trades and a master of many, it seems. What a pleasure it is to be working with him this weekend. As indeed it is a pleasure to be working with all of the folks from Tillotson and the RGMMC, and indeed Maxis Racing, who are sponsoring this event. Look at that picture on the live stream. The balcony absolutely full up as people line the balcony there to watch the junior heat. I'm sure the grandstand, well, the stand anyway. I'm not sure that it can be classed as a grandstand, but the seating area at the final chicane, one of the best places that you can watch the racing from. That will be absolutely packed out as well. Seems like a lot of driver coaches seem to perch themselves there, since the final chicane is so critical, particularly in conditions like this when it comes to getting the braking right.
Exactly, yeah, there's loads of difficult sections of this circuit, but particularly through there, and it gives that nice bit of time to be able to look over. But what I always say when I'm commentating over in England on karting is I don't really know how much the drivers actually look over and take notice of what their driver coaches are saying, but hey, it gives them something to do during the race rather than just watching what's going on. So get those hand gestures out and start trying to tell the drivers what to do. But equally, they've got the experience. They know what they're doing here in the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup. They made it through this far. They are going to get out there and battle hard, tooth and nail, and put all of what they've learned into practice. Like you were mentioning, the not-so-grand stand absolutely packed to the brim as well. So many fans and supporters, driver coaches, team managers, all getting involved here down in Valencia. And it is still relatively warm, despite the cloud cover. No umbrellas up yet, though.
No, not yet. However, the air temperature isn't rising. At least it doesn't say so on our timing screen. It still says 19 degrees air temperature, so very cool. And the drivers will have to take that into account when they are pressurizing their tyres. Will they go for a slightly higher pressure, slightly lower pressure? What gives them the best feel? What gives them the best responsiveness in the fast corners like turn number 1? That is going to be a question on their lips. They will have had some data from the shakedowns, but as they go into their races, they will begin to see how these karts perform in these conditions when they are really being pushed to the absolute limit. We get ready for the second of our junior superheats, and it will be Trevino that will lead us down towards the light. Martin Wright had a good day yesterday. He will start in second place.
It's going to be an exciting one. Who can get to the lead by the first corner using those differing lines as we get down to there? Now, I think our live timing might just not be updating, because at least on my phone, it's telling me it's about 24, 25 degrees at the moment. However, in the next hour, 20% chance of rain. Now, I would see that and go, oh, well, probably not going to happen then. But here a couple of days ago, there was 20% chance of rain, and there was the biggest downpour I've ever seen in my entire life. So still potential for some rainfall. But Simon, let's take you through the grid.
Well, I think it's me taking you through the grid, John, but
Yeah,
we won't worry about that at 20 past 10 on a Sunday morning. But it will be Trevino who leads us towards the light in front of Martin Wright and Rick Corporal. Then will come the speedy Filipino Jiggy Javier in front of Tace Van House and Shan Canive. Ronan Combaus lines up next in front of Daniel Dvorak and Presley Havanich. Jesus Asuncion and Luke Broadbent unfortunately suffered a bumper penalty after running into Ronnie Legg in qualifying when his chain came off. Then will come Fernando Vila, who had a decent showing yesterday, it has to be said, a Nations Cup veteran of a number of years. Then will come Jack Mackenzie-Smith and Joey Carney in front of Tristan Duplessis and Taylor Brereton. Billy Clancy lines up next in front of Brooke Loretti and Jordan Moodley, in front of Luke Morales and David Kolyaka, in front of Maximilian Zhang, Martin Selom, Tyson Pock and Adam Butler. And then the final 4 karts on the grid, Alexa Maxic, Jan Pimentel, Robert Kreenbolster and Santiago Pocorni.
Does look as potentially Santiago Pocorni might not have come out of the pit lane. He's still marked as in on the live timing, so I'll have to double check when they do come to the start of this race. That'd be gutting for him. He was battling so well yesterday, but involved in quite a big incident, so potentially something happening there for the Guatemalan. He might not be taken to the grid for this one. We'll double check as they come round. Lots of drivers on the grid for this one who I could pip as potential winners here in the second superheat of the Tillotson T4 Juniors, but a couple to watch in the mid-pack as well. One particularly, the Irish driver Jack Mackenzie-Smith. He was battling up in the top 5 yesterday in one of the heats. He was very exciting to watch. Let's see if he can do the same again in this one. But the two Filipinos, Trevino and Jiggy Javier, in between them, Martin Wright and Rick Corporal. Plenty of fast drivers in this race. We're not going to get it underway this time of asking, though. One more time around the circuit to get it all ready.
Well, I think that might be a blessing in disguise for some of the drivers. The amount of weaving on that back straight, being led by Martin Wright, who was really putting some energy into the tyres. Look at him, back again, weaving through turn number 2, putting in some serious steering lock, trying to heat up those front tyres, getting them ready to turn in to that first corner at somewhere near probably 80 kilometers an hour on lap 1. That is plenty fast enough when you are in such close proximity to the drivers around you, especially when they are going as fast as you.
Tyre temperature does really matter, particularly on that first lap when you're diving into the first corner, trying to make up as many positions as possible. We were saying yesterday, we saw a few drivers weaving. It was so hot here in Valencia. We were like, they probably don't need to do that. They're going to warm up within about 5 seconds as soon as you get to the race start. Whereas today, a little bit cooler out there still. Potentially that weaving could really help on this race start and could be the deal breaker as to whether you're gaining or losing positions on that first lap.
And we can see the pit wall there being lined by a number of drivers. A couple of drivers from South Africa there that I saw. Chloe Stewart, Kian Spies as well, the postman. He likes to lick the stamp and send it. There's plenty of nicknames that go around in the T4 South Africa paddock.
I love that one.
Some of them harsher than others, I have to say, but some of them, in fact, totally unbroadcastable, in fact. But it's great to see so much camaraderie from all of the drivers in Team South Africa. And indeed, as Jake was saying earlier on his live stream on Instagram, look at that, the balcony absolutely packed. Hello to those of you who are watching along on the balcony. Let's get ready for the race start, though. It will be Pri Trevino leads us towards the lights, and we are away now. Decent start by Martin Wright, but he's going to be forced out to the outside. Pri Trevino maintains the lead, as you would assume. Rick Corporal there getting up into second place. Can Jiggy Javier make anything of this? It will be challenging for him. Martin Wright has held on to third. That's a decent start for the Briton. And then I believe that is Jiggy Javier who has stayed in fourth position of the start. So a decent and crucially clean start for everyone, leaders and all.
There's a bit of a big slide into the first corner from Rick Corporal, then a bit of a hip check onto Martin Wright. Sent him a little wide, but he manages to slot back in. I do think that is into third place. Under pressure now in that battle for third, though, as they head down to turn number 9. One driver up the inside and potentially two, but of course the inside line turns to the outside line as they get to the right-hander. Up and under attempt from the driver in the centre helmet, and I think it's going to work up into fourth place there.
So Jiggy Javier, excuse me, apologies for misreading the situation in that wonderful centre helmet, falling down the order, now battling with Martin Wright. They've got Shan Canivet on the back of them as well in his third Nations Cup appearance for the Frenchman, doing a fantastic job for Team France. Here comes a move for second place. Rick Corporal is trying to say to Tace Van House, stay behind me, man, what are you doing? But Tace Van House refuses to listen, and now Corporal is under pressure from Jiggy Javier, but Javier cannot make that position stick. Canivet getting a little bit out of shape through the S's section. He's going to be coming under a bit of pressure from Ronan Komphaus behind in that distinctive green helmet. But Komphaus himself comes under pressure from that looks like Adam Butler, who seems to have made up a position. Tyson Pock looking to follow him through, I believe, as well. And suddenly the Dutch driver there falling down. No, excuse me, that's it's not the Dutch driver. Indeed, oh my goodness me, look at the live timing, I'm afraid, has had a bit of an issue, but there we go. We are back on form now. As we can see in all of that, Tace Van House, goodness me, Tace Van House has managed to take the lead in front of Pri Trevino, I believe. No, that is Jiggy Javier, who is now in second in front of Martin Wright. What is going on this second lap of the T4 Junior Superheat 2?
It's all changed. We try and sort out the live timing. They've been swapping and changing even more than we saw in the first Superheat for the Tillotson T4 Juniors. But Tace Van House, only 2 laps completed, and it's already up 4 positions. Takes the commanding role in this race, but we've seen how feisty Jiggy Javier has been over the last races yesterday, and he's going to be wanting to scythe a move, make one stick, and take the lead soon enough. Top 4 starting to make that little breakaway. Van House, Javier, Wright, and Trevino working well. The 2 Filipino drivers, driver from the UK and a driver from the Netherlands, all becoming a truce at the moment as there's 2 drivers in behind trying to work together. That's Rick Corporal after a great start, trying to close the gap once again to the leaders. He is joined with Shan Canivet, and Canivet actually got through earlier on this lap. They swap positions, Canivet in 5th, Corporal in 6th.
Here comes a move for position number 3. This is Pri Trevino battling with Martin Wright. Martin Wright hangs on to that position by the skin of his teeth. The young Briton trying to catch up to this group in front of him. Tace Van House qualified in 4th. His best finish yesterday was in 4th, so doing a fantastic job, really coming to form as we see another attempt at a move up the inside. There's a bit of contact there, but luckily no harm and no foul. However, Pri Trevino has managed to get through. Martin Wright not going to be particularly impressed at that, but still a number of laps for him to try and get by.
really tried to close the door there, did Martin Wright. I think that bit of contact fully on him, that one. Trevino was down the inside for quite a long time, and he got squeezed right to the apex curb. It's not like he was washing out wide, and Martin Wright's lost a bit of momentum, and he's going to lose more position from it. Sean Canave trying it down the inside, but as we said earlier, that inside line becoming the outside line. Bit of time lost for Canave, and that actually mostly holds up Corporal. He's now trying to hold the inside line as they head down onto the back straight. More drivers trying to get involved. Presley Hoveniak from Australia. Jesus Ascension is there as well. Ronan Kampquist from the Netherlands, and the Czechia driver of Daniel Dovrak.
Well, it really is hotting up into a serious battle for position number 5 or 6, there or thereabouts. But the two leaders still come across the line, stretching out a gap of 0.8 of a second from G. Javier to Trevino. The two Filipinos stretching that gap between them. It is a battle of two cars to the lead. Jiggy Javier setting the pace. It is Tace Van House who is setting the pace, a 104.6, but we can expect those times to tumble. Jiggy Javier doesn't look to be particularly interested in overtaking at this stage, just wants to break away from Trevino behind.
You talk about fastest laps, though, on the last lap. A 104.693 for Tace Van Hoys, or 104.694 for Jiggy Javier. Nearly identical laps on the last lap, working together very well at the front of the field, trying to extend the gap over their fellow Filipino of Trevino. He's there in a bit of no man's land at the moment, and this will really help those three battling in behind for 4th place. That's Canave going up the inside of Wright at a very fast section of the circuit, but he manages to get it done before they get to the braking zone.
Canave, who started last year's final on pole, saying, come on, let's work together, allez, as we can see another driver's briefing going on there in the pit lane. That's the seniors getting ready to go out onto the circuit, receiving some words possibly about the race start, or about how things will be run in terms of potentially penalties for contact, anything like that. It could be any number of things. Sean Canave setting the pace, though, bettering the previous best lap of the race by just under 0.1 of a second, but he is under serious pressure from Martin Wright behind, and indeed Rick Corporal, who is going to be thinking, I really need to make up some more positions. And here he comes, looking up the inside of Martin Wright. He thinks better of it, though, decides he's going to stay in P6 for now, and this could really bring the position number 7 driver, that's Hoveniak from Australia, doing a fantastic job for the Australian team, one of the leading drivers for them in this contest. He'll be closing up onto the back of them if they do decide to battle.
Yeah, it was good he thought better of that. Corporale was a little bit too far back to go for that move. That was a bit of a mistake there at the final corner from Jiggy Javier. They've got a bad exit down towards the first corner, but I think you can imagine the two Filipino drivers will push each other on to try and make it a three-way battle for the lead of the race at the end of this one. However, Canave, he wanted to work together, but I don't think he trusts Martin Wright in behind there. Very focused on the driver behind in 5th place, closing the door as they come into the first corner, and we got those three line astern, but I don't think they're working together. As I mentioned, though, the two Filipinos pushing together well. They've closed the gap immediately back to Tace Van House in the lead of the race as they head down towards sector number 3 once again. Will there be a move into turn number 9? Not this time around.
Well, Rick Corporal's trying to change that, and indeed he has. In the previous sector, he's managed to get past both Martin Wright and now Sean Canave. He's saying, let's work together. I don't think Sean Canave is going to be particularly receptive to that message as we come towards the conclusion of lap 7. Jiggy Javier up the inside. That is a fantastic move for the lead of the race, and Tace Van House now shuffled down into 3rd. Trevino takes 2nd, so it is now Philippines 1 and 2, but potentially not for much longer. Here comes Tace Van House back down the inside, retakes the position off of Trevino.
I didn't know that the Filipinos made trains, but that was the Filipino steam train down there into the final corner, dropping Tace Van House to 3rd place, but he shows he can battle back immediately, retaking 2nd into corner number 1. He's closed that door off now to Trevino. This is the penultimate lap of the race, though. That bit of battling has allowed for Corporal, the leader of that second group, to start to close in. He needs 1 or 2 more position changes at the front to close in, and that might just happen here down into turn 9. Back to the lead goes Tace Van House.
What a move by the Dutchman. He's really coming to form this morning after a day yesterday where he was there or thereabouts. Now today he is up there and into position number 1 as we come towards the end of lap number 7. lap number 8, indeed, I believe it is, making their way down into the final chicane. It seems like every time they come into the final chicane, it is a different leader as they make their way across the line, starting the final lap.
Big defensive moves from Tace Van House there into the first couple of corners. He knows he's got to fight these two Filipino drivers off. He's been steam chained once before. He doesn't want it to happen again. That was an almost overtaken contact between the two leaders. Wide for Van House, and through goes second place with Jiggy Javier. He takes the lead. Down to fourth goes Van House. Side by side between the two Dutch drivers. Who's going to come out ahead? It is Van House, just ahead of Corporal. But then now a four-way battle as we head round the final lap. I'm not sure what the stewards will say about that one from Jiggy Javier, but either way, he takes the lead on the final lap.
Certainly on the track, he is in the lead. Could we see that change? There's a look at a move there from Pri Trevino. Not quite able to do it. Tace Van House has managed to get past Rick Corporal, climbing back up into third position as they come onto the back straight for the final time. Very little wind to contend with, so it is just pure slipstream as they make their way down. Look at how defensive Pri Trevino is going down towards the final chicane. It looks to be Jiggy Javier who has it signed, sealed and delivered. Pri Trevino defends the inside line. Pri Trevino maintains his position, but Javier wins it. Oh my goodness me, that was so close coming across the line, but it is a Filipino 1-2 with Jiggy Javier maintaining the lead until the flag.
Wow, what a final lap that was, yeah. Big bump between Tace Van House and Pri Trevino. They're clearly trying to redo the favour that was done onto him going into turns 3 and 4 earlier on in the lap. Unable to find a way past though. And as you mentioned, Filipino 1-2 and then a Dutch 3-4 as well in that race. Really impressive for Corporal to chase back down on that battle. He got clear of the drivers in behind, chased them back down, but unable to grab any more positions.
So it was Jiggy Javier who took the flag after some hard racing on the final lap. He took the flag in front of his countryman, Pri Trevino. So a very good race for the Philippines there. Then came the Netherlands duo of Tace Van House and Rick Corporal in front of Martin Wright and Shan Canive. Presley Havanic did a good job for Australia, climbing 2 positions. Then came Ronan Comphouse and Joey Carney gaining 5 positions to finish in position number 9. Luke Broadbent rounded out the top 10 in front of Jesus Asuncion and Fernando Wheeler, who finished where he started. Then came Daniel Dvorak and Martin Salom, who gained 9 positions, the best progress made out of any driver in that race. Tristan Duplessis again finished where he started in 15th in front of Maximilian Zhang in 16th and Jack Mackenzie Smith in 17th. Then came Billy Clancy and Brooke Loretti in front of Jordan Moodley and Gian Pimentel. David Kolyaka finished in 22nd place in front of Luke Morales, Adam Butler, Robert Greenbolster, Tyson Pock, Alexa Maxic and Taylor Brereton, with Santiago Poccordini not able to make the start.
Wow, another fantastic race there in the Tillotson T4 Juniors. Well, they're done and dusted for their superheats. Next time we see them out will be for the all-important final later on this afternoon. But another fantastic race. Big shout out to the biggest mover in that one as well. Martin Salom from Costa Rica, up 9 places in that one. 23rd to 14th in that race. He should be very happy with that one. But lots of chopping and changing at the front. Once again, as I mentioned already in this stream, I had no idea who was going to win going on to the final lap, and that's exactly what you want when watching some brilliant Tillotson T4 racing.
Yeah, such is the nature of the T4s. It's never really decided until the flag. In fact, sometimes even after the flag, it still hasn't been decided. But nevertheless, we do have some of the best racing in the world. Certainly, you will not find better racing on YouTube today. So do make sure to keep the stream on in the background. And do leave a like and subscribe as well to see all of the highlights as they are released of this year's Tillotson T4 Nations Cup, sponsored by Maxis Racing. Just under 4 minutes time until the T4 Senior Superheat number 1. That will be a fantastic affair. It will be led away by Bram Ossevaarde, Red Exians himself, and a great personality, a great promoter of the T4s indeed in the Netherlands. The Netherlands fielding the 2nd highest number of drivers and one of the biggest national T4 grids in the world.
It's so impressive to see so many of them joining us here in Valencia. Great to see as well. So many of them filming loads of content for social media as well, doing their own little interviews and getting so involved with the whole event. It is fantastic to see. But as you mentioned, Bram Ossevaarde, he was so impressive yesterday. Properly aggressive. I think one of the most aggressive drivers we saw out there on circuit all day, making some great moves. And if I remember correctly, taking at least, was it 1 win or was it 2 wins yesterday? 2 wins out there on circuit for Bram Ossevaarde. Unbelievable stuff. stuff. And I mean, I mentioned this on the stream yesterday, but in case you weren't watching, I'll repeat myself. I did a little interview with Bram earlier on the Friday. To sum up the event in one word, his word was win. And he certainly made that work yesterday with 2 of them under his belt.
Well, he believed last year when he first came to the Nations Cup that he had the pace to win. He just said that he got unlucky. He had a bumper penalty and a puncture in one of his heats. But luck has turned around for the Dutchman, winning 2 of his heats yesterday and finishing 3rd in his other heat. And there you can see him on the left of the picture, talking to his mechanic, talking to his driver coach, if he even needs one. I mean, Bram Osservaarder really is an incredibly fast driver. If there's something that he doesn't know about karting, well, you probably don't need to know it. He's forgotten more about karting than I will ever know. Fantastic talent there from the Netherlands, and it's great to have such a big grid from the European nation. Now, if it does happen to be any rain, you have to say that the Netherlands, one of the quickest places that you can go to in the rain, in terms of the talent offered by the drivers. Very unpredictable weather up there, and no end of Tillotson T4 Netherlands races being held in the rain. So if there is any moisture, you can be sure to guarantee that the Netherlands will be right up there and fighting for the victory, as indeed they are in the dry.
Exactly. No, they've all been so impressive. We're keeping an eye on that skyline. There's pockets of bright blue sky, but there are still a few dark clouds just lingering over that skyline. So we'll keep you updated as best we can from our commentary box window. If we start to see any little pitter-patters, any spots on our window, we'll let you know ASAP. Big smiles and a wave there from Bram Osservaarder, who's sat there on pole position getting ready to go. And you can see the long line of drivers, 2 by 2, ready and waiting to go out. And this is where you start to feel those butterflies going in your stomach. You're ready to go for the race, but you can't quite put it into action just yet. You're ready and raring to go, but it's all just starting to bubble up inside you. You're getting yourself in the zone, get that visor down and press on and get into the race.
And this is arguably the worst part of the weekend for the drivers, because they are experience such anticipation before the race. Once the visor comes down and you pull away from the pits, that's kind of the end of the butterflies until you make it onto the start-finish straight and you're looking at the lights. But this wait will feel like an eternity for some of these drivers as they prepare to get ready for their first official session of the day. They've had the shakedown. They've had time to make any adjustments that they like, and it will be Bram Osservaarder that leads us down towards the lights in front of Sam Avrutsky, the speedy American who we saw on great form yesterday. Then will come Taman Vitter and Manuel Gonzalez, the first ever Dominican, I believe, to win a heat yesterday. I can take a look on my sheet and confirm that indeed... Oh no, excuse me. Unfortunately, Gonzalez not taking a win yesterday, but he did take a 2nd place on the official classifications. In any case, 5th place will be Jorn Bremer, so a strong Dutch lineup in the top 5. Then comes Wesley Bowden and Joshua Back in front of Aaron Coogan and Jack Dillon. Then comes Stefano Pesagin and Daniel Bazins in front of Marco Ferrazzini and Dillon Thompson, who we saw making some excellent comeback drives yesterday afternoon. Comes Jesus Sauda and Manuel Rojas in front of Ewan Miller, Leo Geisler and Robin Menz, who seemed to start almost every race from the back of the grid yesterday, but doing a fantastic job to get up into the mid-pack for this superheat. Then comes Luca Reina and Leonard Nordijk in front of Felix Furlan, the only Austrian taking part in the Nations Cup. Andrea Corberi lines up next in front of Luke Hornstra and Kian Spies. Nicola Scilio lines up in front of Riccardo Gasparini and Dominic Adams. Then comes Sophia Dela Cruz in front of Brian Wilson, Mark Quinn, Evan Stapleton and Tara Keneally. So a quartet of Irish drivers towards the back of the grid, split up only by Chloe Stewart, the South African. Then comes Ken McClelland, Nicole Perazzini and Owen Roberts, not able to take the start in this superheat. An unfortunate time for Team UK, losing 2 very, very fast drivers in incidents on Thursday afternoon and Friday morning.
It was really, really gutting for the Team UK to lose some really, really quick talent in the categories here in the Tillotson T4s, but I'm sure that won't destroy their confidence going into today's event. They'll still be pressing on, trying to take Nations Cup glory. We also saw during that second superheat for the juniors, we saw a couple of the South African drivers on the pit wall, and one of them being Kian Spies. They were definitely spying on the action in the Tillotson T4 juniors, and what has that caused them to learn before we go to the race start here? They'll be trying to put it all into action. But as we say, the Dutch driver of Bam Osavada, wow, was he impressive yesterday. The understatement of the century. Can he repeat that today? He got 2 wins yesterday. He'll be hoping he grabs 2 wins today, but we'll have to wait and see. Not too long to see though, 2 by 2 to the tram lines. Osavada on the left of your screen. Then we've got Avrutsky on the right. He was battling well as well yesterday. They'll both be trying to see the checkered flag first, but who will do? We're underway and racing as Osavada leads us down to the first corner. Avrutsky getting forced out wide though. He's trying to hang it around the outside and retake his second place on the grid, but I don't think it's going to happen as they come to corner exit, and that means down to the second couple of corners into turn 3 and 4. Bit of a hip check there for the driver on the outside. That was the 351 of Jorn Brem after a good start, and we've got 4-5 drivers off into the barriers down at turn 3 and 4. Less than ideal start for the superheat for them. They all managed to get going again except one. Looks like their engine is turned off. Hopefully they can get it back on and get back into the action, but a chaotic start here in the first T4 Senior Superheat of the day.
That looks like the 325 machine of Leo Geisler, the German who finished in 31st place in last year's final, trying desperately to restart that kart, but seemingly to no avail. And no, he's out of the kart. It is being pulled off the track, and that is Leo Geisler out. He kicks the tyre barrier in frustration. And we have another kart stopped on the exit of turn number 10 there, and someone pulling a front fairing round on their back bumper. Looks like the, sorry there to interrupt you there, John, that looks like the 362 machine. That is Sophia Delacruz with a dreadful start to her Sunday morning, losing her front fairing, it being towed away by another competitor, but it is still Bram Osavada that leads the way in front of Taman Witte, his fellow Dutchman. Sam Avrutsky getting bumped down into third position, but he's going to be looking to get back up where he belongs in second. That is his belief anyways, as they make their way through the tight and twisting Sector 2. Looks to be Osavada in control, however.
Well, as we say in motorsport, you can't win it on the first lap, but you can certainly lose it. And that's happened to a few of our drivers here in the seniors. A few of them trying to battle and catch back up to this leading pack, but they've got the work cut out for them through the rest of this 11-lap race. Osavada smashed the curb coming through turn number 4 there. I was surprised I didn't break anything off the car or send him into a spin. He held it well and somehow still holds on to the race. But Taman Witte is now the one in second place after getting past Sam Avrutsky earlier on in this one, but Avrutsky was battling well, as I mentioned on the warm-up lap. He'll be trying to get back through. Now it looks as though the 362 that you mentioned earlier just hobbling back to the side of the track and to safety behind the tyre wall. Hopefully that driver all okay, but now we head onto lap number 3. Still Osavada leading the way.
So Sophia Delacruz seemingly a bit winded after that collision, but crucially able to walk away from the kart, even if it is with some assistance. So delighted to see that she is at least capable of doing that. We did have a number of red flags yesterday after some incidents where the driver's safety was the main concern. Thankfully, everyone all right for those red flags in the races. But, John, you have some news for us now.
Well, we were saying before the race started, what have the South Africans learned? Well, they've clearly learned a lot out there. Kian Spides is up 6 spots, Dylan Thompson up 5 spots, and then also Chloe Stewart up 9 spots. So clearly watching the T4 Juniors has worked out well. They've worked out where they can find that grip and make those moves, and they're flying up the order.
You're getting very excited, John. Your face is absolutely, it is as red as the Maxis logo. It is as red as the Lucas Guerrero logo outside of our commentary box.
I'm glad there's no camera in here, I will say.
You're tremendously excited, and why wouldn't you be, as we complete lap number 3 onto lap 4 of this 11-lap affair. 15.7 kilometres in length, the longest race that we have seen this weekend. The South Africans doing well. Chloe Stewart climbing up places. I was speaking to her yesterday evening. She's climbed up 10 positions now, as you can see us there on the live stream. Hello everyone. 10 positions gained for Chloe Stewart. She was a bit disappointed yesterday, failing to finish 2 heats, but she is making good progress. As I was saying to her, it's not won until Sunday afternoon, and she is certainly not out of the fight just yet.
Definitely not, definitely not. Has been a little bit of a subdued race at the front of the field for the moment. Drivers working together and trying to extend those gaps. Lots of them have been here before. They know what to do in these super heats to set themselves up for a good position in the final. Of course, it comes down to those points collected from the heats as well yesterday. But if they can press on forward and create a gap, it's going to work well. I say that though, they've broken off into 2 packs now as they start to fight in behind. That's 4th place downwards that now are all battling. Manuel Gonzalez, Jorn Bremer, Joshua Back, Wesley Bowden and Dylan Thompson as well, all getting involved in that squabble as they chop and change as we head onto a new lap and almost off the track for one driver.
That looks like the driver just in front of, well, I was about to say Jesus Asuncion, but he's not in this pack. Indeed, Jesus Sarah, that could easily be Luke Hornstra, who was pushed slightly off the track there on the start-finish straight. Possibly the Dutchman getting a bit of dirt on his tyres. That will have affected him through turn one, if indeed it was the Dutchman. I can't confirm that, but certainly a big battle going on for P5 downwards. Dylan Thompson having a fantastic time of things, up in 5th position. This is the best running position that he has had all weekend after having issues in qualifying and starting every one of his heats from dead last. He is now up into position number 5, flying the flag high for South Africa.
Loads of big moves in this one. As you mentioned, Dylan Thompson obviously up 8 spots. 9 spots now for Felix Furlan from Austria. 8 spots for Luke Hornstra of the Netherlands. 11 spots for Brian Wilson of Ireland. 11 spots for Chloe Stewart of South Africa. Some huge movers in this one. But you can see here at the front of the field, top 4 still working together. But here's the battle over 5th place. That's Stefano Pagizin from Italy, trying to get through on Dylan Thompson as they still squabble over 4th place. But the problem is, if they keep battling like this, the top 4 are going to continue extending that margin. But not if they start doing that, though. Move for 3rd place. That's Manuel Gonzalez from the Dominican Republic, relegating Sam Avrutsky to 4th place.
What a fantastic showing from the Dominican Republic in this race, only fielding 3 drivers, 1 in mini, 1 in senior and 1 in the 168 category. Manuel Gonzalez very much setting the pace for the Dominican Republic. Fantastic pedigree that they have at the Nations Cup. First appeared at the Nations Cup when it was the World Cup in 2021 in the safe and capable hands of Diane Cabral that year. But as we see the leaders now splitting off into a 2x2 group, it is the 2 Dutchmen leading the way and another 2 drivers behind Manuel Gonzalez and Sam Avrutsky, who have now changed position.
They have indeed, I think so. No, it was a re-overtake, from Manuel Gonzalez there into the final corner. Avrutsky got him earlier on in that lap, back down the inside into the final corner. Usually that's only an overtaking spot we really see on the last lap because it has to be a bold move, but Manuel Gonzalez gets it done. But as you mentioned, that little bit of battling in the top 2 starting to break away. That's exactly what the 2 Dutch drivers want to see. They'll be working together as we come through into the second part of this race. Now I do see as well, we have got a technical flag out there for one of our drivers. It's the 370 of Manuel Rojas from Mexico, who'll be heading back to the pits early in this race, sadly for him.
And indeed, Rojas receiving the black flag, presumably not seeing the technical flag that was for him, and he will have to proceed back to the pits and will be taking no further part in this T4 Senior Superheat. So a disappointing day for Team Mexico, disappointing start to the morning for them. Manuel Rojas doing a decent job for the Central American nation in, I believe, their 2nd or 3rd appearance at the Nations Cup. But the news is still very much all Dutch up at the front of the pack. Manuel Gonzalez and Sam Avrutsky seem to have settled their differences for now, trying to go chasing after the 2 Dutchmen in front of them. And I can tell you that Dylan Thompson is back up into 5th position, and Aaron Coogan has managed to overtake Stefano Persegin on that last lap there.
Impressive stuff, continuing to move up the order well is the South African driver now into P5, as you mentioned, but really needs to see some battling going on ahead here if he wants to get any further up the order. But what a commanding race so far from Bram Osavada. We mentioned how aggressive he was yesterday in making moves, but he's not had to do any yet in this race. He's led from the start, commanding the pace here, not even looking behind.
Stefano Persegin there looking to make a move, and indeed has made a move there on Thompson. Aaron Coogan making his way past both of them. So Coogan now up into position number 5. Very fast young driver from the Republic of Ireland, doing a great job in the T4 Ireland Series. I believe winning the T4 Regional Series this year. As look at that, a big battle emerging here. Maybe a little bit of contact there between Persegin and Coogan. And Coogan falling down the order now, been taken by both Persegin and Thompson.
Yeah, Coogan was given the old Spanish archer there, wasn't he? Elbow as they came down into the first corner, forced to the back of that trio. And now we got 3 more drivers joining the fray as well in that battle for 5th. So now we got 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th all in a train there. They kind of need to work together if they want to join that top 4, who are now starting to close up. The 2 Dutch drivers unable to pull enough of a gap here. And the drivers from Dominican Republic and USA, Manuel Gonzalez and Sam Avrutsky, working together well to close down that gap again as we're coming into the last few laps of this race.
Wesley Bowden could very easily get involved here. He doesn't have much to lose. finding himself at the back of this train, currently sitting in position number 9. So a fantastic battle, hopping up on the fringes of the top 10 as we see the leaders rounding the final chicane, all coming over the start-finish line. Here comes the move from Taman Witte. The time is now for the Dutch Civil War. Manuel Gonzalez tries to follow him through, and indeed does. Osavada down to third. Taman Witte up into first. Manuel Gonzalez follows him through for the Dominican Republic.
Big bit of oversteer there for Osavada, wasn't it, as he tried to hold on, but Manuel Gonzalez, he made the move for second place, and not only that, he got the fastest lap on the last lap as well. Could he be the one to challenge for the lead? But no, Osavada forces him out wide there on the left-hander, and he gets back to second place. Again, we're in a Dutch 1-2, but it's the other way around, and they're still battling. Osavada trying to hold that inside line, as attempting round the outside. Is he going to get the inside for the right-hander? Yes, he is, but then the up and under from Osavada once again. What battling between these three. That's going to be Gonzalez to the back of the queue. Avrutsky up to third place. Osavada in second, and look at the gap that Taman Witte now has.
What an incredible piece of luck for Taman Witte. It seemed to be all Bram Osavada's race to lose. Now Taman Witte stretching out almost a second and a half to Bram Osavada in second place, who is now coming under attack from Sam Avrutsky, the American, who started in second up the inside and decisively cut off by Bram Osavada.
Wow, there's the aggressiveness that we've been waiting for from Bram Osavada. Chops across the nose as if Avrutsky's not there. Another driver might have just sent one into the side pod there and both be out of the race, but smart driving from Avrutsky settles back into third place there, and we are indeed on the final lap of the race. The drivers have seen the final lap board. Taman Witte is off in his own postcode now, down into turn number 9, as the three behind still trying to battle it out, but Osavada, relatively so, looks like he has this one under control in second place.
Taman Witte, a 2-second lead coming into the final sector. What an incredible final couple of laps for the Dutchman. He will round the last couple of corners, still tucking in down behind the wheel, trying to gain as much slipstream. And as they come down through the final corner, it will be Taman Witte who will come across the line. Taman Witte wins in the superheat. Bram Osavada comes home in second, having led a huge proportion of the race. Manuel Gonzalez can be happy with that effort in third. Sam Avrutsky falls down 2 positions from where he started. He finishes in 4th place.
Yeah, Gonzalez grabbing that third place away there, right in the dying moments of that race, and he pumps his fist across the line. He is super happy with that third place, and as he should be.
Bram Osavada throwing his head forward in the kart. No messages to Taman Witte as he passes him, so very frustrated clearly with his performance in that race, losing the lead with only a few laps to go, but he still can make some serious progress. Now that does put Osavada provisionally at least into second place on the qualifying point standings. Tim Ellersvik now takes first with both of them on 5 points indeed, but we haven't seen Tim Ellersvik yet, and if he wants to start on pole he will have to win his superheat. But it was Taman Witte who won by an astonishing 1.475 seconds from Bram Osavada in second place. Then came Manuel Gonzalez and Sam Avrutsky in 4th in front of Stefano Persegin, who won out in that battle against Aaron Coogan and Dylan Thompson. Then came Joshua Back and Wesley Bowden, who both remained in their positions in front of Marco Ferrazzini and Jorn Bremer. Then came Jack Gillen, Robin Menz, Luke Hornstra and Ewan Miller in front of Jesus Sauda and Riccardo Gasparini. Then came Daniel Bazins from Latvia in front of Kian Spies, who gained 5 positions from where he started in front of Felix Furlan and Brian Wilson, who fell down the order towards the end. He did gain 12 positions at one point, but finished in 21st, gaining 8 positions from where he started. Still a very respectable effort, though, from Brian Wilson. He finished in front of Luca Reina and Nicola Scilio, in front of Dominic Adams and Leonard Nordyke. Then came Tara Keneally and Chloe Stewart in front of Andrea Corberi and Mark Quinn. Nicole Pellizzari and Evan Stapleton were your final finishers, and then your non-finishers. Manuel Rojas, who unfortunately saw the black flag in that race. Leo Geisler, who wasn't able to get the kart started at the S's section. Sophia Dela Cruz, who had her front fairing ripped off. And then Kayan McClelland, who I assume was the driver who was towing away the front fairing of Dela Cruz. Can't confirm that, but that would be what I suspect. And then Owen Roberts not able to take the start.
Another brilliant race there, and the Dutch drivers sort of benefiting from each other out there on circuit. Simon Witte gaining that huge gap, 1.5 seconds by the time they got to that checkered flag. He did well to grab the lead when he did, and the battling behind certainly helped him to get that gap and have a nice comfortable cushion going into the final lap of that race. But I remember when we were making our notes for today this morning, Simon, and I was complaining I was a little bit chilly in the comms box. Well, I really miss that now. The sun is beating down here in Valencia, and it looks as though that rain cloud might have just missed us.
Brilliant. Well, that means that the commentary box is only going to get hotter. I did tell you to enjoy it while it lasted, as we can see Sofia Dela Cruz walking gingerly back towards the pit lane, but crucially walking under her own power, and that's great to see after an unfortunate end on lap number 1. We're joined in the commentary box by the man himself, Charles Demergent. Charles, this has been, certainly in my memory, the best racing that I have ever seen at a T4 Nations Cup. What do you make of it yourself? Have you had time to watch much of it?
I have been. I have been watching it. This year we got the TV in the parts booth, so that when we have a little bit of lull during the thing, we can watch it without having to run out to the track, and it is great. I mean, the changes, the lead changes, the driving, the technical driving, it's just fantastic.
And it has to be said, this year, sell-out event, and also that fantastic sponsorship by Maxxis Racing. How important is it to have support like that from the likes of Maxxis, who are debuting, obviously, their new T4 tyres this weekend?
You know, it's really fantastic. We appreciate everything that Maxxis does and all of our sponsors. It is difficult to put on a race this large with this many people from this many countries, and the support that we get from our partners, Ceramic, New Line, Maxxis, IPK, Title, all the sponsors that we have, and the people who help us put on the event, RGMMC, TTW, DTW on the tires. The list just keeps going on. You know, the groundswell of support for this race is just really fantastic. We love it all, and it just helps us do everything just to the level that the people want to see.
And of course, we got to see yesterday the T4 Bambinos making their invitational debut. I have to ask the question, can we expect to see them competing for the Nations Cup next year?
We'll see how many countries adopt it and how many of them want to come over, but you will see it here, if not next year, I think the year after for sure.
Well, we certainly look forward to it. They put on a fantastic show yesterday and some serious improvement from the drivers. You will be able to watch those T4 Bambino races. They have been recorded and they will be posted to the Tillotson Racing YouTube channel and other social media platforms in due course. Charles, obviously, we can tell that you're a very passionate American. Team USA, the reigning Nations Cup champions, they don't have, on paper at least, quite as strong of a team. We saw yesterday Cameron Reed struggling with some pace. Noah Ross's pace falling off towards the end, although he does seem confident that he can climb back up the order today. Who is your money on? I know you can't answer this question, but I have to ask it. Who is your money on for the Nations Cup this year?
You know, I think you've got the 3 or 4 teams in contention. You've got the Netherlands, you've got the Irish, and both of them desperately want it. I know that they are gunning for it. I think the U.S. could still get themselves back on track. The Filipinos are doing pretty good. They've got a big contingent here, but I think you're going to see it come down to between the Netherlands and the Irish team.
Well, it's great to have your insight there. Obviously, a neutral view, of course, like us commentators. Do feel free to stay up here because we have a fantastic view over the track.
From here for a little bit.
It's always nicer, in my experience, to be in the commentary box watching the racing than watching it on the screen. Although the screen is absolutely fantastic, thanks to our fantastic partnership with the RGMMC.
The screen's on like a 30-second delay, so we hear the loudspeaker from you guys, and then the roars as it's coming down to the end. But we know something happened, but we don't know what it actually is until 30 seconds later on TV.
Well, certainly the action is going to be absolutely sensational in this Senior Superheat 2. We will have Tim Ellersvik, who leads us down towards the lights in front of Danny Krischer and Jose Gomez. Then comes Noah Rosser and John Nuttall in front of Mark Donders, Jose Casada and Cameron Reed. Then comes Calvin Pratt, Richard Saker and Ruben Gastaldi in front of Jamie Elzerman, Yuri Bechtold and Wojtska Visser, the 3 Dutch drivers making up their way to the outside of the top 10. And comes Max Saga and Sebastian Alvarado in front of Matthias Milata and Guillermo Zalen in front of Oliver Le Mans. Giuseppe Ferrante from Panama in front of Anastasia Grass-Giraffe-Jurasis, as she's affectionately known as at Team South Africa, in front of Mateo Peralta, Ricardo Dornbosch, Jason Bradbury, Luke Palmer, George Townsend, Anouk Bater, Antonio Martinez, Juan Pablo Ziermo, Carlo Nicosia, Ty Caruso, Ellen Donnelly, Marco Patelli, Gerardo Rosali, Rory O'Shea, and then Amelie Ackett's unfortunately not able to take the start. Charles, do you fancy yourself as being much of a commentator, or do you primarily think that your talents remain as the president of Tillotson? Would you like to take the microphone and announce us going over the line? Go on, you know you want to.
Okay.
It's Tim Ellersvik who leads us, and then on the outside we have Danny Krischer.
Very good. Okay. Can I see, where do I see him coming down? I see him coming down here. This is the line here. Okay, we're coming over the line, and Tim is holding on to the lead as he comes around the first corner. Can I see it clearly? Oh, you have it on the screen here. Yeah, he's holding on, and it's a clean start around the corner. Everybody's lining up into position just fine. We got Tim, we've got Danny, we got Jose lining up and coming out. Oh, a big little. Okay, I'm turning it over because the action's getting too fast for me.
Well, we really do appreciate your insight there, Charles. It's fantastic to have your company up in the commentary box. That looked like Ellen Donnelly, who was spinning round through the S's section, John.
Another spinner, another driver off on the kitty litter on the outside as well. They both managed to rejoin, but losing a lot of time on that race start. A little bit of chaos down into turns 3 and 4, as Charles kindly told us. One driver diving to the grass on the inside, manages to get back on just about in time, and they are starting to fight at the front. Still Ellersvik in that commanding position, but he's getting pushed down the back straight now. 3 drivers trying to break away as we head to the end of lap number 1, but we've got 2 drivers following in tow as well as we push on to the end of lap number 1. It'll be Ellersvik who leads us across the line, but who's in tow behind him? We'll wait and see, as hopefully my live timing updates as they head down to the first couple of corners. It is still Krischer with Gomez in behind, and then Nuttall and Rosser are those 2 following right in tow behind them. What an exciting start to this Tillotson T4 Senior Superheat number 2 as they head into sector number 2. I don't want to say it in case the commentators curse it, but they're starting to settle into a rhythm, at least a little bit, Simon.
They certainly seem to be. Great to see Noah Rosser managing to regain some pace, it seems, after yesterday having a disappointing time, finishing in 5th and down in 9th after winning his first heat. As we see a move for the lead up the inside there. Danny Krischer fighting with Tim Ellersvik. He's going to lose out to Jose Gomez on the exit. Gomez up the inside with the cutback. Noah Rosser getting involved as well, and this has now turned into a 5-kart battle for the lead, now led by Tim Ellersvik. Here comes Jose Gomez up the inside through turn 12. Noah Rosser trying to follow him through. Are we going to see a move up the inside by Rosser? Yes, we are, but that is all. Krischer loses out, down to 3rd. Now he is being chased down by John Nuttall and I believe Jose Quesada as well. Tim Ellersvik, down to 3rd. Danny Krischer in 4th, but not for much longer, I say it. Immediately, Krischer up the inside and Ellersvik falling down the order, still side by side, coming down towards the chicane. Ellersvik on the outside, takes a big hit over the curb, nearly goes off the circuit, and look at this huge battle emerging now.
He went up and over the back of the cart in front of him. Somehow they all land back down on 4 wheels and they carry on with racing, but this has benefited Jose Gomez and Noah Rosser hugely. Look at the gap that they've been able to make now. Krischer in a bit of no man's land, following on his own. There's the move from the lead from Noah Rosser. Your winner of the Tillotson T4 Seniors in 2023 is back to the front in the 2024 Superheat.
And he posted yesterday on Instagram saying that he had a problem with his throttle and that was why he was losing pace. But he also said that he was excited for today and then posted a winky face emoji. So we could kind of tell that he was confident, and his confidence seemed to have been well placed as he comes across the line in 1st for, I believe, the first time since his final heat yesterday, where he lost the lead quite early on. As we see up the inside, that looks like Ellersvik getting past both Krischer and indeed John Nuttall. Krischer across the grass on the inside, very lucky not to make contact with Nuttall.
It was Krischer there with the initial move there, a little bit wide though, forced Nuttall wide as well, and the driver that followed him through, Ellersvik, said thank you very much, took both positions back for himself, back up into V3 for the driver from the Netherlands. Nuttall now in 4th and Krischer now in 5th place, but still a huge gap between themselves and the 2 leaders. But with these slightly longer races in the Superheats, they've got a little bit more time to play with to try and close that gap once again to Rosser and Gomez out in the front.
Indeed, Rosser and Gomez beginning to break away as the battle for third seems to have calmed down slightly now. But look at that, that looks like fifth position, fifth and sixth. That's Krisher and Reed getting mightily close to each other on the back straight, using that bump draft, using that slipstream. Still very, very little wind on that back straight. The flags almost draped up entirely against the poles as we see Noah Rosser rounding his way through turn number one. The defending champion seems to be back on form this Sunday morning, and he will be delighted at that. Still being followed though by Jose Gomez, the very fast driver from Spain, really flying the flag high for Spain as we see up the inside. That's Danny Krisher versus, let's take a look, John Nuttall there. Krisher making his way past Nuttall and up into fourth position.
Just in behind them, yeah, Cameron Reed's having a much better race. She's pressing on nicely in this one. And her fellow American, Max Saga, in behind, up 8 positions already in this race, up into P7 from a P15 grid start. Impressive stuff from Max, and still plenty of time, as I mentioned, to get more things done. As you mentioned, Krisher taking a position up into 4th place. Great movements through the order, but third time I said it already in this race, still not gaining enough time on the top 2 here. And Noah Rosser has a comfortable cart length or 2 gap from Gomez, knows he's not under pressure, knows he can take those optimum lines around the circuit and work as best he can. There was a point forward there from this driver, who's now going up the inside, move a position there down in the middle of the top 10, initially saying let's work together, then immediately goes through an overtake.
Indeed, Cameron Reed getting past John Nuttall, so both the Americans, Noah Rosser and Cameron Reed, veterans of the Nations Cup last year, having a good showing this Sunday morning. They seem to have rectified the issues that they were having yesterday afternoon and seem to be back on the pace, doing a good job for the USA. We'll be trying to continue this form into the final. Noah Rosser makes his way down through turn number 9, still being chased down by Jose Gomez, who's about 3.5 tenths behind him. Then the gap to Tim Ellersvik behind, 6 tenths of a second between Gomez and Ellersvik. Ellersvik, Rosser's old rival, he just about missed out on the victory in the final last year to Noah Rosser. He'll be looking to make right of that. Luckily for him, he's currently sitting in 2nd place in the point standings as we come towards the midpoint of this T4 Senior 2nd Superheat.
Yeah, we did think Noah Rosser was a little bit off colour yesterday, didn't we? It wasn't the Noah Rosser that we know and love, but he's back with a bang here on Sunday, and clearly there were a few issues with that car because he's doing a mightily fine job at the front of the field, commanding the session as we're so used to seeing him do. And of course, having those issues in the heats, there were 3 races I see, one driver pulling off in front of our comms box. That's the 309 of Ellen Donnelly. More bad luck for Ellen Donnelly. She's not had a good time here in Valencia this year, and she's out of this superheat. But like I was saying with Rosser, those 3 heats previously over the last couple of days, that's been a real hindrance for him in terms of the points. 15 points coming into today, but this should help nullify that as much as possible. 0 points to the winner, and he's currently in that position. He'll hope to hold on to it to the checkered flag, but now the driver's in behind, starting to close the gap to himself.
Indeed, well, we can't make conclusions until the race is over. We made that mistake with Bram Osvard. We were saying he's really in control of this race, and then suddenly it all went wrong at the end for him, finishing down in 2nd place, a 1.5 seconds behind Taman Witte, as we see a move up the inside there for a position. I can't tell you exactly what it is. It's the fringes of the top 10. In any case, John, maybe you can identify who that is. It might be Jesus Saura. No, it is Ruben Gastaldi battling there. Max Saga's fallen down the order slightly. Tim van Ellersvik sets the fastest lap, a 103.5. They were doing 103.3s in qualifying, so that is a very competitive time on this Sunday morning.
Yeah, Max Saga just losing out there, getting shuffled wide by Ruben Gastaldi. Mark Donders following through as well, so changes for 7th place, that is. But the top 3 closing up once again, and who else but Tim Ellersvik to close that gap. We've got the 3 almost line astern now for the lead of the race, and Danny Krisher, the German, trying to close in as well. It's looked as like throughout this race, Jose Gomez hasn't quite been able to hold on to the tail of Noah Rosser, so I think the plan for Ellersvik is to get past as soon as possible. It'll be the same for Danny Krisher as well, and then try and close that gap to Noah Rosser as best they can.
And as they get closer and closer, the slipstream becomes more and more effective, and this could very quickly turn into a 4-kart battle for the lead. But I can tell you the battle for position 7 is really hotting up. There's a 7-cart train there stretching all the way back to about P14, could even become P15. Some serious moves being made there. That train is headed up by Mark Donders, I do believe, potentially John Nuttall even, as we see the leaders making their way down towards the Sector 2 timing line, about to enter Sector 3 on the exit of this right-hand corner. Vitally important not to take too much curb. It will sacrifice your speed coming onto this back straight where speed is ever so important. Noah Rosser still leading the way. Look at this though, Jose Gomez coming under a bit of pressure from behind from Tim Ellersvik, battling down, chasing his old rival Noah Rosser as they come across the line to complete lap 9 of 11.
His name is Noah, but he's certainly making his mark here on the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup 2024. He's trying to hold on to the end of the race, and he's got that nice margin still over Jose Gomez. Gomez under a lot of pressure, though, from Ellersvik, as now Krisha joins the party as well. No man's land in the background. That's Cameron Reed. She is having a stormer of a race here. She needs to see a bit of battling from the 4 in front, though, if she wants to close that gap back down and join the party for those top 4 positions. But Noah Rosser finally has the gap closed down, and as we head through onto the last couple of laps, I believe this is the penultimate lap of the race. Move round the outside for Jose Gomez. Audacious attempt to the inside. Can he get it? It's going to be the up and under from Ellersvik, and Ellersvik takes the lead. They make a bit of contact on the exit. Who's coming out ahead? It is Ellersvik.
Ellersvik doing a fantastic job there. Opportunism from the Dutch driver. He's signalling to Danny Krisha behind him, who pulled off a move almost identical to that yesterday morning, saying, come on, let's work together. Let's break away from these 2 behind. But I don't think that they will have much to do with that. The slipstream, very effective. Krisha signalling desperately, just go, mate. Don't be looking behind you. Focus in front. Let's break away and have a battle into the 3rd sector.
Noah Rosser once again losing out on the last lap here. He was dropped back to 4th place, immediately fought back through on Gomez at the final corner, taking back that final spot in the top 3. But I think it's too little too late here to close down on the 2 leaders. There was the pointing forward, like you said, from Danny Krisha, wanting to work together with Tim Ellersvik. But I honestly think that move at the first corner was potentially his best opportunity to take the win here in the superheat. They're coming into the last few big overtaking opportunities. Of course, the last one being that final corner at the end of this lap, but I'm not sure it's going to happen. Attempting the up and under there was 2nd place of Danny Krisha, but can't quite get alongside. But here comes the slipstreaming.
And Danny Krisha will be trying to think, can I make a move into the final corner? The answer is a decisive no. It will be Tim Ellersvik who comes around the final corner, but it's a drag race to the line. Ellersvik takes it by 0.031 of a second. Noah Rosser has to settle for 3rd place. He's going to be slightly disappointed with that. But Jose Gomez, having battled for the lead, finds himself down in 4th. Nonetheless, a fantastic job by Tim van Ellersvik, capitalising off that battle at turn 10 on the penultimate lap, taking the win, his first win, I believe, of the weekend. No, excuse me, he did win his first heat, so taking his 2nd victory of the weekend in this superheats.
Great to see as well the tactics, even right up to the finish line. You saw the drivers exiting the final corner, trying to get the best run. Just as they get to that finish line, both of them jumping forward in the seat as best they could to try and throw their transponder as far forward as possible to try and get to the checkered flag first. Looks like we had a driver off there after the checkered flag. That was the 312 rejoining. That's Marco Batelli there in 32nd place, just having a little spin after the checkered flag. Interesting to see as well. We've had a cart flip after the checkered flag. That is not good to see. We hope that driver's okay, but they are up and over there down at turn number 10. The cart's getting flipped back over and the driver being seen to. Hopefully all okay, but that's not something you want to see at the best of times, let alone after the checkered flag, Simon.
Indeed, that cart flipping over after the checkered flag, coming through turn 10, so a very bad day for one of our competitors, but the marshals on the scene immediately, and we wish that driver the very best. Some of the most professional treatment in the world that you can get here. That driver immediately receiving attention from the marshals, signalling for a bit of extra attention, a few more hands on deck, but I can tell you that the driver is moving, and that is the most important thing. So we might see a delay to the next race, but it was Tim van Ellersvik who took the flag in front of Danny Krisha, the German, who did a very respectable job to claim P2. finishing where he started, as indeed did Tim Ellersvik. Noah Rosser gained 1 position to finish in 3rd in front of Jose Gomez and Cameron Reid. Then came John Nuttall and Calvin Pratt in front of Ruben Gastaldi and Mark Donders. Weitske Visser finished in 10th place, having gained 4 positions in front of Yuri Bechtold and Ricardo Dornbosch. So 4 Dutch drivers in a row on the fringes of the top 10. Then came Max Saga and Jamie Elzerman in front of Jose Quesada and Richard Saker. Then came Guillermo Zalen in front of Matthias Milata and Oliver Le Mans. In front of Sebastian Alvarado, Luke Palmer, Jason Bradbury, George Townsend, Antonio Martinez, Anouk Pater, Ty Caruso, Mateo Peralta, Juan Pablo Ziermo in 28th in front of Anastasia Gerasis in 29th. Gerardo Rossali finished in 30th in front of Giuseppe Ferrante, Marco Batelli, Rory O'Shea and Carlo Nicosia. And then unfortunately our only non-finisher, Ellen Donnelly, pulled off on lap 5 of 11. Having spun at the first chicane on the first lap even, and then Amelie Ackerts, unfortunately not able to take the start.
So gutting. More bad luck for Ellen Donnelly. Such a lovely lady. Had a great chat with her in the paddock earlier on a couple of days ago, and she was all smiles, super happy to chat, but just the luck has not gone her way this weekend, and hoping for a bit of better luck later on today. But what a race there. The last of our T4 seniors will of course see them out for their final later on this afternoon, and that is sure to be a very exciting one. But like you mentioned there in that one, 4 Dutch drivers in a row around the bottom of the top 10, 9th, 10th, 11th and 12th, and right in the middle of that, Weitske Visser. Of course, we were lucky enough to have her older sister, Weitske Visser, up in the comms box late on yesterday. If you want to hear that little interview we had with Weitske, that was right at the end of yesterday's stream on the Saturday, if you want to go and have a listen to that. But hopefully Weitske has joined us once again here on the Sunday and is once again enjoying the racing action, especially when her sister's moving up plenty of positions in that superheat, up 4, but her fellow countryman Ricardo Dornbosch up 11 there to P12. Great race from himself.
It always seems that we have at least one driver who gains 10 or more positions in a race, and it really is great to see that so much progress is being made by some of the drivers. I can tell you that the ambulance is in attendance with that driver who is receiving some treatment for discomfort that they're feeling. So we wish that driver the very best. The recovery crew's on scene, picking up the cart to bring it to the pit lane. Some of the most professional crews in the world here in attendance, as we say. We wouldn't be able to go racing without them, so a big thanks to our Orange Army immediately in attendance at the scene of that collision. The only race left out of this rotation of races is the T4 Senior 168, and we're very much looking forward to that race. We've had Christoph Venske wipe everyone out of contention for the wins in all 3 of the heats yesterday. Indeed, he took pole as well with a time of 1:04.3. Jan Zastrow tried to defeat him, but unfortunately was not able, despite his heroics at turn 1 on 2 occasions.
Honestly, Venske has just been unbelievable, hasn't he, in the 168? We were saying the past 2 years, we've had Matisse, the German, who's taken the spoils in the 168, and it seems we've just swapped him out for another German now. Venske taking all of the spoils here at the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup in 2024. Fastest in qualifying, won all 3 of the heats. And when I spoke to him after the qualifying in the pole position interviews, which you can go and watch on the Tillotson Racing socials, he was super chilled as well in the interview, just like, yeah, it was good. It was good, yeah. Had good pace. It was pretty well. Just seemed totally unfazed by it. And we mentioned, yeah, he's not had the easiest time in the heats as well. It's not like he's just been simple, like to flag victories. That's certainly not happened. He's had to battle throughout the races, and it's certainly been brought to him in the Tillotson T4 168 category. But Zastrow, as Simon just mentioned there, really bringing it to him, particularly on the race start. We've not seen it from a huge amount of people. And I want to say really no one else has really tried it round the outside of the first corner. And Zastrow has managed to do it twice in the 3 heats yesterday, taking the lead early on in those races. But later on, Venske finding that pace, chasing them down at the front of the order and retaking those wins. But equally, it is going to be Venske and Zastrow at the sharp end of the order, because in Heat 1, it was Venske, Zastrow 1-2. Heat 2, Venske Zastrow 1-2, and then a 1-3 for Venske and Zastrow, with Guidi, actually, the Brazilian driver, being super impressive as well.
Guidi really the only one that can shake up the Germans at the front of the T4 168. The Brazilian doing a fantastic job in his T4 Nations Cup debut. Fantastic performance from the Brazilians, only fielding 4 drivers, all of them in the T4 168 class. Eduardo Guidi really leading them in terms of pace, doing a fantastic job, securing a 4th place, a 3rd place, and indeed a 2nd place, and qualifying in 4th in the heats, only of 3/10 or so off the pole time, and doing a fantastic job for the South American nation, which is in its, I believe, 2nd year of T4 Nations Cup competition.
And if I remember rightly, in Heat 3 yesterday, we had 3 of the 4 Brazilians in the top 10. So they've been working together well, getting some really, really good results for Brazil. So they'll definitely be ones to watch, because, of course, it's those top 3 that then the amalgamation of their results creates their result for the nation that then goes in the T4 Nations Cup and will crown the victorious nation later on today.
Indeed we will, so do stick around for that. After our racing has concluded, we will be crowning the individual class champions and indeed the Nations Cup champions. It is still all to play for. The Nations Cup points decided by the top 3 drivers by each nation after the superheats and the finals. Still very much all to play for. Ireland could win it, Netherlands could win it. The UK are in with a chance also, thanks to their standout performances in particularly the minis and the juniors. Also the USA in with a good chance now that we've seen Noah Rosser come back to form, and indeed Cameron Reid finding a bit more pace than she's had up until now in the senior category, finishing in a personal best, I believe, position number 5. She wasn't able to do much yesterday after having a number of issues with her setup. But she is still, and she will always be, the first ever woman to win a T4 Nations Cup heat, and indeed to win the pole position award as she did last year.
Amazing. That is just fantastic. Fantastic to see. And looking on to 2024, what a day of racing it's been today. Of course, both myself and Simon were covering the heats all of yesterday, and you can kind of expect the craziness that we saw yesterday in the heats, the scrappiness, loads of drivers making 10, 12, 15 places in those races. That can happen in the heats. There's not a huge amount of working together. I thought today maybe it would settle down a little bit as we got into the super heats and the finals, but boy was I mistaken. Still some incredible racing throughout the classes. Of course, the minis done and dusted, the juniors done and dusted, the seniors now done and dusted. We've just got that one superheat left to go in the 168, and I'm sure it's going to be just as exciting as we've seen all day so far.
Well, the 168s, previously the 165s, have always thrown up a tremendous amount of action. 10 kgs heavier than the minimum weight limit of the seniors. The seniors' minimum weight of 158 kg. The senior 168s, would you believe it? The minimum weight is 168 kg. Also, it has to be said, the Masters in with the 168, a separate trophy for the Masters. That caters to drivers over the age of 30, so the more experienced among us, or those who have managed to take up their motorsport hobby and complete their motorsport dream, taking part in an international karting event after the age of 30. They will be in with the running of winning the Masters Trophy, which is actually a very, very nice trophy. It's a small, well, I'm not quite sure how to describe the shape, but sort of a small black trophy with a lovely engraving on it that will sit nicely on the mantelpiece of one of our drivers later on this afternoon.
It's great to see that the Masters drivers are able to fight for another trophy as well, but probably some offence taken as well, considering over 30 is considered a Masters. I'm getting close to that now. Am I going to be considered a Masters? Oh my goodness, I remember being back in the juniors like it was only about 5 seconds ago, and suddenly I'm getting close to being in the Masters category. That is a scary thought, Simon.
Correct me if you're wrong, you're 24 years of age, aren't you?
I am 24, but it's closing in. 30 seems to be coming around fast. So, as I mentioned, like only a few seconds ago, I feel like I was back in my teenage years, and life comes at you fast, Simon. I know you're only 20, but I promise you, you leave that university room, and suddenly you're 28 years old, and you've got a mortgage and a child.
I mean, it was only a few seconds ago that I was a teenager, so I'm afraid I can't relate in that sort of a way. But if yesterday was anything to go by, yesterday absolutely flew by. So I'll take your word for it. The next 6 years will certainly fly by if we have as much T4 action to enjoy as we did yesterday and indeed this morning as we come to the final rotation of races. Indeed, only one race left to complete before our lunch break. The marshals, you can see there on the live stream, just enjoying a bit of a chat as we can hear the whistle going. That signals to the drivers that they are cleared to start their engines. The 168's getting ready to go into battle The marshals getting ready to go to their posts. The Orange Army doing a fantastic job this morning, responding to collisions and contact and clearing up any debris that is left on the track, thanks to this hard and fast racing that we've been seeing in the last number of races, the minis, juniors, seniors, and now the 168s.
And of course, the biggest positivity of hearing that whistle means that the ambulance has not left the circuit, which means that the injury sustained not bad enough to be going to hospital for that driver. So glad to hear that. Hopefully we'll be seeing them out and racing in the finals later on. And honestly, I know you've got to look on that situation positively. That's the best time to have a crash like that. You've already crossed the line. The result is done and dusted. If you're feeling okay to go racing again, you've got that result banked. You should still be there for the finals later on. Now, of course, we can't update you who the driver actually was because it was a bit far away from our comms block to be able to see the number. And, of course, they'd already crossed the line to finish the race, so we can't see anyone dropping down the order. So we'll try and double-check that for you later on in the stream. But great to hear the whistle. Great to hear that the driver is reasonably okay. And great that we'll get the Tillotson T4 Senior 168 out in only a few moments' time.
Indeed, safety is the number one priority. Motorsport is inherently dangerous, but as Jake Sanson said to me yesterday, it can never be safe, but we can make it safer. And thanks to our marshals, medical teams, and all of the event organisers, the RGMFC, and all the staff here at Cartodromo, Lucas Guerrero, we are making this event as safe as it can possibly be. What a fantastic event it is shaping up to be as we get ready to go for the T4 Senior 168. There is I believe the 1 minute whistle. So we prepare to get ready, and it will be a fantastic race as we don't quite have the live timing up and running just yet, but I'm sure that we will be able to bring it to you in just a few moments' time. 36 T4 Senior 168 and Masters drivers, and they will be led down towards the lights by Christoph Venske in front of Jan Zastrow, as was the case yesterday. Eduardo Guidi, who we were talking about, the only one who we've seen so far who's really been able to shake up the Germans at the front, scoring a second place and indeed a third and fourth. Jacob Holland, also another driver in there from Australia. He scored third in his first heat. He'll be looking to do something in this T4 Senior 168 Superheat. All of the Senior 168 rumble into life below the commentary box. Christoph Venske leads us away out of the pit lane in front of Jan Zastrow. Then will come Eduardo Guidi and Germano Fronze in front of Peter Janssen and Esteban Yanguas. Then will come Oliver Smith and Jacob Holland in front of Oscar Cantu, Dirk Proknov and Ricardo Baldon. Then will come Julian Granvo and Alessandro Marchini in front of Chris Alcock, Briandis Helena and Gian Maria Gabbiani. Then will come Mark Shields, Phil Pignataro, Guillermo Cueva in front of Anthony Holland, Anta Chan, Mark Walker, Fernando Scotti, Zachary Valvin, Harris Gladkins, Rory de Jong, Daniel Bowden, Nathan Daly, Louis Acevedo, Nicolas Placencio, Richard Cormier, Eduardo Ribeiro, Zelko Strepanovic and Sem Branga will round out the grid.
Well, I am super excited for this one, but as we've gotten so used to over yesterday's running, two Germans on that front row. They'll be holding defensive, trying to hold on to the top two positions, but can the two Brazilians in behind of Guidi and Fronza work together and try and squeeze through a gap, open the door and find their way into the top two places? Well, we've not got too long to wait and see. Just some Wi-Fi issues here up in the box trying to get the live timing working, but we've got backups, don't you worry. We are, I was going to say professionals, but I'm probably not going to go that far. We are enjoying the racing action here in the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup, and we're coming to the end of the Super Heats. Of course, to remind you, after this race, we'll be going to a lunch break, and we'll be back in not too long to crack on with the finals. The all-important finals, where we'll, of course, crown the individual champions in each class, and, of course, the overall Nations Cup champion as well. Which country will take it? Your guess is as good as ours here up in the commentary box, but the top two coming round the final corner.
They certainly are, the two Germans leading us towards the light in front of two Brazilians, and it is set to be a fantastic battle. Down towards the lights we go. We look and wait for them to go green, and they go green now, and it looks to be an incredibly good start by Eduardo Guidi. He's straight up into second place. That looks like Jan Zastrow falling down the order ever so slightly. We are racing, and it is still Christoph Venske who leads the way. Guidi in second, and Jan Zastrow falling down to third at least, I believe. Then Germano Fronza looks to be shaking things up there. I believe he's maintained 4th place, or perhaps has even got up into 3rd. But the live timing, we wait for it to update. Unfortunately, just having, for some reason, we're getting the grid again. No, we're not, never mind. As it is Christoph Enske who still leads the way. Everyone getting through the first corner well, and there is a red flag being waved on the start-finish line, and that is, unfortunately, the end of this T4 Senior 168 race before it has really had a chance to begin. Now, I can tell you that there haven't been any incidents at the start of this race, so presumably that may have something to do with the medical assistance being given to the driver who suffered that collision after the checkered flag in the 2nd senior superheat.
I think what happened there was just a whole big bit of confusion, because I saw the front drivers got away very well, but from about halfway down the grid backwards, they were all giving the signal that we were going round again. But then the rest of them are racing, then there were no chevron flags or anything, yellow flags out in the first sector, so I think it was all just a bit of confusion, and that was a bit unfair to the drivers in the back who obviously lifted off the power, thought they were going around again, then realised they were racing, tried to catch back up, so I think potentially we'll just be getting everyone back into grid order here and going through it again. But drivers pull round to the start-finish straight, pull up to the red flag, and we'll be waiting for a few moments, and hopefully not too long until we get this Tillotson T4 Senior 168 Superheat back underway, but a confusing start to that one, to say the least.
Well, it certainly is, but as long as it is just a little bit of administrative confusion about the race start, that is the best possible news. We hope certainly that it isn't to do with the ambulance having to leave the track. I did take a look outside of the commentary box, and I believe I saw that we have a second ambulance, and all of the drivers being ordered out of the cars. Now, that is very interesting, John. Presumably, the race director going to have a word with them and discuss the situation that we have before us. We're not aware of what exactly is happening, ladies and gentlemen, but that's nothing particularly new in our case sometimes. But we hope to get underway in but a few moments' time after this word has been had between the race director and the drivers, and hopefully we can see this T4 Senior 168 Superheat start sooner rather than later.
The drivers hopping out of the carts and all pointing at each other. I'm not sure if they were blaming each other or what they were saying, but yeah, I think a little bit of confusion there on the start. Hands going up in the air, people unsure of what is going on. But they're getting talked to now by our race directors and the fantastic team here, making sure that the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup runs smoothly. I can see as well team members all coming out onto the grid as well. So I think it'll be a full race start here. Drivers going back into their favoured grid positions, and I think that's going to be good for the German drivers, but maybe not so good for the Brazilians, who got a decent start on that first attempt, didn't they, Simon?
They did indeed, and it seems to be all of the drivers gathering around the race director, so presumably just a discussion about the race start procedure, maybe a stern word or two, as we can see all of the drivers there trying to understand what the procedure should be coming up to the line. Now, they didn't have any issues in the heats yesterday. 3 heats went off almost flawlessly. Now, we did have a bit of an accident towards the end of the 3rd heat, if I recall correctly, but still a very competitive class and very good racing thrown up yesterday, as indeed it has thrown up over the last 2 years, with some fantastic action around this 1.5 kilometre circuit here outside of Valencia, only about 30 kilometres from Valencia city centre. And what a track it is. The Cartodromo Lucas Guerrero, fantastic home to give the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup 2024.
Indeed, yeah, very, very great event so far. It's been an absolute honour to be here in the box with you, Simon, so far. What racing we've been treated to, and not only the racing, but the event as a whole. As we mentioned on the stream yesterday, the Saturday, the drivers' parade, everything involved with the experience of being down in here, Valencia, is something totally unforgettable. What a weekend to be involved with, and the sun shining down here in sunny, sunny Spain. It's going to be an absolutely fantastic race to finish off the superheats, I'm sure, as the drivers get back into the grid positions that they were expecting to be in for the race start, and hopefully soon enough we will get this underway once again. But everyone just dealing with the issues out there on circuit, and we're enjoying today's racing here at the Circuito Internacional Lucas Guerrero.
And we did announce earlier in the weekend that we would be doing a little quiz courtesy of the Tillotson Racing social media team. Now, these questions, we will announce them to you on the live stream and here at the track, and then go over to the Tillotson Racing Instagram, at Tillotson Racing on Instagram, to answer the questions, and the winner will be, I am reliably informed, oh dearie me, I'm so excited about the quiz that it's impossible to describe what it is that we're doing. The winner will be rewarded handsomely. There we go, we got there in the end. The first question, since we have this red flag and we are waiting for the start to get back underway, as we see the 3-minute board being about to be shown, at least by Jamie from the RJMFC. The first question of the quiz this year: when and where was Tillotson founded? So go to our Instagram, at Tillotson Racing, and answer the question: when and where was Tillotson founded? Certainly a company with a fantastic legacy in motorsport, and the T4's really summing that up beautifully. The T4's obviously produced in cooperation with the folks over at IPK, and indeed partners all over the world, such as Maxis Racing, who are sponsoring this year's Tillotson T4 Nations Cup. Fantastic to have them on board indeed. As we prepare, we are about to see the 1-minute board. All of the photographers taking their opportunity to catch some snaps of T4 168 on the grid, getting ready to go once again as we prepare to get underway. The engines all being started back up. Now, mercifully, it isn't quite as warm outside as it was for them yesterday.
Thank goodness.
So they're not going to be contending with as much heat, but it is critical to say there isn't as much of a breeze. So they're sitting out there on still some reasonably hot tarmac, sitting in big, thick race suits and helmets. No breeze to cool them down.
It's certainly still pretty warm out there here in Spain. A few of the drivers, as we said before, kind of used to this kind of heat. A few drivers very much not used to the heat out there on circuit. But yeah, get involved with that quiz over on the Tillotson Racing socials. I've done my commentary notes. I think I know the answer. Can I compete as well? Can I compete as well, Simon?
Yes, but whatever you do, don't announce it on the commentary. That's the only rule that I will put in place for you, John. You can do what you like as long as you don't give people the answer, because that would defeat all of the hard work that has gone into running this this quiz, and equally all of the other mini-games that we have here at the Cartodromo Lucas Guerrero that can be found in the Tillotson merchandise tent as we roll away, getting ready to restart this T4 Senior 168 race. So it will be Christoph Venska who will once again lead us down towards the lights. Then will come Jan Zastrau and Eduardo Guidi from Brazil in front of his fellow Brazilian Germano Fronza. Then will come Peter Janssen in position number 5 in front of Esteban Yanguas and Oliver Smith in front of Jacob Holland, Oscar Cantu and Dirk Proknov. Ricardo Baldon lines up next in front of Julien Granvaux and Alessandro Marchini, both of whom were competing for the 165 title in 2022. The 165s as it was then, now the 168s, of course. Then will come Chris Alcock, another veteran of the T4 Nations Cup, 2-time veteran, in front of Riandi Selena, who last appeared in this class in 2021. Then comes Gianmaria Gabbiani in front of Mark Shields and Phil Pignatago. Then comes Guillermo Cueva and Anthony Holland in front of Anta Chan, Mark Walker, Fernando Scotti, Zachary Valvin, Harris Gladkins, Rory de Jong, Daniel Bowden, Nathan Daly, Louis Acevedo, Nicolas Placencio, Richard Cormier, Eduardo Ribeiro, Zelko Strapanovic and Sem Branger.
Lovely. Well, the final superheat of the day. I've done it again. The last superheat of the day. We got that one wrong a few times yesterday, but here we go. All very exciting as the points start to work themselves out and we start to set the grid for the all-important finals later on today. As we've said so many times, the Germans controlling the pace here in the Tillotson T4 Senior 168, and they'll be the drivers to lead us to the line. A little bit of confusion there from Christoph Venska as he gets back into the correct tram lines, but we are underway in racing. First time of asking. Christoph Venska leading us down to the first corner, and it seems to be a great start from the Brazilian as well. Guidi down the inside and spin in the mid-pack. Luckily, he gets turned back around by another driver, but two more drivers not quite so lucky as they get connected down at turn number 1, and two spinners in sympathy as well. A poor start to the superheat for a couple of drivers there down at turn 1, but as they continue through lap number 1, it's still Venska leading the way. Guidi, as we mentioned before the race, has been so impressive throughout this race. He's straight into P2. I think that Jan Zastrow has followed in behind. So we've got Germany, Brazil, I think, at the front of the field as we're coming through down into Sector 3. No huge movements just about now. There's a driver almost conking out there down on the back straight. I don't think they even made it to the race start there as they give up the ghost on the back straight. Venska has been so impressive though, but can he pull away?
I can tell you that driver, I can't confirm to you who it is, but completely missed out the second sector, went straight on the exit of turn number 1, completely missing the second sector, so hopefully just waiting for the rest of the pack to come round before they get restarted into this race, starting from the back, ceding the positions as they should, as it is still Christoph Venska who leads the way, Eduardo Guidi sitting happily in second, Jan Zastrow in third, falling down one position. Peter Janssen doing well. He's sat in fourth. Esteban Yanguas in fifth. And Oscar Cantu in sixth. But it is a trio for the lead battle. And then in fourth position, obviously, Peter Janssen, as we see that driver peeling into the pits. So an unfortunate end to the T4 168 heat for one of our competitors. 5 karts involved in that collision. And a difficult day for them in any case. Now, I'm delighted to say that I'm joined by some of the members from IPK, who are one of the most critical partners of the T4 Nations Cup, building the T4 karts, doing a fantastic job producing such a reliable chassis. It's great to have you here this weekend. What have you made of the racing on these chassis of yours that you've produced?
Hello to everyone. We are really pleased to be here, to be partner of Tillotson. What for us is very important on Tillotson T4 concept, that it's equal racing for everyone. So for us this is really the key point, and this is also our focus when we produce the chassis, that all the chassis, all the material is the same for all the drivers.
Indeed, and we've seen some improvements to the chassis this year, some developments. The front nacelle panel, for example, arguably the most visual of the improvements. Can you tell us a bit about the development of the T4 chassis, both originally back in the late 2010s and also its continued development this year?
As you mentioned, so we have this aesthetical part, I mean the plastic part, so which you can see, and it's not only about that, you know. In our company we do continuous development, so we develop our product all the time, and we have very close collaboration obviously with Tillotson, so we do a lot of testing, a lot of developments of the new parts, and to have the product which is really user friendly for all the drivers and their mechanics.
And of course, in the spirit of the T4s, the chassis are designed to be very strong, very long-lasting, and indeed very good value for money. These chassis, I've heard from some of the drivers, they can compete with the chassis manufactured for other categories as well, such as, well, I don't think I'm allowed to name names, but certainly in T4 Netherlands we've seen, in fact, actually the best example that I can give you, Andrew Fallon raced a T4 chassis in Las Vegas last year at Supernats and actually did extremely well. So the T4 chassis, they're not just designed to go fast with the T4s, but they can compete against others as well.
Yeah, that's true. Even though that T4 it's like a category for the new people in the karting, we do not save money on quality or on the development. So for us it's still top product which you can compare, and you can actually use it, as you mentioned, during the other races, comparing it with the other competitors.
Indeed, and also a very safe chassis. We've been unfortunate to see a number of incidents this weekend, and namely this morning where a kart was flipped over, but the chassis very strong and able to take impacts plenty, perhaps not rolling over necessarily, but a very strong and robust chassis. And a lot of the drivers, in fact Evan Stapleton, who's racing in seniors, racing the oldest T4 kart ever to be sold to a customer. He bought it in 2018, I believe, or 2019. And still racing it here this weekend. It's a bit soft, but otherwise it's still very good. How common is it to see chassis that are sometimes 6 or 7 years old dicing it up in a competition like this, an international world final?
I mean, it's not so common to see chassis like this, but yeah, as we said, we focus our development not only on the speed, but it's also about the safety and durability of the product, which is really key features for T4 category.
Indeed, and also the T4 category spreading right across the world, so a fantastic showing for IPK and their skills and talents in building chassis. Huge amount of experience in building chassis for both the T4s and other categories, and it's an absolute delight to have you here in the commentary box and have you here this weekend working with us, and we hope you enjoy seeing your chassis rocketing around this 1.5 kilometre circuit for the rest of the weekend. It has been a fantastic weekend so far. Have you had a chance to watch much of the racing, enjoy it for what it is, and see your chassis rocketing around this circuit?
Of course. All of us, we try to watch the race and to enjoy it, but we are here to support the drivers, so mainly for us it's a lot of work, but of course it's our passion. It's not only work, you know, karting is always about the passion, so we try to find some time to watch the race, to watch the heats.
Indeed. Well, certainly the races can be rewatched later on the live stream replay, but it is an absolute delight to have you in the commentary box this morning, and we wish you all the best for the future of the T4s, for the future development. I'm sure that all of your team will be working very hard to improve the category in the years to come and help it go from strength to strength, as indeed it has in the last 5 years of the Tillotson T4s. Thank you so much for coming up to the commentary box, and we hope you enjoyed the rest of the racing.
Okay, thank you very much for the invitation. Enjoy.
You're very welcome. It's an absolute pleasure. So IPK, fantastic partner of the Tillotson T4s, very grateful to have their support this weekend, and very, very, very grateful to hear their insight and indeed their passion, as was mentioned, for motorsport, as we have completed almost, in fact, on lap 7 of 11 now, so completed more than half race distance now, and this T4 Senior 168 race really, really heating up now. Christoph Venske still leads the way. Jan Zastrow in second where he started. Eduardo Guidi where he started in third also.
Not surprising to see Venske still at the front of the field, but I am surprised to see that he hasn't been able to break away. It was Guidi following him for most of this race, but in the last lap or so, Zastrow has managed to find a way through. He was chomping at the bit in behind him in third place, trying to find a way through into the top two, and he's finally managed to do it. And now Guidi under pressure from Peter Janssen. This is one of the first times we've seen Peter up right at the sharp end, battling in that top 4 group. He's doing a good job of it. Now all over that rear bumper of Guidi. It's a poor exit though from Zastrow off of the final corner. Will anybody think about a move to the inside? Potentially even Zastrow on the lead. Not quite able to do so though.
Christoph Venske seemed to be intent on taking the traditional racing line, the line of least resistance through turn 1, before immediately changing his mind, chopping over, going defensive through turn 1, but not losing the lead in any case. So a success for both Germans, still running in first and second place, as we can see a battle forming up. That's somewhere in the mid-pack, somewhere in the positions of the teens, somewhere towards the 20s, I do believe. It is still Christoph Venske who leads us down towards turn number 9. And these carts sort of forming a 4-cart battle for the lead. And then we have Esteban Yanguas, who's very much in no man's land. He has a gap of 3 seconds to the cart in front of him, I do believe. Yes, indeed it is. No, excuse me, 2.6 seconds to Peter Janssen in front, and then 3 seconds to Alessandro Marchini behind him. So very much in no man's land, but still can hope for something if these leaders decide to squabble, and can potentially lose an awful lot of time. That could bring Esteban Yanguas into the fray, one of 2 Colombians taking part here this weekend. A fantastic motorsport nation, and really holding their own at this year's T4 Nations Cup.
On to lap number 9 of 11 we go then. There was some pressuring there down into the first corner, but no changes in that top 4 group, as you were mentioning. Great to see battles up and down the order. On that last lap, I saw 4 drivers try and go pretty much side by side through turns 3 and 4, and somehow they all made it out of it unscathed. Great battling up and down the order here in the last of the superheats here at the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup in 2024. But the top 4 still line astern, and finally someone is bringing the heat to Venske in the lead of the race, but it's obviously his fellow countryman Jan Zastrow closing in into the final corner, but unable to make a move this time. We head on to the penultimate lap of the race of the superheats. Can anyone stop Christoph Venske? He was fastest in qualifying, the win in the 3 heats, and he's on the way to win the superheat as well. Great bit of battling as we head into the last 2 laps of this race.
Indeed, Christoph Venske absolutely wiping the floor with his competition so far this weekend. 3 heat victories and pole position, but only by about half a tenth of a second. So by no means running away with this victory, still only just 2.5 tenths to Jan Zastrow behind, who's doing his best to keep up with him, but he has Eduardo Guidi all over his back bumper as they make their way through turn number 9, through turn 10, onto this long back straight where slipstream is ever so important. The wind really is picking up now, giving them a nice happy tailwind coming along that back straight down towards turn 12. Christoph Enske, check over the shoulder, tucked down behind the wheel, thinking maybe, just maybe, I can still hang on to this. I just have to hope that Zastrow, Guidi and potentially Janssen as well start battling. But Jan Zastrow really eating up that slipstream, coming down onto the final lap, into turn number 1 for the final time this race. It is still Christoph Enske who leads the way, coming through the King of Two. Will we see a move into turn number 3? No. Jan Zastrow thinks better of it and lives to fight another corner.
This is it then, the final laps of the Superheats in 2024, and there was an attempt there. It was initially in the early part of the lap, Zastrow trying to stick the nose into the first corner. It didn't quite work. Then there into turn number 5, we saw Guidi think about sending a move to the inside of Zastrow this time, and again it doesn't work. But here's the move for third place though, Peter Janssen down the inside, but he goes a little bit wide. Could we see the up and under on the exit from Eduardo Guidi? He's not going to be able to get the power down, and that's going to be third place for Peter Janssen. But it's still the 2 Germans leading down towards the final part of this last lap. Christoph Enske has been perfect all weekend. It's only Jan Zastrow that can stop that. But as they come through the last couple of corners, it's going to be Christoph Enske who sees the checkered flag first. Only just, it's a drag to the line, but it is Christoph Enske's win there in the last superheat of the day.
A clean sweep for Christoph Enske, and indeed almost a clean sweep for Germany. They have finished 1-2 in every single official session of this Nations Cup in the 168 category, all bar one. Heat number 3, they finished 1 and 3, so very much shaking things up, really putting Germany in contention for the Nations Cup trophy. The likes of Phil Becker could potentially give them another driver who's right at the sharp end, but it is Germany that takes the spoils in this final race, in this rotation of races. Christoph Enske wins. He finishes in front of Jan Zastrow and Peter Janssen, in front of Eduardo Guidi and Esteban Yanguas. Then comes Alessandro Marchini and Jacob Holland in front of Chris Alcock, Oscar Cantu and Mark Walker. Then comes Anta Chan and Ricardo Baldon in front of Phil Pignataro and Julian Granvaux. Oliver Smith then finishes in front of Dirk Brochnov and Anthony Holland, in front of Daniel Bowden, Fernando Scotti and Gimano Fronza, who unfortunately finished down in position number 20, having started in P4. So a very disappointing superheat for the Brazilian, who could have played rear gunner to Eduardo Guidi, but unfortunately that wasn't to be today. He finished in front of Zachary Valvin and Nathan Daly, in front of Guillermo Cueva and Sem Branga. Then came Gianmaria Gabbiani and Nicolas Placencio, in front of Luis Acevedo, Harris Gladkins, Mark Shields, Rory de Jong, Richard Cormier, Randy Selena, Zelko Strapanovic, and unfortunately Eduardo Ribeiro was the driver that missed turn 1 on lap 1 and then had to come into the pits to retire at the end of the first circulation.
Well, what a race to finalise there, the superheats here at the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup in 2024. I've thoroughly enjoyed a couple of days of racing here in the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup. Sadly, I think that's going to be it for me in terms of the commentary, but thank you to everyone for having me along. It'll be Mr. Jake Sanson who joins Simon in the commentary box this afternoon for the finals, and of course doing the pre-race interviews as well. But it looks like, Simon, have we got another quiz question?
Indeed we do. How did you know? It's almost like I pointed to you saying that we have another quiz question. So the first question was, when and where was Tillotson founded? And now I will give you the second question. Before it was called the T4 Nations Cup, what was this race called and what year did it start? So do make sure to go over to our Instagram at Tillotson Racing and give your answers to the first question, when and where was Tillotson founded, and what was the T4 Nations Cup called when it started, and what year did it start? That is all that we have for you for now. We will be back later on in the afternoon for the finals. They will kick off at 40 minutes past midday in just under 45 minutes time. But until then, it is thank you very much from me, John. Fantastic morning of racing.
Wow, it was just amazing, wasn't it? I want to give a huge shout out to everyone that makes this event possible. It's just been such an honour to be involved here at the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup. And if anything's to go by from the heats and the super heats, you guys are in for some incredible finals out there, as later on we crown the individual champions in each class and of course the Nations Cup champion as well. It's been a fantastic day of racing so far. I hope you've enjoyed the action, whether you're here at the circuit, whether you're watching at home on the live stream, wherever you are in the world. Be sure to join us after this lunch break where we'll kick off the all-important finals. Simon and Jake, we'll see you then. We'll see you shortly.
a posto? Ciao Gian, preparati che ho portato una cosa per te. Provala e fammi sapere.
Ok, mi infilo il cazzo, andiamo?
Andiamo, subito. Allora, com'è andata?
Mi sembra bene, sembra bene.
Hai fatto un ottimo tempo, hai sentito differenze?
Assolutamente, il motore gira un po' più alto, ai bassi regimi sento che comunque ha una buona potenza. Alla fine questo carburante alchilato si è fatto sentire. Io devo dire che il motore ha lavorato bene, poi sei tu l'ingegnere, quindi la parte tecnica sicuramente la conosci meglio di me.
Sì, come dicevi tu, questa è una benzina alchilata, è ottenuta distillando la parte più pulita del petrolio e quindi il gas, è pura praticamente al 100% e questo naturalmente riduce la sporcizia nel motore, riduce i residui, le incrostazioni. Questo sicuramente allunga la vita del motore, allunga i tempi di manutenzione e naturalmente aumenta le prestazioni perché brucia al 100%. E ultimo ma non ultimo, i gas di scarico sono indubbiamente più puliti, non escono residui nei gas di scarico.
Quindi la benzina alchilata è più ecologica.
Assolutamente.
Hello, my name is Daniel. I'm CEO and co-owner of IP Karting. We are here at the track of Valencia to support very nice event, which is Tillotson T4 Nations Cup. We have here our best mechanics, our best engineers to support technically the event and to provide the best possible service on the chassis.
Hi folks, this is Charles Demergen, the president of Tillotson Racing, wanting to welcome and thank you for joining us here at the 2024 T4 Nations Cup. I also want to take a few minutes to thank our sponsors and partners here, including Cartodromo Internacional, Lucas Guerrera, this fabulous venue here in Spain, RGMMC, our race organizer, Motorsport Ireland, our scrutineers, TTW, our transportation company, Marline, who provides all of our fuel here for the event. I also want to thank our year-long T4 sponsors, including Maxxis Tires. We're debuting our brand new T4 tire here at the Nations Cup. IPK, our fabulous chassis supplier. DWT, our new rim supplier. Tillot, rib protector supplier, keeping everybody safe with the latest and greatest technology. Ceramic lubricants for the brake cleaners and chain lubricants. New Line, our trolley supplier. Norum, our great clutch supplier. And PVL, who's supplying us with a brand new 7,500 RPM ignition coil that makes T4 racing even faster and better. I also want to thank our merchandise and gaming sponsors, including Kart Sim and R Factor 2 that helped us develop our esports game. For those of you who are here at the race, you can go over to the registration desk and try out their kart simulators. Adrenaline Interactive that helped us develop our fun mobile racing game. We're going to be holding some local tournaments here throughout the event. and Title Sports Spray that helps our athletes keep their muscles in tip-top shape throughout the event and recover after a long weekend of racing. Thanks, everyone. Thanks to all our partners. Happy racing.
Like a rock crawler, got a bark in the bite. Grab it first aid, yeah. You gon' need a nurse tonight. Turn the fight no hardcore, bringing it straight to your door. Turn the game to my last day, got the competition in the ashtray.
Vicino a... sì, là, posto? Ah no, no, giusto. Bisogna gli ultimi 3 andare un po' più in là.
It's time to clock in. Okay, I'm locked in. It's time to clock in. Bring on the war.
So I think maybe the pedals on the track. Is there no way that we can bring it closer to me?
I want to go for the full out lap record this year.
Bring on the war, yeah. I'm coming in fierce. You better get ready, I'm coming in fierce. Yeah, I'm coming in fierce. You better get ready, I'm coming in fierce. Coming in fierce. I'm coming in fierce.
When everything hurts, you need relief that's deeper than ice. You need Tidal, the cryotherapy spray that goes beyond cooling to take control of the pain. Now the best-selling pain relief spray has gotten even better.
I've been a firefighter for over 21 years. I use Tidal so I can live my life and be able to do the things I enjoy with my kids and be able to do my job.
It's definitely a pleasant feeling. You spray it and you feel a coolness, then you feel it actually penetrating your skin. It truly is that easy.
The all-new proprietary 360-degree continuous spray relieves pain in even hard-to-reach areas.
Plant-based ingredients in Tidal can alleviate muscle pain, joint pain, even back pain.
With an easy press activator to get the perfect coverage and dose with no rubbing needed.
It's compact, it travels easy, I can take it everywhere.
It smells really good. It relieves the pain quickly so I can continue doing what I love.
Get the all-new cryotherapy spray and the full line of Tidal products online or at your favorite retailer. Tidal, next generation pain relief.
Just before your session, and then also that left, you want to accelerate early. Because I saw just now she was giving you this, and it's like this kick-ass stuff, and I'm like, this is how you do this. Show you. Yes, this is what I mean. In a sense of a track friend, and then of course the last lap you pass the friend and you say thanks.
When everything hurts, you need relief that's deeper than ice. Tidal, the cryotherapy spray that goes beyond cooling to take control of the pain. Now the best-selling pain relief spray has gotten even better with an easy press activator to get the perfect coverage and dose with no rubbing needed.
It smells really nice, it absorbs quickly, and I can just go about my day.
It relieves the pain quickly so I can continue doing what I love.
Get the all-new cryotherapy spray and the full line of Tidal products online or at your favorite retailer.
I am off to invisible ground.
Carlos Medina from Mexico. I just want to my best wishes to all the drivers, especially the 5 Mexicans which are racing this year. Thank you to all the Tillotson family for this gorgeous project, and I just wish you the best of lucks, and enjoy the weekend, and have fun, and see you next year. Thank you.
Hello everybody, we're wishing a good luck to Team USA at the T4 Nations Cup. Hope everybody have a good, wonderful race, and don't forget, always ride safe.
Hey guys, great to be back with you once again for the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup here at one of my favourite circuits in Europe, the Cartodromo Lucas Guerrero in Valencia. It's a brilliant race circuit. They've done so much great work to it in the last couple of years. Really great to see just how world-class an event this is becoming now as well. One of my favourite kinds of events in karting as well. Everybody with the same equipment, the same tyres, the same chance. It all comes down to that, the brain power. Good luck to everybody across all the classes. Can't wait to see you all on the podium on Sunday afternoon. Let's go racing.
Hi guys, my name's Noreen, coming to you from the T4 home track in South Africa, Formula K. We want to wish all our South African competitors good luck, as well as all the other competitors competing in Valencia for the T4 Nations Cup. Here's to some good racing. Good luck.
Hey everyone, Fabian Lance here, Lady Ambassador for the T4 Nations Cup, and I'm wishing all the drivers the best of luck for the race this weekend.
It's time to rock and roll here at the Cartodromo Lucas Guerrero in Valencia in Spain, just a stone's throw away from the Circuit Ricardo Tormo, the home of motorcycle racing in this part of the world. But these guys have bigger fish to fry. Four wheels, amazing battles in the karts to come. The Tillotson T4 Nations Cup. And our first final today is in the T4 Minis. And what a battle we're going to have from the front row of the grid. Ryan White in the pole position, looking very solid and strong. He's been very, very quick over the course of the week, looking very much for a finish to his performance. He got the win in the first qualifying heat on Friday and then has been playing the percentages from the comeback charge of Moknak Sakar. But what about young Ben McLaughlin, the Irish driver, doing a sensational job as he has been putting in the mileage over the course of the week. Really exciting to see what he's going to be able to produce. What about the sole driver this weekend from Poland, Adam Majek, definitely looking for a decent podium finish here from third position on the grid, has definitely had plenty of action all the way through. But he's going to have the Filipino sensation Bugayong alongside him on that second row of the starting grid. It'll be really fascinating to see how he gets on from that part of the starting grid as well. The Philippines team definitely putting a lot of their faith in this young lad as they gear themselves up for the start. And what about the guys behind them on the third row of the starting grid? The Irishman Senan McLaughlin looking pretty neat and tidy as well from fifth position on the grid. The Irish flags are flying high above the start-finish line here on the gallery, and there's definitely a lot of support for both Ben McLaughlin and Senan McLaughlin. We've also got Lewis Cacoldi, the Scotsman. He'll be there in sixth position on the starting grid, my apologies. So it's going to be a really exciting battle as the contenders are gearing up for an exciting showcase. The T4 Mini Final will be the first of our finals to kickstart this incredible Tillotson T4 Nations Cup of 2024. It's incredibly hot out there. It's going to be a very exciting battle for all of our drivers. The 3-minute board has gone up. The engine revs are rising. So it's time to hand over to Simon Byford. Go for it, mate.
Thank you very much to Jake for that insight there, and indeed our mini drivers for talking to us ahead of this, their final race of the weekend. It all comes down to this for the mini drivers, and it will be Ryan White that will lead us down towards the line. We just heard from him there. Fantastic to hear from the young Scotsman in his T4 Nations Cup debut. He is a two-time champion back home in the UK, making his first outing to Valencia for the Nations Cup. And what work he has done thus far this weekend. He's done an incredible job qualifying on pole and taking his first heat by storm. A battle all weekend with his competitors Moknak Sakar as well as Adam Majek, Joey Carney, Yuan Bugayon and Ben McLaughlin, as well as his fellow Briton Lewis Cacoldi, has culminated in him achieving pole position for this T4 Mini Final. What a race it is set to be, Jake. Great to hear from some of our mini drivers down there.
Well, it's going to be a very exciting battle for them. They know exactly what's expected of them. They've been challenging each other very well over the course of the weekend. Ryan White has been ever steady and consistent since the start. Victory on Friday, of course, in the opening qualifying heat, but it's been Moknak Sakar who's been challenging him for the majority of the weekend. The Polish driver, of course, in third position. Adam Majek is going to be challenging our front row men, the sole man from Poland all weekend, so there's a lot of expectation on his shoulders. But it's great to see just how good the racing has been in T4 Minis in 2024. They are so ready for this. The green flag flies. We had Fabian Lanz giving the timing boards on the start-finish straight. But now it's time to go to battle. The T4 Minis are ready for the final. We'll talk you through the grid in full. Ryan White in pole position alongside Ben McLaughlin, Adam Majek and Yangavin Bugayong. Then it's going to be Senan McLaughlin and Lewis Cacoldi. Then we have Bobby Connolly along with Aidan Vaiello, Jack Harney and Pablo Segura, Alex Riley, and Moknak Sakar of Ukraine. Then it's Kevin Hayes along with Hudson Hidalgo, Lorenzo Diniz and Bernie Goromedith. Then Keenan Duplessis and Albert Larsen. Quentin Olbach of France and Antonio Richelis of the Philippines, Diego Beradon, Jaden Javier, Delano Winkel and Evan McLaughlin, then Mohamed Osgarsly from Yari Berens, then Riley Cohen, Jason Beganovic, Nikita Shevchenko, Valentina Helena, Jack Vingleton, Belle de Vries, Justin Winkel, then it is Billy Green, Luca Rodrigo and Caden Cladera. It's going to be a very competitive T4 Mini Final.
It certainly is. All 36 drivers taking to the grid. 36 drivers in the mini category, all of them making it through to the final, as we can see them all lining up on that back straight. Some of them weaving to warm up those tyres, some of them just keeping it nice and steady, keeping it in a straight line as all of the drivers form up onto the back. Caden Caldera makes his way into formation as we get ready to approach the cut through and head down towards the green lights for the final time this year for the Minis at this Tillotson T4 Nations Cup, sponsored by Maxis Racing.
17.136 kilometers to come and 12 laps of this Catadromo Lucas Guerrero circuit. We will figure out whether it's going to be a Brit, an Irishman, a Pole, a Filipino, or someone else entirely that comes through to take the victory. We wait, it's green, 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 and we're off on the starter's orders. Great start from the pole setter, Ryan White. Ben McLaughlin is going to stay with him. To the inside line comes Adam Mayek, and he's already into second position as the field swarms its way through the opening hairpin. Mayek is doing a very good job there in second place, tucked in behind Ryan White. There could be a few dramas into the first chicane. Everybody trying to get through without incident. It looks as though it's a little bit squirrely, but how about that? We've pretty much got through, although the last two finally tangle on the way out. That's unfortunate. We could have had a very clean start indeed there, but unfortunately just two drivers tangle. It's Luca Rodrigo and Caden Cladero, I do believe. So the two that were on the back row of the grid anyway end up tangling. But up at the front end, Mayek is going to go for the lead on this opening lap and has got through to the lead of the race. So Adam Mayek, the Polish driver, goes from third on the grid to lead it. And it's a brilliant start from Adam Mayek with Ryan White giving chase.
What a fantastic start by the Polish driver. Poland's only participant in this year's Tillotson T4 Nations Cup. Indeed, Poland's first ever appearance at the Nations Cup. And the man who scored second place in his first qualifying heat has now taken the lead as we see a battle for position number 2. This is all to play for now as we cross the line to end the first lap. Ryan White currently sits in second. Is that going to change? A battle there for fourth position. It is still all to play for, and we're straight into the action, Jake.
Yeah, McLaughlin genuinely thought he had a move there on Ryan White for second position, and now they're going to have to tag each other back into the train once more to cut through the air and get back on terms with Mayek up the inside line, trying to cover the move, but it's a big dive on the inside line to move into fourth position. That is McLaughlin recovering past the Scotsman Lewis Cacaldi. So a really good challenge in the top 5 at the moment. It's Mayek, White, McLaughlin, Cacaldi, Harney, Bougaillon, Connolly, Riley and Vaiello as they continue to charge through on this opening lap. Several moves in the midfield. Lots of drivers trying to make up some progress. 4 places made up by Lorenzo Diniz, 3 by Jaden Javier and Delano Winkle, and a big 6 moved forward already for Jason Beganovic. Dustin Winkle has made up 5 too, so the Dutchmen are on the march.
Disappointing start there for you and Gavin Bougaillon, the lead driver for the Philippines in the mini category, currently sitting down in 7th place, lost 3 positions from where he started. But this race, 12 laps long, there is plenty of time for him to pull that position back, as we see going on the offense there. That is Senan McLaughlin up the inside of Ryan White, gives him a bit of the hip and shoulder, pushes him wide, and now Ryan White falls back down the order. He's into 4th position, and that's Lewis Cacaldi who has managed to jump him as well, but not for much longer. Let's take a look at this. That looks like potentially Ben McLaughlin getting involved there, coming through the second sector. Here comes the move now. That is, oh dearie me, a collision there and a cart flipping over. The driver looks to be out and getting back onto their feet, but a terribly unfortunate end to the T4 mini final for a couple of our competitors there. It is the 181 machine of Albert Larson there, the 177 involved as well. That is Riley Cohen, the young speedy South African, and indeed the 137 machine of Bernie Gamarith in his home race. He's competed here every year since 2022, but there's action on the back straight.
3 wide as they battle for second position. This is McLaughlin, White, McLaughlin, Cacaldi and Harney having a very tough race of it, all 5 of them mixing it up, but Adam Mayek has held the lead as he works his way through. We're trying to double check to see, it's red flags. So obviously that roll has brought us to the red flags. Now that means we're going to have a stoppage at this point on the course then. So this means that the drivers are going to form up back into positions once again on the start-finish line, and we will assess the situation. But obviously in the throngs of a final, it's always going to be pretty tricky. So many drivers want the position, they want to work their way further forward, they want to make sure they can gain an advantage, and it's almost inevitable that you're going to have a couple of incidents in the race. But unfortunately on this occasion, it's seen a couple of drivers come off the circuit, so we obviously now just have to take stock of the situation, allow everybody to go through their protocol, There is one particular driver involved in the incident who is getting some medical attention, so obviously that's the reason why we've come to a red flag stoppage. Protocol is obviously the first point of call. We have to make sure that everything is done by the book. So at this point of proceedings, Adam Majek will be the leader on the restart in front of Ben McLaughlin. Now, because we've only completed 2 full laps, in fact the red flag was technically flown halfway through the completion of that second lap, there is a genuine possibility that we may actually end up having a full restart. It is something that they could potentially decide to do. Well, there are the 2 drivers at the side of the road. One of them, the 188 that we spoke of previously, that is Diego Berdone. So the 4 drivers involved in that are Albert Larsen, Riley Cohen, Bernie Gomareth, and Diego Berdone. So big problems for those 4. Hopefully everything will be okay. I can certainly see some activity for those 2 drivers that we saw at the scene before. They're okay, so we're just allowing the officials and the marshals to go through their safety protocol. That's got to be paramount.
Indeed it does. Unfortunate to see some of our mini drivers getting caught up in that collision there. Their day is pretty much over before it even really began in the final race of the day and indeed of the competition for these minis. Unfortunate to see a premature end there for some of our competitors, but we wish them all the very best. They can be proud of what they've achieved qualifying for the final and battling it out all weekend, doing a supremely good job representing their nations. Unfortunately, wasn't to be for them this year, but there is always next year, Jake. We've seen a number of drivers making their 2nd or 3rd appearance at the Nations Cup this year. Unfortunately, some of them involved in that collision there, but I can almost guarantee you that we will see them returning next year.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's a guaranteed thirst for success when you end a final on the first couple of laps. You want to make sure you come back. You want to put right what went wrong. And so the thirst and desire to get back on the finals grid will already have started. That challenge to basically go into another campaign and want to come back for the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup in 2025. That will already be on the mindset of the drivers and mechanics down there for those 4 drivers. I can certainly see 3 of them on their feet. There's just one with a little bit of discomfort. So the medical team is there just to ensure that obviously we adhere to the correct procedures. And the good news is that the medical team here have been absolutely first rate. They've looked after us very well over the course of the week, and they absolutely deserve the plaudits. Unfortunately, the world of the marshals don't actually get the same sort of credence that the race drivers get, and they certainly should do. I mean, without them, we can't race at all, and they're the real heroes of the hour. But obviously, there's a little bit of work to do now as the ambulance crew just going there for, again, in an incident like this, when there's a roll, it's just important to make sure that the drivers are okay, even though they may well be on their feet and speaking. You still have to make sure, because the adrenaline pumping through a driver, you don't always know whether there's a lasting concern. So obviously that's very important. We just saw the race director there, Joao Falcao. Now I'm hearing a round of applause, which says to me that the driver in question may actually be on his feet, which is very good news indeed if that is the case. So I think we may be all right. And again, it's just prevention needed there rather than cure. So all of the drivers able to walk away from the scene. That is very good news indeed. All 4 drivers involved in the incident are okay. Thank goodness for that. It's always a scary moment, whether you're a driver or whether you're a parent or whether you're a marshal or official. But it's very good news to see. I can tell you that although it's a nasty looking incident, and we won't be giving you a replay of it, of course, but despite it being a nasty looking incident, I can tell you that all 4 of the drivers involved in that particular incident out on the course, namely the 4 competitors that were involved, Riley Cohen, Bernie Gomareth, Diego Berdone, and Albert Larsen. I can tell you that all 4 of the drivers are walking, talking, and they are being checked over. So that is very good news indeed. It's just a slight precaution for one of them needing the ambulance attendance. But obviously, again, that is just for safety precautions. So it's very important that we adhere to that.
Indeed it is, and that is the most important thing. The drivers will be bitterly disappointed, but crucially able to walk away under their own power. We've seen a number of drivers being assisted into the ambulance, unfortunately, this weekend, but all of the drivers up on their feet, walking away from the scene. talking to the marshals, and we often talk about the response time of the drivers to the red lights, but I have to say the response time of the marshals to collisions this weekend has been second to none. There have been incidents where the carts haven't even stopped moving and the marshals are already running towards the scene. It's been absolutely incredible from our Orange Army here this weekend. We are very, very grateful. Muchas gracias to all of the marshals here at the Cartodromo Internacional Lucas Guerrero. They have a tough job, especially in the heat that we've seen over the last 2 days, standing out at their marshal's post, valiantly guarding our drivers, keeping them safe and assisting them when needs must. We can see all of the carts being loaded onto the recovery trailer. They'll be brought back to the pit lane where they will be reunited with the drivers and teams that they are representing. As we can see all of the drivers there having a word with the race director. Presumably, Jake, this is about the start procedure after the red flag, because the minis, certainly to my knowledge, haven't had to contend with a red flag up until now. So maybe just a little reminder about what was given to them in the driver's briefing about red flag restart procedures.
Yeah, absolutely. And I was actually speaking with the race director, Joao Falcao, yesterday, and he was basically saying, you know, he's been trying wherever possible. Obviously, his first priority above anything else has been safety, but the second priority has always been enjoyment for the drivers. So it's very important that obviously the way that they administer things and they manage the expectations of the races and the safety periods and the caution periods, it's all to make sure that A, the drivers are safe primarily, and B, secondarily, that everybody enjoys the week. And that's a really important aspect of what the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup has created and is continuing to create. So that's a really high priority on Joao Falcao's list, and that is, of course, why he is our race director here. He's very aware of the fact that while this is a world-class event and the very first of its kind for many of the drivers who are competing, you know, this is a bit of an Indy 500 style event for a lot of these youngsters coming in and putting it all on the line to try and take away that trophy. At the same time, there's also got to be a note about preservation. You've also got to be very careful about the safety implications for yourself as well as for the other competitors. You want to make sure that you're driving to your ability rather than overstretching that limit too often. And that's a really important element that our race director, Mr. Joao Falcao, is very good at bringing to the events. So it's very important, obviously, that the drivers are aware of what their limitations are, what the expectations are as well from the race officials, so that they can start in a clean and safe manner. I can tell you that the mechanics are now being signalled to return to the carts, so obviously the rule being that you have to make sure that you've got a mechanic there to start the engine. When you crash out on circuit, or spin out on circuit, by the way, the rule is very similar. If you are stalled out on the circuit, you are allowed to restart, provided that you are in the cart at the time of the restart. You have to be able to start your own engine. You can't get outside assistance. You need to be able to pull the cord and start your own engine up, and that's one of the implications of why we had that errant cart yesterday. The reason for that, of course, was that the driver started the engine, but he wasn't in the cart to put the foot on the brake pedal, and that's what can happen if you're not prepared properly. So good to see that the drivers are obviously getting not the fifth degree necessarily, but just a reminder from Joao Falcao that this is how we need to do things. This is how you need to look after yourselves, and hopefully, if you adhere to that, the racing will be clean, fast, firm, but above all, fair and safe.
Indeed, so a very fast start to our mini-final, brought to a pause for now, but we can expect the racing to get back underway in the next number of minutes. It's brilliant to see there on the live stream everyone lining the stands there at the final chicane, and indeed on the balcony. You can see a number of Spanish flags there. Spain with quite a strong contingent in this year's Nations Cup, fielding 11 drivers. 4 in the minis, 4 in the juniors, and 3 in the seniors, so doing quite well for themselves. Some standout performers in there, like Aiden Vallejo, who's had multiple fastest laps this weekend. So a fantastic performance there from Spain in this mini category, really showing their talent this year, perhaps more so than in previous years. It's great to see the progression of the drivers from one year to the next as they all head back to their carts, having been spoken to by our race director. And this also gives the likes of our photographers a good opportunity to capture a moment of great focus for our mini drivers preparing to restart the race. It is quite a challenging thing to come back from, going into a race start and then having the race red flagged on you. Suddenly all of that mental preparation, getting into the zone, you're suddenly snapped out of it, and then at short notice have to get back into fight mode, as it were, as they all step back into their karts. 25-degree air temperature out there, so really starting to heat up now, but a decent breeze for them. We can see the flags on the far side of the track flying quite strongly, so a nice breeze for our drivers. That will be cooling them down slightly, but 6 degrees warmer this mini final than the superheats were this morning, when the minis took to a damp but drying track and put on a fantastic performance from us. First time today that they've competed on a fully dry track, and so we're back to as it were yesterday, with the heat and all that brings for the drivers. Jake.
Yes, while we're getting our final countdown for the T4 Minis to get back underway, we're actually joined in the booth from Marlene Fuels by Jeff Bonin is here with us. Great to be with you, Jeff, and thank you very much indeed for your patronage and being involved in the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup. How have you been finding it so far?
Yes, and thanks for Tillotson and everybody. It was a great race and plenty of success for this T4 Cup. We are here because we provide the fuel. Marlin Racing fuel is an excellent fuel, good for health, machine, of course, performance, and environment.
So what is it about the Tillotson T4 series that made you guys think this very much aligns with what we're trying to do and this is where we want to be?
Yes, the philosophy of this race is to have the same card for everybody and to let the driver to be to perform and to be the best one. And the fuel is the same. The idea is to provide this fuel, this excellent fuel, this pure fuel, and to give the same chance for everybody.
What's your feedback been as well over the course of the weekend from the drivers? What's the general impression been?
The first one is it doesn't smell anything, because when you use a normal fuel it smells something. But what I discover, everybody is very involved, especially teams, technical teams, pilots and so, and I have received a lot of good feedback regarding the fuel. I was very happy to discover that it could help everybody to perform and to feel protected.
And of course, I'm assuming that with karting being the grassroots of motorsport, the young competitors here want to move their way further forward. I'm assuming it's very much a similar ethos for Marlene. The technology you're using here is then going to feed out to other forms of racing.
Yes, it was a great decision to invest in karting segment, because when you do this sport, you smell a lot of gas. And with our fuel, you don't smell, you smell a pure gas. That means that there is no disease for you. That's the reason we have opened this segment. We try to develop this segment and after to enlarge. Next fuel will be without petrol, only bioethanol, and it will be for the next time reducing CO2, of course.
It's incredible. So essentially what you guys are doing with working with Tillotson T4 is you are literally changing the evolution of what motor racing is as a DNA blueprint from the ground up, from the grassroots forward.
Exactly. That's our purpose, our vision. And Tillotson also has a great vision for the future regarding how to protect people, how to maintain competition, how to maintain fast-track T4. And I think that this partnership is on the good way.
When you've been here observing over the course of the week these young competitors, some of them are as young as 6 in the Bambinos and then in minis at the age of 8 and 9. I mean, you must be so blown away the same way we are by just their athleticism and their professionalism at such a tender age.
Yes, excellent observation. I was very impressed by these young people, young guy with a lot of aggressiveness, but in a positive way. That means that everybody is like a champion. That means that everybody wants to be the first one at the end of the line, and they are very, very proud to drive and to be the best, to do their best. And when I see these young people, I think that it's exactly what our fuel proposes. That means that when we say to protect, it's not only to protect an old guy, but of course a young champion.
Yeah, and I'm sure you'll be very excited when the junior final comes along, because of course you have young Sean Cabernet flying the tricolore for France as well.
Yes, that's fully right.
And of course, yes, plenty of drivers in the field for France.
Yes, that's fully right, and let's see what happens.
Fantastic. Merci beaucoup. Thank you so much, Jeff. It's great to hear you. And I'm sure that the continued great work of Marlene Fuels within Tillotson T4 will continue and accentuate in the days to come. Looks like down there on the starting grid, we're getting closer to the restart of the T4 Minis. And I have to say, that's one of the things that Jeff Benin obviously touched on there about the odour of the fuel. It's obviously something that when you're in a karting paddock as often as we are, week in, week out, that is something that is quite a prevalent feature. But having walked around the paddock and in the tents and in the awnings and stood outside when they've been revving the engines, it has baffled me that I literally have had none of that excess fuel vapour odour that you generally get. It is incredible. And in terms of the performance, it's affected nothing. In the last couple of years, the cars have got faster, if anything.
They have, and it's great to hear from them about also the potential of biofuels in the future. That's a very an emerging technology. We've heard many of the main championships in the world that you might be familiar with making commitments indeed to move over to sometimes 50% sustainable fuel, biofuel, or in some cases 75, even 100% biofuel in the future. So great to see Marlene making that commitment as well and doing their bit for the environmental cause. And I have to say, now that it's been mentioned to me, I haven't smelled fuel either. Normally when you go to a karting circuit, in fact, Daniel Ricciardo himself said that if he was going to have a scented candle, it would be the smell of a karting circuit. But I have to say, when you have racing like this, the smell, it kind of passes you by. You're so focused on the action that we see out on track that you don't really notice the lack of that petrol smell. But yeah, it is great, I have to say, from my point of view especially, that commitment to the sustainable fuels of Marlene Fuels in the future.
No, absolutely, and it's definitely going to be a subject matter that's going to get more and more traction and more column inches in the world's press. So it's important that companies and associations like Tillotson T4 and Marlene Fuels are leading the way from a grassroots perspective so that these kids just get used to that idea. Because they're the ones, of course, that are going to be writing our legislations. They're the ones who are going to be rewriting the rule book about, normally aspirated petrol-driven cars that will be carbon-free, and these are the guys that are going to be benefiting from that technology in the future. So it's wonderful that we're doing it right from the start in the world of karting. Right, I think we're getting our final signals. Jamie Arscott is there at the front end of the grid with the yellow flag to signal to everybody that we are on standby around the circuit, and that means that we're going to go for a formation lap start around the course. So while the green flag will fly at the finish line, the race will not be on. It will be under yellow flag conditions. They'll go around for a secondary formation lap, and then when they come around again, that will be the race start. So the green flag signals that they can go off on their formation lap, but we are still under yellow flag conditions. And I note as well that the race order is the order at the end of lap 2. So that's not a full restart. So that's Adam Mayek in first position from Ryan White. Then it's going to be Senan McLaughlin. And then we'll have Lewis Kirkcaldy of Scotland in front of the Irishmen, Ben McLaughlin and Jack Harney. Then it'll be Johan Gavin Beguillon. And then Bobby Conley from Aidan Vaiello, Alex Riley and Lorenzo Diniz, the home favourite here from Spain.
Certainly, so as they all circulate their way back round, as I say, back into race mode now, as they make their way through sector number 2. They've had plenty of time to consider what they are going to be doing come the green flag as they cross the start-finish line. But it will be Poland that leads us down towards the line. Poland's only competitor, as we say, Adam Mayek. And what a performance he has put in this weekend.
There is a 5th driver that is missing from the start of this one. We've already mentioned the 4 drivers that were involved initially: Albert Larsen, Riley Cohen, Bernie Gumareth and Diego Berdone. But I've also noticed that we have an absence of the other Danish talent, Mohammed Oskarsli, which is very unfortunate. That means that both representatives from Denmark in this year's Tillotson T4 Nations Cup are now out of the contest. Very unfortunate indeed. But hopefully that means that we'll just get a whole plethora more of them next year. Scandinavia is one of the areas and one of the markets of karting that Tillotson T4 is hoping to really break into and thrive in. So I doubt it will be too long before we see a whole plethora of drivers from Norway, from Sweden and from Finland joining the Danes, and hopefully a few more Danes in the future. Right, Adam Mayek and Ryan White to warm us up off this starting grid. Senna McLaughlin right there in third position. Watch for the Scotsman Lewis Capaldi, who was pulling off some great moves before we went to red flag conditions. We're going to start this race at the end of lap 3, technically speaking. We wait for the green flag, and there it is. We are under starters orders. It's green, 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 green as we race in the T4 Minis, and we've had a spin out of the final turn. Somebody getting a little bit too eager off the start. Couldn't quite make out who that was. It's the 144 that went around. So that is unfortunately Valentina Helena, the Panamanian driver. Out in front though, it's Adam Majek versus Ryan White. And this is the battle that we had before the red flag. So it's going to be very interesting to see how these two drivers take advantage of the situation they've got. But they've got big pressure from Senna McLaughlin, who is only just a few kart lengths behind.
Senna McLaughlin really coming into form today. He had a bit of a quiet performance yesterday, but really laying down the gauntlet, showing what he can do for Team Ireland. But he's under attack up the inside there. Lewis Capaldi trying to make the move stick. Can he hold it around the outside? No, Senna McLaughlin holds on to his position. Now Capaldi coming under pressure from McLaughlin, who is fighting hammer and tongue with him, and indeed has taken the position off of Lewis on through down towards turn 12. Down towards the final chicane it is, as you were though for the leaders. Majek in front of White.
Ryan White has had his very smart porridge this morning. He's thinking on all 4 cylinders here as he now tries to pull away with Adam Majek. Third position is going to be a little bit tighter than that. Harney up the inside. It's going to be another Irishman through to third position. That is Jack Harney, I do believe, working his way through to a fabulous third position. What a great run from Jack Harney. Here's Ryan White making his bid though on the inside of Adam Majek, and the British driver has got through to the front of the field in front of the pole, Adam Majek, and there's still a bit of a gap as back into third position again has come Senna McLaughlin behind them. So it's been a real battle, but it's still going hammer and tongs. The third position gaggle really needs to start settling their own differences and allowing themselves to catch up with the two drivers up front. But Ryan White has put a tiny bit of daylight now between himself and Adam Majek. That could be crucial.
It could, but we have seen time and time again on this back straight those gaps closing and closing, and we are in the best seat in the house for observing that. You can see them pulling up closer to each other as we watch this battle on the fringes of the top 10 as they come down in towards the final chicane. It is still Ryan White that leads from Adam Majek, Sean McLaughlin, then comes Jack Harney, Lewis Capaldi, Ben McLaughlin, Ewan Gavin Bugayon getting past Aidan Vallejo, Billy Connolly, and then Alex Riley rounding out the top 10.
Harney and Capaldi, they've both managed to get the move there on Senna McLaughlin, and now it looks like Ben McLaughlin is going to try and finish off the move. He's done it, and this has put Senna McLaughlin right into the firing line. Through comes Aiello. So Bugayon and Aiello have managed to get through as well there. So big disaster for Senna McLaughlin. He's the one that ends up basically getting shunted down to 8th position in the train. So Ewan Gavin Bugayon and Aidan Vallejo both managing to break through to the outskirts of the top 5. And it's going to be really tricky from this moment on. But look at how quickly Jack Harney, the Irishman, has been able to tag on to the back of Adam Majek. It's not going to be an easy pickings win for Ryan White and Adam Majek. They've now got the third position train. It's becoming a proper steam locomotive out there. And here comes one of the carriages trying to dive through to third position. Nice line from Capaldi, but he can't quite finish the job. Now he's going to dive into the final chicane. He has to wait again.
He's certainly going to have his work cut out. Jack Harney climbing up 6 positions from where he started. Look at this though. Lewis Capaldi up the inside. Can he make the move stick? Yes, he can. And suddenly that 6 positions gained for Jack Harney turns into 5. Still a very respectable effort for the young Irishman who set the fastest first sector on the previous lap. But Ewan Gavin Bugayon takes the fastest lap of the race so far, 106.2.
This really is turning into the Indy 500 of karting, because the second you hit the front, you don't get the chance to pull away. Everybody else comes back at you. It is so tight between the top 6-7 drivers now. White, Majek, Capaldi, Harney, McLaughlin, Bugayon and Vallejo. It's going to be very tight to the braking zone for the first of the left hairpins on the far side of the course. Then through the right, this corner goes on and on and on as they try and get the radius tightened up, hoping for a little bit less of the back end to kick out. Then you get back on the power along this very fast straight on the way to the right kink. You keep your foot flat in for this. And look at the speed differentiation between Adam Majek in second place and Capaldi and Harney in third and fourth. 2 karts cut through the air faster than one. Majek knows he's got to get on with this. He taps onto the back bumper of Ryan White, but he'll want to make the overtaking move because here comes Capaldi. And that was so nearly contact between the 3. That was Capaldi trying to make the move on Majek before he was ready to. and certainly before Mayak was ready to start resisting. So it becomes a stalemate, but there's 6 of them all squabbling away now. White, Mayak, Kirkcaldy, Harney, McLaughlin and Bugayong.
Well, it's a truce that could fall apart at any moment as we see a battle there for 4th position. That is Jack Harney and Ben McLaughlin as there's a spin down there. That looks to be at the chicane. Someone really clattering into the curbs, but the leaders making their way down the 100-metre straight. There's a move for the lead there. Mayak goes for the lead, manages to seize it off Ryan White, who's going to be under pressure on the exit of turn 10. Watch out for Lewis Kirkcaldy coming up hotly onto the back of Ryan White, making this almost 400-metre dash down towards turn number 13, the final chicane. Are we going to see any more moves? It's 3x3 down towards the final chicane as we come through to complete 2/3 distance in this final mini race of the event.
It's any one of the top 6 drivers who can win this now. The spinner earlier, by the way, was Hudson Hidalgo, the American driver. So sadly, he has now dropped down the field. But oh, my apologies. No, it was actually Kevin Hayes, the Irishman. So Kevin Hayes having a bit of an issue there. Hudson Hidalgo was there or thereabouts in the mix, but ended up missing the first sector, trying to take avoiding action, then filters back in the original 25th that he was in at the time. But the top 6 still very close together. This is where we're going to start to see Bugayong really make some traction. Look, he's up to 4th place now, in front of McLaughlin, in front of Harney. The Pacific Ring of Fire will be cheering on Bugayong in 4th position, trying to make his move further forward. There is Adam Mayak, still in front of Ryan White, then Kirkcaldy, then Bugayong, then McLaughlin, and then Jack Harney, who was in 2nd place at one point, at the back of the queue. But we've still got 3.5 laps. There's plenty of time for Jack Harney to get himself back into this fight. Down the back straight, Ryan White is trying to pull away. He's using the British Karting Championship tactic of going with the race leader and trying to stretch out the gap. But in Tillotson T4, it's also even. That's not going to work so easily. You're going to have 4 fighters right on your tail. Down to the first corner once again. Who's going to make the bid into the first turn? It's Kirkcaldy trying to get through on White. No chance.
Credit has to be given where credit is due. Delano Winkle and Justin Winkle making up 10 positions each so far in this race. But fantastic performance from Jack Fingleton, making up 11 positions from where he started. A good showing for the young Irishman in this final race of the day. Doing very well, flying the tricolour high, as is the likes of Ben McLaughlin, our defending champion, and indeed Jack Harney.
So now what's Ryan White going to be able to do is he tries to take on the battle for position. He's having to go defensive at the moment, trying to shake off the likes of Kirkcaldy and Bugayong, who are now trying to break through in a 2nd position. He really needs their assistance. He needs their cooperation rather than their aggression. And there is a retirement. Unfortunately, it's the 169 coming off the course. So that is game over for the Frenchman Quentin Albach. So not gone well at all for him. The top 5 have now spread out, because it's going to be charging away from them. Mayak, White, Kirkcaldy, McLaughlin and Bugayong, who's now fallen to the back of the quintet. There's still a bit of a chance for Harney and Vayala. Here we go. Up the inside comes White, Kirkcaldy and McLaughlin. They've all taken on Adam Mayak to come through from 2nd, 3rd and 4th, the 1st, 2nd and 3rd. But there's still a lot of time for things to change in these penultimate laps. It's going to be very tricky for Ryan White to hold on to this, especially with a fired up Kirkcaldy. McLaughlin trying to get up the inside of him to get 2nd place. He has to wait. What can the Scotsman do against Ryan White?
Well, this really is action all the way from light to flag, battles up and down the field as we see Adam Mayak falling down to 4th position. Is there going to be a response? Yes, there is. Sure enough, up the inside of McLaughlin. Fantastic move by the young Polish racer. He now goes chasing after the British duo up the front of Ryan White and Lewis Kirkcaldy. What a fantastic performance to try and retake that position and indeed succeeding. Ben McLaughlin, though, with a tremendous slipstream. He gained probably 2 kart lengths as they will see the final lap board coming round onto the start-finish straight. Ryan White still leads from Lewis Kirkcaldy and Adam Mayak, married almost to the inside white line. The British duo, it is line astern into turn 1. Adam Mayak having a think about a move up the inside, but there's just not enough room. White still leads, but will he be put under pressure by Lewis Kirkcaldy, who thought about a move up the inside there? Not quite enough, but here comes Ben McLaughlin trying to retake that position off of Adam Mayak. Moknak Zahar takes the fastest lap of the race.
Now McLaughlin gets through into third position, and Boogie Yong's going to go with him. Adam Mayak down to fifth position as a result of that. So McLaughlin through to third for Ireland, and Boogie Yong for the Philippines up to fourth place at the expense of the pole, Adam Mayak. But can Ryan White run away to make this a British 1-2 in front of Lewis Kirkcaldy? Ben McLaughlin certainly wants to put Ireland on the podium nice and early. They're going to have a very tough race of this down the back straight, but it looks to me as though Ryan White has made the break exactly when he needed to. He's got just a tiny bit of daylight between himself and Kirkcaldy, who will get a bit of a draft, but it won't be enough. They come into the final chicane, right, left, right. Job done. Thank you very much and good night. Ryan White is just going to beat Kirkcaldy to the flag. Ryan White is the victor here in Valencia by 47 thousandths of a second. It's a British 1-2 with Ben McLaughlin on the podium in third, ahead of Adam Mayak, Vaiello and Bugayong in the top six from Harney, McLaughlin, Connolly and the Ukrainian Mokar Zakar. Well, what an amazing battle from Ryan White. He timed his moves to perfection, and by 47 thousandths of a second, he beats the Scotsman Lewis Kirkcaldy and the Irishman Ben McLaughlin. What a final.
So Ben McLaughlin not able to defend his title. He loses it to Ryan White, who won with an outstandingly intelligent drive. That is one that the Scotsman can be mightily proud of. He is now an international champion. Ryan White takes the flag in front of Lewis Kirkcaldy and Ben McLaughlin. Then came Adam Mayak, who was unlucky to fall down from first place. He finished in fourth, just missing out on the podium. Good performance from Aidan Vaiello, gaining 3 positions to finish in fifth. Disappointing day, though, for Ewan Gavin Bagayon, finishing in 6th, having started in 4th. He's not going to be very happy with that, but I guarantee you he will be back next year and better than ever before. Jack Harney finished in 7th in front of Senan McLaughlin in 8th. Bobby Connolly and Moknach Zahar rounded out the top 10. Disappointing final for the Ukrainian, but he can be very, very satisfied with what he has managed to achieve this weekend. Just outside the top 10 was Pablo Segura in front of Alex Riley and Delano Vinkel, who maintained that 13th place to gain 10 positions from where he started. Then came Jaden Javier and Lourenco Diniz, who set the fastest first sector on that final lap in front of Antonio Roselis and Yari Berens in 17th. Keenan Duplessis, Jason Boganovic and Evan McLaughlin rounded out the top 20. Jack Fingleton also gained 10 positions to finish in 21st in front of Nikita Shevchenko. Dustin Winkle also gained 10 positions in front of Pelle de Vries. Caden Caldera, Billy Green, Hudson Hidalgo, Valentina Helena, Kevin Hayes and Luca Rodrigo was your final finisher, with Quentin Albach, Mohamed Oskarski, Albert Larson, Riley Cohen, Bernie Gamarith and Diego Berradone not able to make the finish.
You could really see the frustration in some of the drivers when they came off the karts there. Not the easiest situation for them under the circumstances. Very disappointed, particularly for Valentina Helena, the Panamanian driver, banging her steering wheel in frustration as she came in. But hey, you learn a lot from losing, perhaps more than you do from winning. Just shake it off, take the lessons, soak up the knowledge, come back in 2025 and we'll see you in the fight for the podium. It's going to be really exciting to see what the T4 Minis do for us again in 2025. But next up, it's the juniors.
Well, folks, it's time to gear ourselves up then, ready for the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup Junior Final with some incredible athletes up at the sharp end of the field. T4 Minis gave us a real barnstormer of a finish, but what about the juniors? It really has been exceptionally competitive. Let's grab a word with our man in pole position, round on the far side for the Republic of Ireland. Scott Riley, this has been quite the weekend so far. It's been very competitive. What are your thoughts going into the final?
Just hopefully get away, push away and go from there the last 2 laps.
What do you think about the tyres in terms of what you're going to have to do to manage them over the first few laps of the race?
Just be smooth for the first maybe 7 laps and then from there just whatever.
You think these guys will give you a chance to do that?
Maybe, hopefully.
Good luck, mate.
Thank you.
Scott Riley definitely up for a very exciting battle out on the course. I'm going to see if we've just about got time for a quick word with the young man on the front row of the grid alongside him, Pri Trevino from the Philippines. Pri, it's been a very difficult weekend, hasn't it? But here you are on the front row of the grid. What can you tell us about how the build-up has been to this point?
Honestly, I wasn't expecting that much during this whole weekend, but I'm really grateful for everything. Like, for all my family members that have been supporting me back in the Philippines. And I want to say thank you to God for giving me this opportunity.
Wonderful. You're looking likely to take a trophy back to the Pacific Ring of Fire?
Hopefully, yeah.
Good luck, my friend.
Thank you, thank you.
There we go, Pri Trevino and the Philippines team looking very, very good for a strong performance. But there's not just those two in the mix. You've also got Daniel Hartley for the United Kingdom in 3rd position. I think we might just have time for a quick word. Dan, this is obviously not your first rodeo in T4 Tillotson, but this is an opportunity for you to really come back and do a great job. What do you think are your chances?
Really good, actually. I just want to do well. I think that's what everyone's here for, really, just to win.
What's the atmosphere been like out in the paddock? It looks like everybody's been having really good fun this week.
Yeah, really good fun. Everyone's smiling all over the place.
Now, you've been working very closely with your mechanic, Darren Beavers. What do you think is going to be the big tactic coming into this final for you?
Just getting out there, making a big gap and just pushing.
Okay, we'll see you go to work. Good luck.
Cheers.
So some very big talent on the field in this one. You've also obviously got great performances there from our man in 4th position. Knockom is there in position. We haven't got long actually, so I just want to have a quick word. 4th position on the grid. What do you think your chances are of getting to the podium?
I feel like I'm gonna have a good start. I'm gonna push bricks, and yesterday our engine wasn't the best, so today hopefully they were trying to fix it earlier. My engine wasn't that good. But hopefully in the finals we don't have engine problem, so I can get to the podium.
Excellent, my friend. Good luck. We wish you all the very best.
Thank you.
I know we're obviously limited for time. We don't have much to go because obviously the 1-minute board is about to be raised by the president of Tillotson T4, Charles Demerjian himself. Simon, over to you.
Thank you very much, Jake, and indeed to our drivers there for their insight ahead of their final race of the day. This junior final coming up for you next. Now, as we mentioned earlier on in the weekend, we are doing a quiz via Instagram. We announce the questions here and then you answer them on the Tillotson Racing Instagram page. We've already had the first 2 questions. Go back in the live stream if you want to hear those. Question 3, 4, 5 and 6, which we're going to run through now. Which country was the winner of the first T4 Nations Cup? Which country won the 2023 Nations Cup? What brand are the tyres for the T4 kart? And where is Tillotson headquarters located? We need the city and indeed the country. So, what country was the winner of the first Nations Cup? Who won the Nations Cup last year? What brand of tyres do we use in the T4s? And where is the Tillotson headquarters located? We see Charles Demerjian there showing us the 1-minute board, and we prepare to get underway for the T4 Junior Final in 2024.
He's very good at that 1-minute board placement, isn't he? He's
nearly as good as you.
Oh, well, we'll work on it. We'll work on it. We'll workshop it with him. But yes, indeed, we're talking about the questions in the quiz. Do get onto the social media channels and answer all the questions. You'll walk away with some very nice goodies for all those of you who are watching at home or even here at the circuit. Welcome to all, except me. I've been told I'm not allowed to enter that one. That's a shame. Mind you, I've got my straw hat. I'm very happy indeed. So let's go to business. T4 Junior style. This is going to be one of the most competitive races of the day. The junior final here at the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup. So many talented drivers. 12 laps of the circuit. They don't have a lot of time to fool around in. Green flag flies and the formation lap gets underway. And what a competitive field of drivers we're going to have. From the front row of the starting grid, it'll be the Irishman, Scott Riley, alongside the Filipino star, Pri Trevino. Then it will be the British driver, Daniel Hartley, who is alongside another Philippine sensation, Mariano Axel Nocom. And then we will have the Brit Martin Wright alongside the Dutchman, Rick Corporal. So let's work our way through the grid in full. Scott Riley and Pri Trevino, then Dan Hartley and Mariano Axel Nocom, Martin Wright and Rick Corporal, then Jiggy Javier and Thomas Harper, Keith Burke and Thijs van Hoys, then Sean Canivet, the Frenchman, and Ronan Campois, then Tihamus and Presley Havanic, Jaden Tromp and Dan Dvorak, then Jaromir Arkhipov and William Omar of Great Britain, Jesus Asuncion of Spain, and Luke Broadbent from Great Britain as well. Phil Becker, the German talent, then Fernando Weiler of Guatemala, Cole Gaddis, Joey Kearney, Dan Brunechki, Jack Mackenzie Smith, Sjoerd de Vries, Edward Clark, Ashton Bingay, Billy Clancy, Aaron Murphy, Joaquin Deada, Harry Ward, Brooke Loretti, Tristan Duplessis, and Max Zhang completes the field for Germany. What an incredible field of talent.
It certainly is. The Philippines with a very strong contingent here. We've seen a lot of fantastic overtakes and pace from the likes of Pri Trevino and Axel Nocom. Jiggy Javier as well in his groups has always been fast, so watch out for him. The fast starting Filipino in that fantastic Senna Tribute helmet. They all make their way through turn number 12 nice and slowly. Some weaving going on by some of the drivers, the rest of them all just keeping it nice and straight and steady as they head up towards the cut through, making sure that everyone is in formation as the leaders take us down towards the light. Scott Riley knows what it's like to lead in his left-hand tram line, and Pri Trevino knows how to make moves, so it is all to play for in this T4 junior final.
If there's any nation in this junior final that's going to eclipse the podium, it's either going to be Philippines, Great Britain, or the Netherlands based on the top 10 starting positions. It could be very interesting off the grid. Who's got what it takes to go for the final? Let's find out. Good start from Pri Trevino. A brilliant start from Mariano Axel Nocom, who's going to get level with his countryman, but Dan Hartley's going to have the space into turn 1, and through to third position will come their countryman Martin Wright. So it's Anglo 1, 2, 3 as they work their way through the first couple of corners, but the Philippine sensation Jiggy Javier has worked his way through to fourth position, so plenty of great gusto, and there's a couple of drivers running off the road at the chicane, but in terms of whether they're all on the road or not, they have all managed to get through the first sector. But out in front, Scott Riley, the Irishman, looking good in front of the two British drivers, and then that's Dan Hartley in front of Martin Wright. But watch for Jiggy Javier in the Ayrton Senna tribute lid. He is going very well indeed in P4 already, up to third position, making the dive on Martin Wright there. So Jiggy Javier in the Senna tribute band colours, working well in third position. Look at the moves on the first lap.
Martin Wright and Axel Nocom both making moves. Nocom with that brilliant start, but he's being hung out to dry. Let's take a look. There's someone without a front fairing there. That will be a technical flag for that driver as they all make their way down into the final chicane and onto lap number 2. Still, Scott Riley leads the way in front of now Daniel Hartley and Jiggy Javier making up 4 positions off the start. What a brilliant start by the young Filipino racer.
And even more than that, Sean Canivet, the Frenchman, has come up 6 places. He's up into P5 already. Will Omar made up 6 as well to go from 18th to 12th. So good work there from the British driver. But it's really furious stuff already in the chicane as the drivers mix their way through the S's. Dan Hartley doing exactly what he said he would on the starting grid. Just go away with Scott Riley, try and build a gap, and then they can start racing a little later on. The technical flag has already come out for Brooke Loretti. Very unfortunate for the South African driver. She sadly will not be going the full distance as her front fairing has become detached from the T4 chassis. But as for the drivers up front, it's going very well indeed. Riley and Hartley trying to pull clear. Then Javier and Canivet. Sean Canivet is doing a terrific job in this race. Up to 4th position comes the Frenchman in front of Wright, Trevino, Van Hoys, Burke, Nocom and Thomas Harper.
And indeed the fastest first sector there, as we can see Brooke Loretti circulating around minus a front fairing. Here comes the move for the lead though. Hartley up the inside. Can he make the move stick into turn number 1? Yes he can. Seizes the position of Scott Riley, a T4 Nations Cup veteran of 2021. He did a fantastic job there, and what form he is showing. But Daniel Hartley here in 2022, here in 2023, here in 2024. What a performance he's putting in, but the move isn't complete completed just yet. There is still more to do as they come on to the 100 metres straight. It's a 100 metre dash down towards turn number 9, and then about 400 metres from the exit of 10 until the final chicane. It's not all done yet. Scott Riley desperately wants this lead back.
Yeah, Riley's no pushover. He's not going to take defeat from Dan Hartley lightly. So through they come out of the hairpin. Third place for Jiggy Javier. And then all hell has broken loose for fourth position downwards. Canave's been able to get a bit of a gap over the fifth place man, Thijs van Hoys. And then we've suddenly got Wright, Knock on Burke, Trevino, Omar, Campois, Corporal having an absolute ding-dong of a battle as they go through on the far side. Hartley just gesturing to Riley, come on, let's work together, let's get away. Let's pull clear of the third place man, Jiggy Javier. Look at this squabble, up to fourth position, comes the move from Thijs van Hoys. He gets the run there on Sean Caneve, and a big dive at the inside as well from Mariano Axel Nocom, I think, to get through on Martin Wright for sixth position. So great overtaking moves in the early doors of this one. Good battles from all corners as everyone is trying to make their move stick. Dan Hartley still there in front of Scott Riley, having a very good race of it. Jiggy Javier having pulled clear in third position. He's kind of in no man's land for a while. Once these two start battling, he might have a chance, but he needs to stay as close to them as he can. Otherwise, he'll only be looking at third.
And indeed, if my memory serves me correctly, all of the top 10 drivers, bar one, have Nations Cup experience. That one driver that doesn't, who is a debutant here in Valencia, is Jiggy Javier, and what a performance he is putting in, as we can see this battle for position number 4 being led by Thijs van Hoys, then Shan Caneve, Martin Wright as well getting involved in that. But look at the leaders breaking away. Let's take a look at the gaps as they come across the line. It is up to 2.2 seconds to Jiggy Javier. Look at this now, Caneve potentially looking up the inside of Thijs van Hoys. Nothing he can do, can't even get alongside. The Frenchman though will be looking to change that.
And we've got a surprise appearance from a proper rock star in the field, as up to 8th position now is Will Omar. As up the inside comes the move again from Van Hoys. He gets the run once more, and that's going to be past Jiggy Javier, of course. So it was Sean Caneve, so Van Hoys past Caneve, and it's obviously a big charge forward from Nocom as well. So Mariano Axel Nocom has worked his way further forward. The two leaders going well though, Hartley and Riley, then Javier, and this magnificent tussle for fourth position. Big dive at the inside. Mariano Axel Nocom is charging. He's got 2 in 1 lap now, up into fourth position. He'll be trying to take on his teammate at the Philippines squad. A fabulous run so far from Javier, but what a comeback storm from Nocom.
Indeed it is. Mariano Axel Nocom back where he started in 4th position after that fantastic start, falling down the order slightly, but back on the charge. Jiggy Javier up 4 positions from his starting position in 7th, as we see the leaders circulating background. It is still Hartley that leads. Scott Riley playing it smart, just bump drafting away from Jiggy Javier, who, as we say, really has a lot of clean air in front of him, but crucially no toe. He's relying on the back straight purely on that tailwind, whereas the two leaders can bump draft into the headwind along the start-finish straight.
Yeah, thanks to Scott Riley, this is a victory battle between just 2 men at the moment, Hartley and Riley, Britain versus Ireland, and they are going hammer and tongs, but the race doesn't really start for them until about lap 11. They've got to wait until it really starts to jog on a pace. They want to keep this battle, they want to keep this gap growing, keep it favourable, make sure that nobody else has got a chance of the victory, and they want to put daylight between themselves. They've almost got the length of the back straight on Jiggy Javier, such has been their teamwork. And speaking of teamwork, we could well see some, as Mariano Axel Nocom is now closing right on Jiggy Javier, so those two could be working together to catch up to these two. Are we going to see a move from Scott Riley? Of course we're not. He's thinking long game. He doesn't want to go ugly early. He's right in there behind Dan Hartley. These two are going to have their race on the penultimate and final laps of this race.
And it looked like Martin Wright in a bit of a battle there with Pri Trevino, I believe it was, down on the run towards the first corner. But it is still our two leaders who are stretching away. But Axel Nocom and Pri Trevino, we can expect a little bit of teamwork from them, both representing the Philippines. There's plenty of inter-nation agreements as to who's bump drafting who's working with who, especially in the qualifying sessions. And now, race time, they will be chasing down these leaders up the front, but a lot to do as we are on lap number 7 of 12. Here comes Nocom up the inside. No more diplomacy. It is the Philippine Civil War, and now Nocom up into 3rd place ahead of his countrymen.
Oh, we got an off at the hairpin as well there, that they've just made the overtaking move, so somebody's about to tumble down the timesheets. So a big off there Fortunately, no major contact by the look of it, just a loss of grip and loss of position. Here we go, as thinking about the move, Dan Hartley having got through on Riley to hold station. Riley is just starting to swarm around, trying to keep Dan Hartley guessing here. Hartley is still your leader. No change there, but Riley is starting to move around, trying to see where the grip is. He's trying to identify, can I go all the way around the outside if I need to? Dan's going to be super protective. Is there any grip to that outside line to give me the chance of a move for the lead? He's having to think about it. He's calculating. His tactics are absolutely on song. Now he's going to go for the lead on the inside of the hairpin. And Scott Riley takes back the lead for the Republic of Ireland. Excellent move from Scott Riley. Now it's going to be down to Dan Hartley. Can he retaliate?
And Shan Canivet losing 2 positions there through the second sector. Disappointing set of corners for the Frenchman, who made it here. In fact, qualified on pole for the final here last year. Unfortunately, involved in a collision with Ricardo Tabuk, which also took out Amelie Ackitts, who should be racing in the seniors. Unfortunately, not able to. But here comes Daniel Hartley up the inside. They're side by side. Defensive posture from Riley. He then retakes the ideal line. Hartley straight back through again. I tell you what, though, Jake. Scott Riley, he saw the fresh air in front of him. Daniel Hartley said, I want it more, mate, and they are back to where they were a lap ago.
I'm actually surprised that the race has started between them as early as it has, but you can see that both of them really want it. Hartley in front of Riley, and both men feel they've got the pace to outsmart the other, but they are both giving as good as they've got. Scott Riley hunting the move again. Can he go for the same move? No, because Dan Hartley's moved the kart just slightly to the left to make sure there's no dive up the inside. Nocom has pulled a little bit of space on Jiggy Javier in their run for 3rd and 4th. Then we've got Pri Trevino, so it's 3rd, 4th and 5th for the Philippines at the moment as Pri Trevino has worked his way forward. Then Van Hoyst and William Omar, 7th position from 18th on the grid. That is extraordinary for Will Omar. He's just lost out recently to Rick Corporal, so Corporal's coming back in. But for Will Omar to have started in the mid-pack and now be fighting in the top 10, that's a great recovery. What can Riley do? Hartley knows he's coming.
Hartley maintains that position there. Scott Riley not able to get past this time around as we have completed lap 9 and we are on to lap 10 of 12. So the seconds tick down now. Can Scott Riley respond and retake the crown that he won in 2021? The battle for 6th is really hotting up. It's currently Tace Van House, I believe that is, in front of Pri Trevino. Then comes Rick Corporal. Corporal up the inside though of Pri Trevino. Fantastic move. This battle has been going on pretty much all race long. Here comes Scott Riley's not able to make the move though. That was millimetres from contact.
Is that all you've got, Scott Riley, says Dan Hartley. Come on, come and have a go if you think you're hard enough. Now they're going to go wheel to wheel down the back straight. Riley's got a good run off the turn. Surely Scott Riley's going to hold his nerve. He does, but so does Hartley, and Riley has the place. Brilliant racing between these two. Ireland versus Great Britain all the way to the flag. They've got 2 more laps of this. Riley's giving it good. Hartley's coming straight back at him. This is great racing between the two. They're going to lose so much time to the 2 Filipino talents behind them, but is there going to be a run? We've got 2 karts off on the second sector just at the end of the hairpin there on the background, so that's 2 drivers dropping out of the race, I'm afraid to say. But up in front, still a great battle. There is now Riley in front of Hartley, and the 2 drivers that have come together to retire from the race, I can tell you, it looks like one of them is Joey Kearney, the other one Ashton Bingay managing to get going again, but Kearney out of the race on the spot. But this battle just will not die. Hartley's actually dropped back a little bit to come back at Scott Riley from a distance. This might be the best tactic. Watch how much road he eats up on the back straight.
This is going to be a very interesting battle to see. Almost 400 metres, as I say, from the exit of turn 10 to the breaking point of that final chicane. And it is the place where we have seen so many moves. Will we see another? Scott Riley goes defensive. Can Hartley hang it around the outside? No, he can't. He thinks better of it. That is a move that you will only try to pull off if it is the last corner of the last lap. And as they complete lap number 11, we are on to the last lap. And yet still, it is Scott Riley that leads. Daniel Hartley falling back ever so slightly poorer run out of the final chicane perhaps. As they make their way through sector 1, it seems to be advantage Riley.
But this is not done. That back straight is going to put them right back together. Dan Hartley's going to have 1 chance and 1 chance alone, but he gets a better opportunity through the S's. This might actually come to Dan Hartley a little bit earlier than expected. He's got to follow in behind Scott Riley. There is about 3 kart lengths between them, but in the slipstream he can gain a little bit. Knockom's looking good for third position in front of Jiggy Javier, so there will be at least one Philippines talent on the podium this weekend. He looks good for third position, and even if he doesn't, Javier is there to take it. But here comes Dan Hartley down the back straight. How much can he gain on Scott Riley? I think Riley may have done enough. They come down the back straight. Hartley's going to give it everything he's got, but Scott Riley surely will have the opportunity. Hartley's not going to go for the savage move. He tries to get it out of the chicane, but it's going to be Scott Riley. The Republic of Ireland take the flag in junior. Scott Riley wins the final in magnificent fashion. The Republic of Ireland fan club goes bananas on the stands here, and what a result for Scott Riley from pole position. All the pressure in the world from Daniel Hartley, and he held on, he held his nerve. It was smart, furious, tactical driving from Scott Riley. He is the worthy junior final winner.
What a race from Scott Riley there, taking the flag in the end. Daniel Hartley securing his best ever Nations Cup finish. He finished third in 2022. He has bettered that by one. It will be disappointing for him, missing out on the victory by less than a tenth and a half. But still a very, very respectable effort from the young Briton in only his fourth year of racing. Big shout out has to be given as well to Mariano Axel Nocom and Jiggy Javier for making it into P3 and P4. So let's take you through the running order. I thought that was Phil Becker classified in third place for a second, but no, that is the second half of the order. So it was Scott Riley that won from pole in front of Daniel Hartley and Mariano Axel Nocom. Then came Jiggy Javier, just missing out on a podium, but still an incredible effort. Then came Rick Corporal and William Omar, who gained 12 positions from where he started. Tace Van House finished in 7th in front of Pri Trevino and Shan Canive. All of those drivers, including Martin Wright, who round out the top 10, involved in a colossal race-long battle that we unfortunately didn't get a chance to see much of due to the battling of the leaders. In 11th came Luke Broadbent, and in 12th came, let me take a look, came Timo Hermus in front of Daniel Dvorak and Jaromir Arkhipov in front of Phil Becker in 15th, Jake.
The rounds of applause from the fans in the stands. Great to see the partisan crowd here really enjoying themselves. 16th position for Keith Burke after a very strong qualifying run. It just wasn't to be this week. Hopefully next year he'll come back and get the crown. Ronan Campois and Daniel Brunechki from Presley Havanic of Australia and Thomas Harper of Great Britain. Then Jaden Tromp and Tristan Duplessis, Aaron Murphy and Jesus Asuncion. Then Billy Clancy, Edward Clark, Stuart de Vries, Max Zhang, Cole Gaddis, Jack Mackenzie-Smith. 31st is Harry Ward in front of Fernando Weiler, and then Joaquin Deada in front of Ashton Bingay. Sadly, Joey Kearney retiring from the race, as too did his fellow rival and South African driver Brooke Loretti, who lost her front fairing on the very first lap. But what a fantastic battle. We've had one victory for the Brits, one victory for the Republic of Ireland. Now it's time to see if a completely different nation is going to take the victory in the seniors. And based on what we've seen so far, I think that's a very solid bet, Simon.
It is indeed. The Netherlands have been exceptionally strong in the senior class, fielding the most drivers in the seniors, a whole 15 drivers. Ireland with the most drivers in the contest, fielding 12 in the seniors. But the team from the Netherlands really putting all of their, well, not all of their eggs in one basket, but putting 15 of their 28 eggs, indeed, into the basket of seniors. We've seen some fantastic talent from the likes of Bram Ossevada and also others in there as well, completing a fantastic weekend for Team Netherlands. They'll be looking to take home certainly the first place position, and hopefully for them as well, also the second.
15 out of 28, you say? That sounds like my breakfast, 15 eggs out of 28 baskets. So it'll be fantastic to see what the seniors can give us as we venture out onto the circuit once more for the T4 Senior Final. So we're down here on the starting grid, ready for the T4 Senior Final in Tillotson Nations Cup. So Fabian Lanz has had a go at the minute board, so has our President Charles Demergier. Now it's Mark French's go. How are you feeling?
It looks like I'm up next, yeah, all is good. First time for me to do the start board, so exciting to see the senior grid here and everyone on the field. They've raced so hard to make it into the top 36 for the weekend, so I'm sure it's a big moment for everyone just before the start of the race to see who's going to be on the podium at the end.
Seeing all the weeks and months of planning and all of the logistics that have gone into making this event what it is, based on how good it was in 2023 to where we are now here in 2024, just how much joy and pleasure does this bring you, being here and seeing it all unfolded at the culmination?
You know, it's just an emotional roller coaster. You know, the event starts when this one, for next year, they start when the event finishes. Really from February onwards, it's just a continual build up. There's so much material, so much planning. You know, the last month before the event is literally, it's 12, 14, 16 hour days every single day. And we've got a great team of people with Tillotson, one of the best teams in the world, for such a small group to achieve what we achieve. And yeah, I'm as proud as everyone else is within the team to be here and to see this and to watch it grow every year. And yeah, it's an emotional roller coaster.
It's awesome. We can see it in your face. You've got a job to do, so I'll let you do it.
Good, Jake. Great to have you here, of course, as always, the voice.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you, Mark. An absolute pleasure, my friend. Right, let's go and talk to some drivers up at the sharp end of the field. It's going to be a very interesting one for this man in particular, Bram Osavada. Bram, it's been a tough one, but here you are on pole position. What's your game plan going in?
I don't have a plan. But it's just let's just see what happens. I'm just going to drive as fast as I can, and that's all I can do.
There's a very tough man beside you in Danny Kershaw. What do you think his tactics are going to be at the start?
Danny is a smart guy. I don't think he'll try to attack or defend or lose time too much. I think he will work with me, and then we'll just see who comes out on top at the end.
Okay, well, good luck, Bram. We'll see you at the finish line.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Excellent stuff from the Dutchman. Really looking strong coming into this one. What about the man alongside him, though, Danny Kershaw? For Germany, this is a great opportunity for you to come through as a potential race winner. We've had two different nations. Can you make it three?
I hope. I'm a little bit nervous, but Bram is a good driver. He knows what he's doing. So we will see where it goes. Just race clean and then we will see, yeah.
And the tough thing, of course, as well, is that you've got 34 very talented drivers right behind you as well.
Yeah, that's it. But we will see. The best goes out in front and then, yeah.
Fantastic. We wish you all the very best. Vielen Dank.
Vielen Dank.
So it's going to be a really exciting challenge for Bram and Danny on the front row of the starting grid. But check out who we've got behind. Timon Witter, definitely going to be a big contender for the victory in this one. As, of course, is Sam Avrutsky. He wants to make sure that the United States flag goes onto the top step of at least one of the senior podiums today. They are Team USA, and as far as they're concerned, they're going all the way. Is this going to be their moment? We will find out. The 3-minute board goes up. Simon, it's all yours.
Well, we are all set for our T4 Senior Final. It will be Bram Osavada who starts on pole, the man who finished in P9 here last year after some difficult qualifying heats, managed to pull his way back into the top 10. He said that luck hasn't been on his side in the lead up to the Nations Cup, but he has seemed to have changed that all around and will lead us down towards the lights for this 14-lap affair measuring almost 20 kilometres in length. Now, as we mentioned before, we are doing a quiz via our Instagram pages at Tillotson Racing. Do make sure to follow us. It is time for your next two questions, so take a note of them and then answer them via the Tillotson Racing Instagram. Question number 7 of 10, which of Tillotson's social media platforms has the most followers? Your options are TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, and then Instagram is there again for some reason, but I think that is just a typo there. But is it TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, or LinkedIn? Which of Tillotson's social media platforms has the biggest following? And then which country's account has the most Instagram followers? So your options for that would be things like, for example, T4 Ireland has its own Instagram account. The T4 UK series has its own Instagram account. Netherlands as well. Which one of those countries, well, not those countries, but which country's T4 series has the most Instagram followers?
So the minute boards have been raised by Fabien Lanz in the T4 Minis, Charles Demergian in the juniors, and now Mark French in the seniors. I wonder who we're going to bring out of the woodwork for the senior 168. Do you want to do it? Well, we might be able to get you down there.
I'll steal it.
Steal it if you get the chance. Maybe we should get John Ratcliffe to do it. He's been in the commentary box for the last 2 days, working very hard indeed. Right, the green flag flies, and it's time for the T4 Nations Cup senior final. I think we're going to get 3 completely different nations on the top spot from these first 3 finals. We had Great Britain in the minis. We had Republic of Ireland in the juniors. In the seniors, anything is possible. Bram Ossewaarde of the Netherlands in pole position from Danny Krischer of Germany. Then it is Tijmen Witte and Sam Avrutsky for the Netherlands and the United States, respectfully. Then it is Tim Elswijk and Jose Gomez, Noah Rosser of the USA and Manuel Gonzalez of Panama, John Nuttall and Jorn Bremer. Then Wesley Bowden and Mark Donders, Cameron Reid working her way through the pack, and Aaron Coogan. Then Calvin Pratt and Joshua Bach, Stefano Persigin and Jack Dillon, Jose Quezada and Ruben Gastaldi, Dylan Thompson and Marco Ferrazzini, Richard Shaker and Jori Bechtold from Jamie Eltzman, Daniel Berzin, Ritske Visser, Jesus Sora, Ewan Miller, Max Saga, Matthias Melata, Sebastian Alvarado, Robin Mentz, Jarmo Janen, Luca Reiner and Luke Honstra. There's a couple of drivers in that field who are definitely worth a cheeky watch to try and work their way through the field, particularly 2 of the American talents we didn't get to speak to up at the sharp end of the grid. We've got someone having a problem, having a breakdown on the back straight. Someone's in trouble. So that is before the race has even got underway. I was going to talk about the likes of Noah Rosser and Cameron Reid. Now, who is that's having problems at the start and is desperately trying to get back into their original position? It's the 395, so that is going to be a slight difficulty there for Manuel Gonzalez. So Gonzalez is hopefully going to get his place back, and as long as he does it before the red line, he can take his position back again. So I think he's okay. That was a very scary moment for Manuel Gonzalez. That could have been his final up in smoke before he'd even turned a wheel. But certainly 2 drivers to watch out for from the United States who are down the order. Watch out for Noah Rosser, and also watch out for the hard-charging Formula Ford ace, Cameron Reid. She's definitely going to be wanting to go through this field like scissors through wet newspaper. Watch as they work their way out of the final turn in the tram lines. We wait for the lights. They go, and we are up the starters' orders in T4 Senior. Everybody hugging the inside line. Good start from Ossewaarde up to the first corner. Not the worst start in the world for Danny Kircher. Looks like he's dropped back to about 4th position as the field goes through the first hairpin. We are close, but there's a few drivers off the road. Now we're going into the first chicane. There's a few drivers trying to make up some ground, and there's a couple of drivers hopping over the curbs, and I think a chain guard went up in the air there, but we got 2 or 3 drivers caught up in it. One of them is the 345, the other the 338, so that is game over for Ewan Miller and Luca Reiner. So that's one of the Americans, one of the Irishmen out of the field. Big disappointment there for Ewan Miller.
Jori Bechtold also involved in that collision, but has managed to get going again, as we can see the 338 machine there actually getting started again. So the 338 being piloted by Ewan Miller from the Republic of Ireland, getting back underway, but only almost a lap down.
Now this is fantastic stuff at the front of the field. Bram Ossewaarde desperately trying to pull clear of Tijmen White. The 2 Dutchmen then going very well. Tijmen Witte looking very closely in behind Bram Ossewaarde as they come across the line. So it's Ossewaarde, Witte and Elswijk. They're hoping to get a clean sweep of the podium from the Netherlands. Then we've got Krischer, Rosser up to 5th position, already up 2. Then Jose Gomez from Samavrutsky. Then Gonzalez, Nuttall, Bremer and Cameron Reid, who's already up to 11th. She's knocking on the door of the top 10. Here she goes.
So fast charging from Cameron Reid, wasn't quite able to make it onto the podium last year. She had very good pace on the Saturday sessions, but then it sort of waned off towards the end of the weekend. Forever though, the first ever female driver to score the pole position and indeed a heat win in the T4 Nations Cup. As we can see, all of the drivers flowing their way onto this 400 or so metre run down towards the final chicane, and it is still Ossewaarde that leads the way of this Dutch trio of drivers, with Tijmen Witte in 2nd and indeed Tim Elswijk in 3rd. Danny Krischer falling down to 4th, but he will be trying to rectify that over the next number of laps.
It was fascinating to observe a conversation in the lunch break between Fabien Lanz, a driver who knows exactly what it's like to come close to winning the final and then missing out, and Cameron Reid. She was giving us some really good tips as to how to get the kart well set up so that there was good kart control through the course of the latter stages of the race. So they're clearly thinking long-term tactics, but it's Ossewaarde, Witte Elswijk, Krischer, and Noah Rosser, who sets the fastest lap of the race at 1:03.9. When's he going to make the big lunge to get through past the German, Danny Krischer? Danny Krischer going well in 4th position, but he's got 3 Dutchmen in front of him. There's a spin at the chicane, so one driver dropping back from the fray. But it looks as though has been able to get going again without too much difficulty. I think it might even have been Luca Reina a second time of asking. But anyway, Ossevaarde going well in front of Witte and Elswijk. The Dutch trio is looking to completely dominate this senior final. They don't want a single other nation getting in on the act. But watch out for Danny Krischer, and particularly watch out for Noah Rosser in P5.
Abruzzi had a look up the inside of Jose Gomez into turn 1 and has now gone on to set the fastest second sector of the race. So we will be seeing, I'm sure, a battle emerging between the American and the Spaniard. Abruzzi indeed getting past Jose Gomez now. It's confirmed in the live timing as they cross the line. Still Ossevaarde leading the way in this Dutch trio, all just seemingly wanting to work together. Noah Rosser, as we say, already up to 5th position. He was confident after yesterday, despite his bad luck. There goes Krischer up the inside. That's really shaken up the order, given some serious breathing room to
Rosser! Rosser's come together. Rosser's had contact, and that's dropped Rosser a long way back. I can't quite tell who that was. Was that Abruzzi who had worked his way forward, or was that Jose Gomez? But that's Noah Rosser down at least half a dozen places, now having to banzai up the inside to try and make up some of the ground lost. So Noah Rosser now finds himself a long way down the field. It's Gomez into 5th, Gonzalez into 6th. I think it was actually Rosser who tangled with Abruzzi. They both dropped back. So Abruzzi is 12th, Rosser is down to 16th, and their countrywoman Cameron Reid is now in the top 10.
What a disaster for Noah Rosser. He was so confident coming into today after having an issue with his throttle last night, as we see a big battle there emerging in the midfield. Let's take a look into turn 1. Who is going to come out on top? Could that be Abruzzi? It certainly looks like his helmet, and I believe it is Abruzzi managing to make his way past a number of competitors. Coogan is involved in that battle as well, I can see from the position in the commentary box, and this is really hotting up as we reach lap 5 of 14. Incredible action in the seniors.
Incredible to observe. A lot of drivers making some big mistakes through the chicane at 3 and 4. A lot of curb being taken, and that really unsettles the kart completely. It really shakes things up. So up at the front end of the field, we've got a battle emerging. Now that is going to be Gomez making the move, going side by side with Gonzalez. We're having a run in there as well. That's Nuttall getting in there into 6th position. So a lot of changes in this field all the way through, but the top 3 remains the Dutch trio. It is Bram Ossevaarde who leads the way from Tim Elswijk and Tijmen Witte. Danny Krischer still there in 4th position, the German talent, and now it looks like they're going to try and shake things up. Danny Krischer looking for the move into 3rd. He thinks better of it. He decides, you know what, I'm actually going to go and work with Tijmen Witte for a while. This is only lap 6 out of 14. They've got well over half the race still to go, and it just shows you how much these drivers want it. They are so determined to work their way through this field, and sometimes the battle gets a little bit too royale for their own liking.
Danny Krischer with a win and a 3rd place in his heats. Those were his best 2 results, so definitely a contender for the victory, but he does have to make his way past not 1, not 2, but 3 Dutchmen up in front, and that slight bit of breathing room that Bram Ossevaarde had is now disappearing as Tim Elswijk closes up behind him.
Manuel Gonzalez has been given the technical flag. Manuel Gonzalez up in 6th position. He's going to get the technical flag, so something's gone wrong there. Now I do wonder, I thought I saw a flying chain guard in the first lap with the chicane. I think there was a couple of drivers going through and hopping over the curbs, so it looks to me as though Manuel Gonzalez has been not only given the technical flag, he's been given the black flag. So Manuel Gonzalez passes our position, and he is being escorted away from this race. Having ignored the technical flag on more than enough occasions, he has been shown the black flag. What a disaster for Manuel Gonzalez. It's game over.
The man who was flying the flag oh so high for the Dominican Republic, taken out of this race by virtue of a steward's decision. And that is so unfortunate to see. He was doing so well, finished 2nd. That was his best result of the weekend. In fact, took victory on the track, if I recall correctly. But the day is over for the Dominican Republic's fastest driver in the T4 Seniors, as we see a move for 3rd place there. That looks like Tijmen Witte getting involved with Jose Gomez and indeed Danny Krischer in there as well. They're still side by side as they come onto the back straight. There is Tijmen Witte on the right-hand side of your picture, still maintaining his position over Danny Krischer. Jose Gomez in there as well. He's going to be licking his chops, thinking, what can I do here? Down in the run, onto turn number 1 as they conclude lap 7 of 14. Halfway through this race distance, it is Krisha and Gomez to the inside. Can Taman Bitter make anything of it? No, he loses both positions to the German and the Mexican respectively.
Imagine if Osavada and Elsvik start really battling away for positions and they get caught by these guys. There's a genuine chance that Jose Gomez on home turf could cause a major upset here. He's currently in 4th place, and Gomez doing an amazing job in behind the German Danny Krisha. So this is where he can really start to make an impact. Down the back straight, parallel to the long run, down towards the flick, up to the inside line. Can he make the bid for 3rd? He's still hunting down and hustling the move on the inside of Danny Krisha. Vita now in 5th position in front of Gonzalez, who again has ignored the black flag. He's gone through twice now. So here comes Calvin Pratt, the Irishman, made up 8 places, now into 7th position. Then it's Jorn Bremer, and then Mark Donders in front of John Nuttall. Samavrutsky's recovered to 11th. Cameron Reed slipping to 12th. Looks as though those top-end engine problems that they had still an issue. She doesn't quite have the straight line speed she was hoping for. But here comes Jose Gomez having a think about Danny Krisha to put Spain on the podium at home.
Apologies to Jose Gomez for calling him Mexican. He is, of course, a Spaniard, and a proud Spaniard at that, racing at his home race. Danny Krisha went defensive up towards turn 1, and Jose Gomez was just saying, come on, let's work together. I'm not battling at this stage of the race. I want to be on the podium, but I don't want to be in 3rd. I want to be in 1st. We need to go chasing after Osavada and Ellersvik, who are doing a fantastic job working together. No combat between the Dutch drivers at this moment in time as they circulate their way into the 3rd sector.
At the end of this race, I'll be taking my hat off to Calvin Pratt. He's done an amazing job. He's now P6, having got ahead of Manuel Gonzalez, the Dominican. So this is an excellent run from Pratt, and that puts him up 9 places from his original starting point, 15th all the way to P6. The leading 2 still doing what they do best out in front. And how about this? Manuel Gonzalez is not coming into the pits. He's just keeping going. He has stormed his way past, and he is just, now he suddenly notices. So I think Manuel Gonzalez was so busy watching the race, he suddenly realised, and then he backed off down the main straight. He suddenly realised, oh wait, I am the 395, that's me. What a shame. He stops on the pit straight. He's actually got a mechanical problem, completely unrelated. Wait, is he trying to figure out what's happened to the kart on the main straight? What is Manuel Gonzalez thinking? He's literally pulled off to the side of the road to look at the kart. Why have I been given a technical flag? You're not meant to do that on the track, Manuel. You've got to do it in the pit lane. Unbelievable. And now he's cruising back home after receiving the black flag. Well, I have a feeling Manuel Gonzalez is going to need to read a rule book before next year. But here is Osavada and Elsvik, the 2 Dutchmen, still together, out in front, on the back straight. Elsvik is just waiting, biding his time, letting Osavada do all the hard work up front. He's going to let him go through the air a little bit slower. He can just hang in behind him. This is looking so good for the Netherlands. It looks like they're going to get at least 3 drivers in the top 5. Right, here comes the defensive tactics from Osavada. 4 laps to go, and he senses that Elsvik is going to unleash the gauntlet. Here we go.
Ellersvik having finished in 2nd place in last year's final, just losing out to Noah Rosser. Noah Rosser really down and out, still running around in P14, having fallen down to 16th place, so just not able to claw back in the kart in front of him, which is occupied by Wesley Bowden in the 336 machine, as we see the leaders coming onto the back straight. I tell you what though, Tim Ellersvik will not want to finish 2nd for the 2nd year on the trot as they make their way down into turn 9. There looks to be a little bit of combat at the start of the lap, but everyone calming themselves back down as they come through the 3rd sector for the 11th time this race. But I have a feeling, Jake, it will be gloves off sooner rather than later between these 2 Dutch drivers, both with huge experience in karting and indeed in racing generally. Osavada, very much a fan favourite among Team Netherlands, and many other drivers asking him for photos thanks to his fantastic videos about the T4 series in the Netherlands, which he races in, winning a ticket to come here, or actually I believe buying a ticket. It was his, in fact his girlfriend Weitsgewisse who won a ticket to be here and is doing a fantastic job also flying the flag for the Netherlands. As they circulate their way around this technical 2nd sector, it is still Osavada who leads, having started on pole.
Ask any racing driver how they feel about finishing second place, and it doesn't matter what they say. What they're really thinking is, well, that's just the first of the losers. I do not want to finish behind Bram Ossewaarde. Here comes the battle, surely, from Tim Ellerswijk, and he needs to get on with it because we've only got 2.5 laps remaining, and he knows just how tactical Bram Ossewaarde is going to be. They come through the right-hand loop, along the hairpin, tight on the radius, back onto the back straight, just waiting to see when Ellerswijk is going to unleash the gauntlet. Here comes the opportunity through the right flick. That gunshot move to move himself up the inside of Ossewaarde is definitely getting closer. Right, left, right, back onto the home straight and diving down under the gallantry they go once again. 2 laps to go. Ossewaarde knows he's going to be there, and he pulls across at the right moment. Ossewaarde daring Ellerswijk to take him on. Come on, let's see what you got. Come on. This is like Neo and Agent Smith out there, these two, egging each other on to go for the move. And I tell you what, Ossewaarde is not going to give Ellerswijk anything he doesn't have to.
Ellerswijk really getting in the metaphorical mirrors of Bram Ossewaarde on this, the penultimate lap. I think Ellerswijk is smart enough to know that he doesn't need to go for a move in the first corner of the second to last lap, just trying to get inside the head of Bram Ossewaarde into the braking zone. But that is going to be a very difficult task. Ossewaarde, an incredibly mature driver, huge amount of karting experience. He will know exactly what he is doing as he makes his way down the back straight for the second to last time. As they cross the line, they will see the last lap board, and it will be the final lap of our senior racing of this year. Ossewaarde still in the lead, and a commanding lead at that, over Danny Krischer, the two Dutchmen. It is Ossewaarde hard to the inside, Ellerswijk trying to make something of it. Tries to go around the outside. That's a very difficult move to pull off. Can't make it stick. Will there be any move into the S's of 3 and 4? No. Ossewaarde still defensive though. That's going to sacrifice his run. Ellerswijk tries to get the cutback. Not going to work for him. Can he hold it round the outside? No. Can he get the cutback? He's going to try to. It's so difficult though. But the run down towards turn 9 is going to be critical for Tim Ellerswijk.
And they are hemorrhaging time having this battle. Krischer's getting closer. So is Jose Gomez in 4th position. Anything could happen on this last lap. Gomez still fancying his chances of a podium at home here for Spain. So let's see what happens between these two. Ellerswijk has not led a single lap of this race. He's not led a single metre of this race. But if he leads the last metre, then this will all have been worth it. Ellerswijk down the back straight. Ossewaarde knows he's there. Gomez is going to have a bit of pressure from Avrutski. Avrutski's going to try and come through to 4th position on the last lap. Think he might get there. Ossewaarde tries, up and over the curbs, wrestling to try and get there, but it's going to be Ossewaarde. Ossewaarde wins for the Netherlands. 3 different nations cross the line first in the 3 finals, and from pole position, the steely nerve and gutsy tactician Bram Ossewaarde comes through for the victory in senior in magnificent fashion. It means so much to him, and it's a Dutch 1-2 as Tim Ellerswijk comes through for second place, and the German ace Danny Krischer is able to put himself on the rostrum as well. Great to see so many nations having a bite of the cherry here with the Tillotson T4. We've had a win for UK, a win for the Republic of Ireland. Now it's time for Dutchmen to go double Dutch in first and second.
Well, Bram Ossewaarde titled his vlog of the 2023 Nations Cup, How I Almost Became a Karting World Champion. That almost can be eliminated now as Bram Ossewaarde crosses the line first. He is the T4 Senior Champion at the 2024 Tillotson T4 Nations Cup, sponsored by Maxis Racing. He had his head on the steering wheel around turn 2. He cannot believe that he has pulled all of this together. The luck really has gone his way this year after fighting through the field in 2023.
I tell you, the premiere of that YouTube video is going to be must-see television, isn't it? Brilliant stuff from Bram.
Of course, we're going to be in it.
We're going to be in it, absolutely. We're going to be TV stars. Look, Mum. Bram Ossewaarde and Tim Ellerswijk, first and second for the Dutch. Fantastic, wonderful performance from the Netherlands. Danny Krischer, third for Germany. What a comeback drive from Sam Avrutski. 4th position for the United States after the difficulties earlier on. He can be very proud of that, actually. Jose Gomez in P5 from Timon Witte. Calvin Pratt up 8 places to 7th place. What a drive from him. John John Bramer, John Nuttall and Mark Donders in the top 10. Full credit to Stefano Perseguin, the Italian. He made up 6 places as well to get to 11th from Wesley Bowden. Frustration, I'm sure, for Cameron Reid. Started 13th, and that's where she finishes. Not a lot of pace in the kart in the end. Noah Rosser will be disappointed, I'm sure, with 14th. Then Joshua Bach and Dylan Thompson, Aaron Coogan and Daniel Berzin, Jose Quesada, Richard Jacob, Vitske Vessa, and then Marco Ferrazzini, Max Saga, Jori Bechtold, Ruben Gestaldi, Jermo Jarden, Robin Mens, Jesus Sora, and then Matthias Melato in front of Jack Dillon. After the top 30, the last men home were Luke Hornstra, Sebastian Alvarado, Jamie Eltzerman and Luca Reina. Just the 2 retirements, Ewan Miller in the early stages, and Manuel Gonzalez, the Dominican, was given the black flag after ignored technical flags. There is one final to go in this run. Senior 168 is up next. Time for one final Tillotson T4 senior battle, and it's the 2 German superstars head to head. Senior 168 is going to be biblically good. Chris Venska versus Jan Zastral. This is what it's been all leading up to. Let's have a word with the man himself on pole position. Chris, my goodness, this has been quite a challenge for you. Victory all the way, but you are not taking anything for granted coming into this.
Yes, the pace is good, so hopefully no crashes, no accident in this final, and I hope everything will be fine.
Who do you see as the toughest challenger over the course of the race? Where do you think the big pressure is going to come from?
I think the pressure is now from the wind when you go the straight and the straight this back, so you have a lot of wind, and the draft behind me is huge. So yeah, that's important the draft for the guys behind me.
What's it going to mean to become the 4th different nation to win the 4 finals here in Tillotson T4?
Yeah, incredible. Everything is fine. I took the card, I go on the track, and I said everything is good. So we the setup we leave it like from the first day, and then we go only with the pressure, the tires, and that's it.
Okay.
Yes.
We wish you all the very best. Good luck. Vielen Dank.
Thank you.
It's going to be very exciting to see what Chris Venska can do from the top spot. But on the front, I was going to say we're going to have a quick chat with Jan Zastral. I'm not sure we're going to get the chance now. He's there in position. Oh yeah, we will have a quick chat. Jan, you've obviously been able to make some really cool starts from the outside. You've really surprised us with the way you've been able to make those moves in the first laps. Is it basically going to be the same again going into the final, or do you need to be a bit more tactical this time?
I think, I hope I can do it, I mean, a third time, but it's gonna be tricky, especially in the final where everybody is a bit more aggressive. So let's just see and hope it's clean through turn 1.
You've been great at taking the lead in the first couple of laps, but it's sustaining the lead that's been tricky. What do you think you're going to need to do to keep this man behind you?
Just driving a bit more aggressive, and that's it.
Fair enough. We'll see the boxing gloves come out then. Good luck, Jan.
Thank you very much.
Obviously, he knows he's not going to need contact to go for it, but he's definitely going to need to have a hard race up against Chris Venska. It's going to be a tricky one as well for the drivers behind. For Brazil, Senor Guidi going to be there in 3rd position. There's a great chance for a Brazilian upset from that 3rd position on the starting grid. Plus, we've also got Janssen, 4th position for the Dutch. They've obviously just come off the back of a brilliant win in the T4 Seniors. Can they make it a double with a victory in T4 Senior 168? Peter Janssen definitely hoping that this is going to be his opportunity. It will be very tricky off the get-go, that is for sure, but there's plenty more where that came from. Manguas in 5th position for Colombia, definitely going to be one to keep an eye on. And what about your man Holland from Australia? It'll be a very tricky one from 6th position on the grid, but if he's going to bring his best A game to the table, it's going to be now. Are we going to see the advance of Australia's fair, Mr. Holland? Let's find out. Will he come up with a brilliant opus? Simon, let's find out.
Thank you very much to all of our T4 Senior 168 drivers there. It is the German duo that will be starting on pole. Fantastic performance been put in by both of them, particularly Christoph Venska, who has won everything. He qualified on pole and won all 3 of the Senior 168 heats, and he's going to be looking to convert that into the top step of the podium in 14 laps time. Now, of course, we are doing the quiz via our Instagram page, and it is time, ladies and gentlemen, for your final 2 questions. Question number 9 of 10. Which category is making its invitational debut at this year's Nations Cup? Question number 10. Which country has the most drivers participating in this year's event? So which category is making its invitational debut this year, and which country has the most drivers competing at this Tillotson T4 Nations Cup sponsored by Maxis Racing? It is a fantastic occasion, a sellout event, and it is coming to the close. We have had 271 kilometres of racing so far this weekend, and it is time for the final 20.
I've just been very foolish, Simon. I love the banter in the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup, but sometimes it gets away with you. I was having a nice little natter there on the grid to Lucas Guerrero, the man who, of course, lends his name to the Autodromo Internacional, Lucas Guerrero, and, of course, the former Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup driver. He told me, I'm really excited by these Senior 168s. They make me want to go racing again. I quite fancy having a go in 2025. So I said to him, that's brilliant. I tell you what, mate, if you do it, I do it. And he said, deal. Oh, Lucas.
What have you got yourself in for,
What have I got
Jake?
myself in for? I've got myself in for a year of dieting, running, and salads, I think. I can't let the side down for the UK.
Is it really worth it?
Oh, I'm sure it probably is.
It
Absolutely. It certainly is worth it.
Correct answer.
Right, we'll give it a go then. Okay, thanks, Lucas. I'll take you on next year. Right, for the moment, though, we're going to focus in on the Senior 168 final and the battle to see if we can have a 4th different nation take the victory. Are we going to see a German victory, or will Eduardo Guidi in 3rd position cause a massive upset and put Brazil on the top spot of the podium? Plus, of course, there's always Peter Janssen for the Netherlands, Esteban Yanguas of Colombia, and Jake Holland. What can he do from 6th on the grid? Time to rock and roll, Senior 168 style. Here come the drivers, Christoph Venska and Jan Zastrau. It is a full German front row of the grid for Christoph Venska and Jan Zastrau. Then Eduardo Guidi and Peter Janssen, Esteban Yanguas and Jacob Holland. 7th position on the grid for Germano Fonza, and then Oliver Smith of Great Britain, Oscar Cantu of Mexico, Alessandro Marchini of Brazil, and then Dirk Prochnov and Chris Alcock of Great Britain, Ricardo Baldon and Julien Granvaux, Philippe Pignataro and Gianmaria Gabbiani, Mark Walker and Anter Chan, Riandis Helena and Mark Shields, then Anthony Holland and Guillermo Cueva, Fernando Scotti and Zachary Walvin, Dan Bowden and Harris Gladkins, Nathan Daly and Nicholas Placencio, Rory de Jong and Luis Acevedo, Sam Branga, Richard Cormier, Eduardo Ribeiro and Zelko Stepanovic for Serbia at the tail end of the field. It's going to be a really exciting battle to see what these 34 drivers can do over the course of these 12 laps. Make it 14 laps, my apologies, in the Senior 168s. These are the Mac Daddies of the sport. What will they do over these 14 laps?
Well, that is the question that we will be answering in 20 kilometres time to take this year's Tillotson T4 Nations Cup to a close. What a Nations Cup it has been, John. John? Why did I nearly call you John there? I spent all of yesterday with John. Now everyone
I thought
is
you were going to
called
give me a Scottish name then. I thought you were going to call me Jock. I'd be quite happy with that. That would have done quite nicely. But no, you're absolutely right. It has been a phenomenal week all the way from Friday morning when the official practice sessions began. The flavour of the atmosphere in the tent, the banter, the friendships, the networking, the camaraderie, the lack of the team politics. It's everything you want karting to be. This is exactly how international competition should be played out on the world stage. Give everybody the same equipment, the same tyres, the same engines, the same carburetors, the same chassis, and let them go to battle. We're going to do just that for 19.99 kilometres. Off we go, 14 laps of Valencia, and it's a drag race between Chris Venska and Jan Zastrau. Zastrau's going to try and pull off his masterpiece round the outside, but he runs wide, and there's absolute carnage down to the first hairpin. 7 or 8 karts let loose on the far side. They all recover, but for the moment it is Venska who holds on, and there's more problems in the chicane further back as there's karts going up and over, very nearly rolling it, as there is an absolute Skittles effect concertinaing through the field, and we've got 3 drivers on their own up front. It is Venska, Zastrau and Leonardo Guidi. What an amazing opportunity for the Brazilian.
Guidi up into second. That would be his best finish. In fact, it would equal his best finish of the weekend if he were to make it into second on the podium. But he has Christoph Venska just in front of him, and that is where his eyes are going to be set for the intervening 13 laps until the checkered flag is shown. And look, Jake, at that gap that they already have. Taking a look at the live timing, it doesn't tell us quite what it is just yet, but as they make their way out of the final chicane and come across the line, we will get a chance to see just what progress they have made over the last 1.5 kilometres. It's 2 seconds, and here's a move for the lead. Eduardo Guidi up the inside and takes the lead for Brazil.
Eduardo Guidi do Brasil now leading the way, having a wonderful run of it as he runs through the chicane. He's got 2 very angry, very feisty, very calculated German racers on his tail though. Venska and Zastrau could well team up here for the moment, work together to deal with Guidi and then have their own private battle as there's an off in the chicane. We've got another driver off to the sidelines. I think it's actually the tyres have been displaced at the chicane, so the marshals have already gone to work and have already reset the circuit. But we have a retirement on the main straight. It could be... trying to see, I think it might be Pignataro, the Italian. So very unfortunate indeed there for the man who started 11th position originally. So problems there for the Italian Pignataro. There is a second retirement as well up at the chicane. I'm trying to make out who that is. I think it's Eduardo Ribeiro, the American. So Philip Pignataro and Eduardo Ribeiro, 2 American drivers in the field.
Sorry to interrupt you, Jake. Christoph Venska has lost out hugely. He's down to 3rd now as they come across the line. Excuse me, no, Jan Zastrau is saying is in 3rd, but there was Eduardo Guidi. No, excuse me, I'm looking at the wrong battle there. That looks to be Chris Alcock, who's actually made a bit of a job of the last chicane and has skipped across and has lost quite a few positions there. I believe 3, possibly even 4.
Yeah, it's devastating because Chris Alcock had worked his way up to about 6th position and now he's dropped back a little bit in the pack. So the British driver flying the flag for the United Kingdom in the Senior 168s, hoping to try and charge his way back forward, but it's the Brazilian Eduardo Guidi running in front of the two Germans. This is as high as he's ever run this weekend. This is the first laps he's actually led. Here comes Venska, diving back up the inside line. He looks to his left, sorts out Eduardo Guidi, daring him to take him on. I've got you, just accept it. I'm through and back into the lead. Germany versus Brazil continues.
Well, it is now a German 1-3, the exact same running order as we had in the third heat, which we had yesterday afternoon to round out Saturday's racing. It is a copy-paste, Control-C, Control-V. Christoph Venska goes defensive down into turn 1 on lap 4 of 14. Eduardo Guidi will be looking to seize back that lead as and when the time is right. But this gap from the top 3 to position number 4 is 3.3 seconds.
Oliver Smith now in P4 in front of Peter Janssen, the Dutchman, who is desperate to get through into 4th position. Then there's a little gap back to Chris Alcock, the British driver, and then the Brazilian ace, Gemino Fronza. But there's a hard-charging Chinese talent on the tail. Chan Anter has come up to 8th position from 18th. So watch out for Chan Anter. He really wants to work his way further forward and prove himself to be another Pegasus. That's the big Chinese Hollywood movie that's out from rally drivers, going very much global in the Chinese movie scene. It's a big Hollywood movie, Chinese equivalent of Hollywood movie, the Pegasus duo and sequel. And clearly, Chan Anter is channeling his inner Pegasus at the moment, running as high as 8th position, trying to take on Fronza. Let's see what the battle for 4th position is doing behind the top 3. And it's Janssen, Peter Janssen, now in 4th place in front of Oliver Smith. But their duel has brought Chris Alcock into play, and Chan Anter had to go there on the inside of Fronza with Marchini, the Brazilian, hunting them down in 9th.
Well, we came for the action, we stayed for the Chinese movie facts. I have to give a shout out to Daniel Bowden, who has climbed 13 positions, currently sitting in P12 as we see a move up the inside there. Let's just identify who that is. I'm afraid it's very difficult to identify. It looks to be the driver in position number 8 who has made a pass there, so that could easily be Chan Anter there, making a move up the inside through that tight, twisty second sector. Very difficult to make moves there, but we did see the likes of Bram Ossevada making some forceful moves in the first couple of heats. Christoph Venska, though, is right the way up the front with a 5/10 gap to Eduardo Guidi in second, who is really being pressured by Jan Zastrow down into the final chicane. Will they begin working together again to try to catch up to the immortal Christoph Venska?
Venska's just so strong in this class. He has so much confidence and authority. Once he gets himself back into the lead, even if he loses ground by a couple of places, he's able to take it back and make another move. Janssen, Smith, Alcock, Marchini, Chan and Gaviani still having a great race of it. Fronza down to 10th position in front of the Irishman. That is Anthony Holland in front of Dan Bowden. Unfortunate starts for the Colombian Esteban Yanguas and for the Australian Jacob Holland. They've really struggled in the first part of the race, and they are now down outside the top 10 trying to fight their way back into contention. But it's a very tough mission for the men up front, certainly for Jan Zastrow to get past Eduardo Guidi for second. He is making that cart as wide as a Chevy out there. Very tricky for the man in third to get the move on Eduardo Guidi, the Brazilian. Second position at the moment, but how long can he hold on to it? Look at Venska. He's even coming off the line to cool the tyres down. He's got himself such a decent advantage on pure pace.
Well, we did see that sort of emerging into the new racing line in the 165s as they were last year. All of the drivers kind of moving to the middle of the track along that back straight. Again, Christoph Venska moving offline and then back onto the traditional racing line, the line of least resistance through the first corner. All of them making their way through down into turn 2. That gap is really not closing a huge amount. Eduardo Guidi, it seems,
just on pure ability and pure pace, he's able to stretch out over these two. You do kind of get the sense that it won't be too long before Zastrow says, enough of this, you're actually holding me up now. Here's the battle for 4th place. That's Janssen, and here comes Chris Alcock making the move for 5th position on the inside of Oliver Smith. So he gets through into P5. So the two British drivers swap positions. Has Chris Alcock got enough of the tank to go after Peter Janssen for P4? Debatable at the moment, but if anybody's going to resurge through this field and get onto the podium, it's going to be the British driver Chris Alcock.
Well, on the lap before last, they did take 0.3 of a second out of the gap to Peter Janssen, who is currently sitting in 4th place, but the leaders really in a league of their own. A 5-second gap from Venska to Peter Janssen, the aforementioned Dutch driver. 4 seconds from Jan Zastrow to Janssen, It is really domination from the top three, as it has been all weekend. It has never been, bar once, these top three outside of the top three places in the heat. Jacob Holland put in a sterling performance in heat number one to take third. Eduardo Guidi in that heat finished in fourth, but every other time these top three have finished in first, second and third in the heat. As we watch down into turn number one, that looks to be Jason Bradbury, perhaps, no, excuse me, Jason Bradbury competing in the regular seniors, but there is moves on the fringes of the top 10. Some fantastic action emerging, not just the leaders getting involved in battles. In fact, the leaders driving extremely calm races. It seems like all of the on-track action is happening on the fringes of the top 10, between sort of 7th and sort of 20th, really, as the leaders continue stretching their lead down towards sector number 3 on this 9th circulation of the circuit. The Cartodromo Lucas Guerrero here in Valencia. Leading the way, as he has done from the first corner, barring about a lap when Eduardo Guidi took the premier position.
Good recovery drive from Jacob Holland. He's worked his way back into 13th place now in front of Anthony Holland. They're not related, those two. One is from Australia, the other is from the Republic of Ireland. Here comes the move from Jan Zastrow, perhaps, into the first corner, just biding his time on Guidi. I'm not sure he really figures that he's in the fight for the win anymore, because Venska has pulled a 2.5 seconds clear. It doesn't sound like much, but in karting terms, that's practically a 10-second gap once you've got into your rhythm. It's going to be really difficult to see if anyone can take that back again. Meanwhile, further back, we've got a magnificent tussle as Franza is in the mix there with Gabbiani, Yanguas, Chan, Bowden, and the two Hollands, Jacob and Anthony, ahead of Walker and Scotty. Walker has actually lost a little bit of ground there as he works his way through on the far side, so he's lost a little bit of momentum and a few positions in the process. But still, Jan Zastrow going for his moves and diving up the inside. That is Oliver Smith to take back his 4th position, I do believe. No, sorry, that's Marchini. That's Marchini getting the run there on Chris Alcock. So another star Brazilian, Alessandro Marchini, has managed to work his way there into 5th position in front of Chris Alcock. So we could have 2 Brazilians in the top 5.
Well, wouldn't that be quite the result for Brazil? Only fielding 4 drivers this year, and all of them in the 168s. What a result that would be to have 2 drivers in the top 5. Both Guidi and indeed Marchini showing good pace, as was Franza earlier on in the weekend. Unfortunately, not where he should be. If the pace of the heats is anything to go by. You can see Christoph Venska there now stretching out a more than 2-second lead to Eduardo Guidi behind him.
I'm delighted to tell you that if it stays like this, or if any one of the drivers in the top 3 takes the victory in this one, then we're going to be playing 4 completely different national anthems on our Tillotson T4 Nations Cup podium later. The United Kingdom, the Republic of Ireland, the Netherlands, and then it could be either Germany or Brazil if it stays the way it's currently going. Really exciting to see how this is going. But look at Venska, just solid and smooth up front. A little bit of a gesture there from Guidi. No, it's Zastrow. Zastrow is in a second. So Jan Zastrow has got into P2 in front of the Brazilian Eduardo Guidi. If we look back, we'll see that the order has changed between the two of them. Look as they come down the main straight. There is Zastrow. He's in P2. He's got ahead of the Brazilian, and there's not a lot that Eduardo Guidi can do to get back on terms with him. Look at the gap that Zastrow's already pulled.
Guidi has quite clearly lost a good amount of time there, getting passed by Zastrow. Possibly a mistake by the Brazilian, an uncharacteristic mistake that would be, it has to be said, as Sandro Marchini is also pulling away there from Chris Alcock, who himself is pulling away from Oliver Smith, who is battling with Peter Janssen over position number 6. A fantastic battle there. Or at least it was in previous laps. It's reduced down to sort of a 2-kart duel now for position 6 between the Briton and indeed the Dutchman.
See, this is all coming down to tyres, isn't it? It's about who can look after the tyres the best over the course of these 14 laps. Don't forget, it's 20 kilometres as give us good over the course of these 14 laps, and it really is punishing on the tyres. Now, these Maxxis boots are very, very good for all of these karts, and they've certainly been able to go the distance without having to go for multiple sets, which is one of the advantages of going on the Maxxis. But it's how you look after them through the course of the week. If you can look a little bit further down the line, if you can think about trying to just measure. Oh, we've had an incident at the final turn. 2 karts involved, and there's a kart with a missing front fairing. Driver is up and on his feet. I'm okay, but I think that could be Gabbiani involved in that one at the very least. So there's 2 karts off at the final chicane. So 2 drivers tumbling down the order, I'm afraid to say, and indeed one of them is Cormier. So one of them is Cormier, the other one is Gianmaria Gabbiani, the Italian. What a shame, as that is one of the carts. That's Germano Fronza. So Germano Fronza involved in that one as well, the Brazilian. So it looks like we've lost 3 carts in one go. Oh no, sorry, Richard Cormier, the American, was a few laps before. So it's Gianmaria Gabbiani and Germano Fronza, the Italian and the Brazilian, who have dropped off the field together. But look at this, look at the way they've stretched out the top 3. Venska in the lead, Zastrau in second, Guidi in third. Guidi did the best he could to hang on to second position, but once Zastrau uncorked the bottle, the champagne's gone flying away.
Well, one has to ask the question, what could Jan Zastrau have done if he had been released earlier? He's already pulled out a tremendous gap to Eduardo Guidi behind of 2 seconds. That is a quite shocking indictment of the pace of the Brazilian, really falling off towards the end of this race. Maybe the tyres just starting to fade on him. 27 degrees air temperature out there on the circuit, and that tarmac is going to be even hotter than that, the hottest we have seen all day. Could it just be that Eduardo Guidi not quite able to deal with the heat when it counted? I'm not entirely sure. That will have to be something that we ask him after the race. But for now, it is still Christoph Venska in the lead. He has won all 3 heats. He qualified on pole, and as he makes his way down the back straight for the final time, it is set to be another German 1-2 in the T4 Senior 168.
Get ready back home in Deutschland. This is what you've been waiting for. Chris Venska comes out of the final turn and he wins in the T4 Senior 168. It's a German 1-2 as they celebrate in style. And Eduardo Guidi comes home in third for Brazil. Marchini, his countryman, comes home in 4th position. And what a fight back from the Brits. Chris Alcock and Oliver Smith in 5th and 6th. That will definitely help them out in the Nations Cup. We'll have to do the maths and let you know who's won later. That's going to take a while. But we have 4 different winners from 4 different nations. From Britain in T4 Mini, from the Republic of Ireland in T4 Junior, from the Netherlands in T4 Senior, and now in T4 Senior 168, it's Auf Deutscher. It is the Deutschland duo that gets the job done. Venska and Zastrau are 1st and 2nd here in Valencia.
Well, it was Christoph Venska with the clean sweep. Quali, Heat 1, Heat 2, Heat 3, and then the final by 1 3/4 seconds. What a performance from the German, finishing in front of Jan Zastrau and Eduardo Guidi, who finished just in front of his fellow countryman Alessandro Marchini, a standout performer, climbing 6 positions to just miss out on the podium. Chris Alcock, fantastic recovery after engine issues earlier on in the weekend. Then came Oliver Smith. Massive progress by Daniel Bowden, finishing in 7th place, gaining 18 positions.
Wow.
What a performance from the Australian. And then comes his fellow Australian, Jacob Holland, which makes it 2 Germans, 2 Brazilians, 2 Brits, and 2 Australians. Anta Chan rounded out the top 9 with Anthony Holland rounding out the top 10, Ireland's leading driver in the T4 168. Then came Esteban Yanguas and Fernando Scotti in front of Riandi Selena and Dirk Prochnov, in front of Mark Shields, Ricardo Baldon, Zachary Valvin, Guillermo Cueva, Julian Granvaux, who was unfortunate to be involved in that first corner incident, in front of Mark Walker, Nathan Daly, Harris Gladkins, Louis Acevedo, Peter Janssen, Nicholas Placencio, Oscar Cantu, Sembranga, Rory de Jong, and your final finisher was Zelko Strepanovic from Serbia. Your non-finishers, unfortunately, Germano Fronza, Gianmaria Gabbiani, the representative of Marlena Fuels this weekend. Then came Richard Cormier, Eduardo Ribeiro, and Phil Pignataro, all from the USA, and unfortunately not seeing the flag in this final race of the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup 2024, sponsored by Maxis Racing.
Wunderbar Venska. What a magnificent result then for the T4 Senior 168 hero. He has been dominant all week long and he finishes the job. And we complete the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup competition with 4 different nations at the top. The United Kingdom, the Republic of Ireland, the Netherlands and Germany. Who on earth is going to take away the Nations Cup? It is so close. We're going to crunch the numbers and get out the bean counters and figure out which nation it is that has taken the trophy. But what a fantastic week. And I tell you what, Simon, I think this has actually been the most competitive T4 Nations Cup we've ever seen.
Without a doubt, without a doubt. I have to say, while we wait for the podium, why don't you take a look at the Tilly Tap Track app on the Apple Play Store and Google Play Store. It's a wonderful app, and we're actually running a league this weekend to see who comes out on top. Very, very fun game indeed. We also have a number of mini games and, of course, our Instagram quiz. If you want to see the questions for that, do make sure to look back between the races where we were reading them off and submit your answers on the Tillotson Racing Instagram page. Has to be said, though, Jake, that was an incredible competition. John, you were with me here all of yesterday. We were sweating in this commentary box, not just from the heat, but from the incredible action. And it's continued on right the way through to the end today.
Wow, that was absolutely fantastic afternoon of racing, wasn't it? I'm very jealous that as soon as I leave the commentary box, suddenly you guys have an air conditioning unit. But hey, I'll let you off. I enjoyed it. Honestly, being out on the circuit watching those finals, it gave me a totally different perspective on the racing. It was so close, nip and tuck, being right by the track, seeing the cars zooming past. It was brilliant, and wow, every single final had something to chat about, didn't it? Thoroughly enjoyed being involved, and I'm sure the drivers did as well.
I'm certainly sure of that. Certainly the likes of Christoph Fenske will be a very, very happy boy after that performance in the 168s, as will all of our T4 Nations Cup champions and podium sitters. But it is important to say that even those that didn't finish on the podium will have learned a tremendous amount from this weekend, as the drivers always do at the Nations Cup. Many of them making their Nations Cup debuts, some of them their first ever international event. They can all go home with their heads held high, even if they didn't qualify for the final, even if they didn't see the flag in the final. It is a tremendous learning experience for all involved, and we're delighted to have been bringing you through all of the action.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, John. Thank you, Simon. It's been a fantastic week here at the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup. You can see that the circuit is being prepared for the T4 Bambinos, which will be the final act in this fantastic play. But it's been an amazing week. We've got so many people to thank, so many magnificent partners that have been with us over the course of the week. There are so many influential staff as well. We've talked a lot about the corporate partners. We've talked about Maxis. We've talked about Marlena. We've talked about all these incredible people behind the scenes that have put things together, but there are some characters who never like to sing and shout about themselves that we genuinely feel deserve a bit of credence. So a massive thank you to Liza and her team who have been in the registration tent, to Evelyn who's been looking after things on the entertainment and hospitality and merchandising side of things in the tent, to all the incredible array of mechanics and engineers who have been helping with every question that every driver and every mechanic has had to ask of them over the last 5 days. They've been absolutely amazing putting this event together. To the likes of Mark French, to the likes of Andrew Fallon, who have been instrumental in making sure that this event continues to grow every year, and of course to the patronage and the wonderful excitement and enthusiasm of our Tillotson T4 president, Mr. Charles Demerjian. What an amazing array of personalities. We have put this incredible event together, and it just keeps getting bigger. 2025 is set to go even bigger than that. We're already daring ourselves to push for 300 entries if we possibly can.
And so concludes the 2024 Tillotson T4 Nations Cup, or the racing at least, and this wonderful event. The 5th ever Nations Cup in all of its iterations, the 3rd birthday of the Nations Cup in its current iteration, and indeed we are celebrating this weekend the 10-year anniversary of the Cartodromo Lucas Guerrero, and what a circuit it is. What drama it has thrown up for us this weekend, as indeed the previous 2 years, Jake.
Yes, indeed. It's one of my favourite places to come racing, and a massive muchas gracias to Lucas Guerrero and his entire team here. It has been a fantastic performance, and once again the circuit really has done an amazing job. A big thank you as well to the Orange Army, the marshals around the course. They've been absolutely amazing. A big thank you. We never really give you the credence and the credibility you deserve, and of course we couldn't part company from the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup without saying a massive thank you to RGMMC as well. Their incredible, influential dedication to helping to promote this magnificent event, and on the broadcast side as well. We can't do these world-class events without them. They are absolutely fantastic, and every every single one of them is a champion in their own right. We're going to take a pause while we set things up for the T4 Bambinos, but do stick around because we will have the podium ceremony later, of course, as well for the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup. That is the one prize we are not going to announce yet. We'll keep that one a nice secret, something for you to get a little bit excited about. Head to the Instagram stories, fill out the quiz questions. There could be some goodies and some merchandise in there. Download the Tilly Tap Track app as well. See if you can beat my score. I'm currently on level 32. I'm sure you'll get there before I even get to the podium this afternoon. But from John Ratcliffe, from Simon Byford, from Jake Sanson, that's a wrap for the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup. We'll be back in a bit for the T4 Bambinos and, of course, for the podium ceremony. Don't go too far away.